Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 2 of Konoha's Dream Team. In this story, Naruto awakens the legendary wood style and befriends Sasuke shortly after the Uchiha massacre. With Hinata Hyuga by their side, the three form a team unlike any other, a perfect balance of power, loyalty, and heart. This is the story of what happens when Naruto is not alone, when Sasuke is not consumed by hate, and when two legends rise together. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by ZenoNoKyuubi, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 6. Looks like this is it, Naruto muttered at the dawn of the third day as they reached the tower. Things had gone pretty slowly on the way, because that damn mark kept trying to break the containment seal, and caused Sasuke untold amounts of pain. Naruto had to admire Sasuke for being able to grit his teeth and keep moving through the pain. We made it, Hinata said with relief evident in her voice. Sasuke grunted as his left knee gave out, but Naruto was there in a flash to catch him. Hey, don't strain yourself, you dumbass. Naruto barked, slinging Sasuke's arm over his shoulder. Come on, lean on me. I don't need your help, though. Sasuke muttered, which made Naruto smile. I know you don't. Team 7 entered the tower through their designated door and entered an empty room, not really sure what to expect. Look, Sasuke grunted and pointed at wall at the far end of the room. High above them was a text. Naruto read it and raised an eyebrow. Without heaven, what the hell? He asked and pointed at a segment of the text. Words are missing there. Do you think, maybe? Hinata mumbled, staring up at the text with her brow furrowing. Is it telling us to open the scrolls? Naruto reached into his kunai pouch, taking out the scrolls. He handed one to Hinata and took a deep breath, preparing to open the scroll. Alright, open them, Sasuke ordered, and the two ripped open the scrolls, screwing their eyes shut as if the scrolls were going to explode or something. The three slowly opened their eyes and stared at the scroll. They all recognized the inky patterns on the scrolls. These are summoning seals, Naruto exclaimed and threw away the scroll, while Hinata did the same, just in time for them to explode into smoke. The smoke cleared, and the three genin stared. Iruka-sensei, Naruto exclaimed, while the smiling Chunin in front of them grinned. Hey, long time no see, what's going on? Sasuke asked, blinking. Why were you summoned? At the end of this second test, it's set up so we Chunin meet up with the exam takers, and I was allowed to be the one to greet you. Greet us? Hinata repeated, getting a nod from Iruka, who picked up a pocket watch, staring at it. Well, you weren't the fastest, but you certainly weren't the last, he spoke, grinning. The second test. All three of you pass. Congratulations. So, sensei. What would have happened if we had opened the scrolls before now? Hinata felt obligated to ask. Iruka chuckled as he picked up the earth scroll, holding it up. As you may have figured out, this test's rules are set up to test your ability to perform missions correctly. So, if you were to break these rules and open the scrolls, what would have happened? Sasuke asked, getting a smile from Iruka. Those exam takers would be put in a state of unconsciousness for the remainder of the test period. Those were my orders. Hey, sensei, Naruto said, pointing at the wall. What's the meaning of the writing on the wall? Seems like there's a word missing. We can't figure it out. Ah, Iruka said and pointed at the text. I'm also here to explain that. Read it. This is the motto of the Chunin written by Hokage-sama. Motto? Sasuke repeated. The heaven in this paragraph refers to the human mind, and the earth refers to the human body, Iruka explained. If you lack heaven, seek wisdom, be prepared. That's basically, for example, if someone's weakness is his or her brain, gain knowledge and prepare yourself for the missions. If you lack earth, run in the fields, seek advantages. So, if someone's weakness is stamina, then it's saying that you must continue to train hard. And if you have both heaven and earth, you can succeed even the most dangerous missions. So, basically, all missions become safe and easy. Then S3 should have no problem completing missions. Naruto said confidently, grinning widely, while Sasuke smirked at him, and Hinata smiled. Anyway, the words that represent a chunin, the person word from the scrolls goes there. The last sentence is, these rules will guide a person's extremes. I don't think any of you really lack neither heaven nor earth. However, train hard, get stronger, and advance through the ranks. Make our Hokage, and the Hokage before him, proud. Iruka smiled brightly as Naruto gave a lazy salute. Then, he took a good long look at them. Wow, you guys look tired. There are rooms here where you can stay until the exam ends. As if on cue, Sasuke's eyes drifted shut, and he collapsed, only to be once more caught by Naruto, who smiled softly at him. We've been running non-stop since we ran into Orochimaru. No food, no rest. I'm surprised he managed to stay awake this long through that pain. What a guy, he thought fondly, putting Sasuke comfortably on his back and carrying him. Hinata, go get some rest. You deserve it, Naruto told Hinata, who straightened up. But I'm not tired, Naruto-kun. Liar, Naruto said with a shrewd grin. Even I got tired from that run. You must be beat. I'm gonna take this moron to the Gigi, then I'll go get some rest as well. Hinata blushed at getting caught being tired, but she did as Naruto said nonetheless, heading further into the tower. Now that they were alone, Naruto turned to Iruka again, his eyes unusually serious. Iruka-sensei, I need to see the Hokage. So, later found Naruto in an office near the top of the tower. Inside the office was the Hokage, Kakashi, two Chunin, Izumo and Kotetsu, and that crazy examiner lady, Anko. Sasuke was asleep on the sofa in the office, and the Sandame was looking over the seal on his shoulder. The cursed seal. The Sandame muttered, sighing. You encountered Orochimaru? Anko asked Naruto, who nodded. That snake freak was just playing with us, though. I got the feeling he wanted to test our strength. Once we had amused him enough, he put that seal on Sasuke and gave us the slip, Naruto said, turning his gaze to Sasuke, his eyes softening. I contained the chakra in the cursed seal with a modified containment seal, but it won't hold for long, and it doesn't stop the pain. Frankly, I'm amazed that he managed the non-stop run here without collapsing. He's pretty amazing, eh? Kakashi, the Sandame spoke, making the lazy Junin stand at attention. I want you to start making preparations to perform the Fujihuan, evil sealing method, right away. Yes, sir, Kakashi said, moving to leave the office, but not before giving Naruto a smile and a pat on the shoulder. Don't be too hard on yourself, the Sandame spoke once Kakashi had left, making Naruto jump. The Sandame looked over his shoulder at him. You are not weak, Naruto-kun. Neither you nor Sasuke-kun are. There aren't many in this world who have fought Orochimaru and lived to speak of it. You should be proud you lived through the encounter. But like I said, he was playing with us. Naruto muttered, clutching his fists and gritting his teeth. He even stopped our triple rodeo and turned it on us. And like I said, don't be too hard on yourself, the Sandame said firmly. Orochimaru was my greatest pupil at one point. His power was amazing, and he was even considered a candidate for Yondaime Hokage. Just because you lost to him, that doesn't mean you are weak. Not by a long shot. If you were weak, he wouldn't have bothered to spare your lives. The Sandame sighed again, then looked at the examiner. Anko, take Naruto-kun to a room where he can rest. Izumo, Kotetsu, please take Sasuke to Kakashi. Yes, Hokage-sama, all three of them said together. A knock came upon the door to Naruto's room, and as he opened it, he found Hinata standing outside, looking well rested. She was blushing rather brightly, so Naruto immediately knew why she had come. Time to check my injuries, eh? He asked, and Hinata nodded. Naruto gestured for her to come inside, and she did, Naruto closing the door behind her, before moving over to sit on the bed, taking off his shirt, armor, and mesh to reveal the bandages on his body. They don't hurt, though, so I think they're fine. Hinata didn't say anything. Instead, she just kept blushing as she removed the bandages, only for her eyes to widen. They're gone, she spoke in amazement. Naruto looked down to see that, indeed, even the deep wound in his side Sasuke had given him was gone. Yeah, I've always healed fast, Naruto said with a shrug. Suppose it's the Kyuubi's doing, or something. Wow. Another knock was heard, but the door opened before Naruto could even rise from the bed, showing Sasuke entering, looking rested as well. Yo, looking healed up and ready to tackle the world, Sasuke commented, his hands in his pockets. Likewise, Naruto said, nodding in approval. So, have you heard anything? 5 teams, including ours, have arrived so far, Sasuke said, moving into the room and sitting down in the only chair there. It's more than expected, so they don't expect any more teams to pass. How's the seal? Naruto asked, which made Sasuke reflexively reach up and rub his shoulder. Kakashi used some kind of fuinjutsu on me, called Fuja Huan. It keeps the seal at bay, but only as long as I believe in my own strength. And you don't think you can? Hinata guessed, which got a nod from Sasuke. Why you shouldn't doubt yourselves, Sasuke-kun, Naruto-kun, she mumbled softly. You too, you're incredible. I don't know if anyone would have lasted as long as you two did against that man. I really admire you two for your strength. TCH, Sasuke uttered as if what Hinata had said had no effect on him, but they could both see that he had regained some confidence. I guess I'll just have to get a rematch with that Oroyaro. Then we'll see who beats who. Well, first of all we'll need to get through this Chunin exam before we consider fighting that freak, Naruto said, stretching and putting on his clothes again. I don't know about you two, but I'm kind of filled with energy right now. I think I'll go for a run. Anyone want to come? Might as well, Sasuke said as he and Naruto stood up. They both looked to Hinata, who nodded and stood up as well. Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, Team 8, Team 10, Team Guy, Team Suna, Team Otto and Team Kabuto were standing in front of the 7 Junin sensei, the proctors, some Chunin, and the Hokage. The Sandaime cleared his throat. First off, for the second test, congratulations on passing. Guy smirked and looked at Kakashi. Your team isn't too bad. Maybe they were lucky, but as long as my team is around, getting any further is impossible. Since, from now, it's all about real ability. Well, with youth, there are sweet times, and there are sour times, eh Kakashi? Kakashi just turned to Guy, staring at him lazily. Huh? You say something, Guy? Guy snapped and turned his back on Kakashi, clutching his fist. Hey, not bad, my rival Kakashi. You're cool in that way, and it really gets on my nerves. Kakashi just looked clueless. Now, for the coming third test, but before I explain that, there's something else I'd like you to know. It concerns the true reason for this exam. Why do we have all the allied countries taking the exam together? To promote friendship among the countries. To raise the level of shinobi. I don't want you to be confused about the true meaning. This exam is, the Sandaime said and paused dramatically, puffing on his pipe, a replacement for war among the allied countries, he said, shocking the genin present. If you go back in time, the current allies were enemies who fought each other over who would rule. In order to prevent wasteful fighting, the stage that these countries chose for battle, that is the origins of this Chunin selection exam. Then, this isn't for Chunin promotions? Rock Lee asked, wide-eyed. It is a fact that this exam decides which shinobi have what it takes to become a Chunin. But on the other hand, this exam has another side, where each country's ninja risks their own life to protect their land's prestige. Prestige? Ino asked, getting a nod from the Sandaime. Watching this third exam will be leaders and influential individuals from many countries who make up the clients of the shinobi. And the leaders of the countries will also be there to watch each of your battles. If the strength of a country is clear, that country will receive more clients. And conversely, if seen as weak, they will lose clients, the Sandaime said and paused for a moment, letting the information sink in. And this will signal to potential enemy countries that our village has this much power. So, we will send a political message to the outsiders. But why? Kiba asked. Why do we have to risk our lives in battle? The strength of the country is the strength of the village. The strength of the village is the strength of the shinobi. And a shinobi's true strength is born only through life-risking battle. This exam is a place to see each country's strength, and to show off your own. It only has meaning because lives are at risk. And that's why those that have come before you have fought in the Chunin exam for this dream that is meaningful. But then, why do you say stuff about it being for friendship? Tenten of Team Guy asked, looking thoroughly confused. I said it in the beginning, I don't want you to confuse the purpose of this. By losing life and establishing balance. This is the shape of friendship in the world of the shinobi, the Sandaime said calmly. Before we begin the third test, I will tell you one more thing. This is not just a test. This is a life-risking battle, with your dreams and your country's prestige on the line. I don't care what it is. Just hurry up and tell us what this life-risking battle entails, Sabaku no Gara said, his arms crossed. Yes, I'd like to now explain the third test, but, actually, a new voice interrupted, coughing, as a man blurred into view in front of the Sandaime, on his knees. I apologize, Hokage-sama. From here on, as the referee, will you please allow me, Gekko Hayate, to explain? By all means, the Sandaime said with a nod. The man stood up and turned to the genin. He looked sick, with bags around his eyes and a bad cough. Hello, everyone, I'm Hayate. Before the third test, there's something I'd like you to do. It's a preliminary for the third test to decide who gets to participate in the main event, Hayate explained, coughing again. The first and second test may have been too easy this year. We have a bit too many people remaining. According to Chunin exam rules, we must have a preliminary and reduce the number of participants for the third test. As Hokage-sama indicated earlier, there will be many guests at the third tests, so the fights could take too long. We are limited in time, he explained and paused, letting the information sink in. So, anyway, those who are not feeling well, those who feel like quitting after these explanations, please come forward now. Since we'll be starting the preliminary immediately. After a couple of seconds of silence, Kabuto raised his hand. I'm going to quit. Hayate stared at him for a while, before looking at his clipboard. You're Konoha's Yakushi Kabuto-kun, right? You may leave now. Does anyone else want to retire? Oh, I forgot to tell you that, from now on, it will be individual battling. You may raise your hand based on your own judgment. No one else raised their hand. Well, since no one else wants to quit, let's begin. There are basically no rules. The fight continues until one of you dies, is knocked out, or admits your defeat. But when I decide that the winner has clearly been established, since we don't want to pointlessly increase the amount of corpses, I'll jump in and stop things. And the object that controls your destinies is. A hatch on the wall opened up to reveal a large scoreboard. This electric scoreboard will show the matchups for each battle. Now, this is sudden, but let's announce the two names of the first fight. The screen flickered to light, and two names popped up. Uchiha Sasuke. Akado Yoroi. Hayate coughed. Will everyone except the two participants move to the upper level? Right off the bat, huh? Sasuke asked with a smirk as the genin started heading up to the stands, leaving only him and Yoroi on the floor. Yoroi was a genin from Kabuto's team, his face covered by a cloth, and his eyes covered by black lenses. They both moved to the middle of the room, facing each other, with Hayate between them to the side. The two participants in the first fight are Akado Yoroi and Uchiha Sasuke. Are you ready? Yes. Now, please begin. Hayate jumped back as Yoroi put his hands in a tiger seal. Are you ready? The proctor just asked that, Sasuke quipped. You must either be deaf, or a bigger moron than Naruto. Yoroi twitched, and Naruto immediately snapped, Hey, you bastard, don't take shots at me like that. The other genin reached behind his back, then flung 3 shuriken at Sasuke, who fished out a kunai, swiping it at the shuriken and sending them flying back at Yoroi, who ducked. Yoroi charged forward and swiped his hand at Sasuke, who dodged to the side, his eyes narrowing in thought. That attack hadn't been meant to hurt, but rather to grab. His other hand, however, had been quite relaxed, as had his legs, so he had made no preparations for a follow-up. Yoroi swiped at him again, this time a backhanded swing in which he turned his arm in an attempt to grab Sasuke, who immediately flipped out of his reach. There's something weird about that hand of yours, isn't there? Sasuke asked with a smirk, activating his Sharingan. Whatever it is, I'll notice it. Sasuke's Sharingan immediately saw the chakra around Yoroi's hand. The chakra was flowing into Yoroi's palm, and the Dujutsu immediately started breaking down the technique as Yoroi charged again. Ah, a one-trick pony, then? Sasuke asked as he dodged another swipe. No wonder you're still a genin at your age. As long as I don't allow you to touch me with that chakra-absorbing hand of yours, I'll be safe. Don't underestimate me, you little brat. Yoroi roared as he charged again. This time, he managed to grab Sasuke and started absorbing his chakra. only for Sasuke to disappear in a poof of smoke. Cage Bunshin? Yoroi exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, 3 shuriken flew past him from behind, and Yoroi spun around to see Sasuke standing behind him. The Uchiha yanked the ninja wires in his hands, changing the course of the shuriken and making them swing around Yoroi, wrapping him up in the ninja wire. "There are several ways for me to end the match right here," Sasuke informed the man. "I can cut your head off with my sword, but my favorite would be to burn you with my Ryuka no Jutsu. So, you want to give up?" Seeing that Yoroi was standing there defiantly, not saying a word, Sasuke shrugged and put the ninja wire between his teeth, and then started flashing through hand seals, ending in a tiger seal. Wait, Yoroi called suddenly. "I give up. Winner." Uchiha Sasuke, Hayate called, gesturing for the Uchiha, who smirked as he dropped the ninja wires and headed over to the stairs, walking up to his team and Kakashi. "Not a spectacular fight, but against a guy like that, what you gonna do, right?" Naruto asked, grinning, which got a grunt from Sasuke. But that was amazing, Sasuke-kun," Hinata said, smiling. "To end the fight in just a few seconds, without getting hit once. I don't know if I could do that." "Don't sell yourself short, Hinata," Sasuke said with a smirk. "This guy was nowhere near our level. You would have noticed his ability immediately, you would have sealed the tenketsu in his right arm, preventing him from using that jutsu of his, and he would have lost. You have a good brain, and if you got some self-confidence to go with it, you'd be amazing." Naruto grinned brightly at the blushing Hinata and slapped his bicep. "All you need is guts." The names started cycling on the board again, and then stopped with the names in the next fight. Hyuga Hinata, Abumi Zaku. "Remember, Hinata," Naruto said, grinning at the Hyuga as she gulped, guts with a little bit of cautiousness. Hinata took a deep breath, then nodded as she headed for the stairs, while the Auto Nin with the 3 kanji for death on his shirt made his way down the stairs from the stands on the other side of the room. Soon enough, Hinata and Zaku were in the middle of the room, facing each other. "Are you both ready?" Hayate asked the 2 contestants with a cough, getting nods from the 2 genin. "Then, please begin." "Please, give up," Hinata said as her Byakugan activated, and she got into a Juken stance. "These last few weeks, my abilities have grown, and I would prefer not to hurt you." "Hey, what's this?" Zaku said with a grin. "A ninja who doesn't want to hurt her opponent? What kind of babies do Konoha raise, eh? I'll end this fight in one blow." Hinata focused on Zaku, analyzing her opponent. Those tubes in his arms. He is channeling chakra through them. They must be some kind of cannons. Zaku raised his arms, pointing his palms at Hinata. Zankuha, decapitating airwaves. Zaku roared, blasting a large amount of wind chakra at Hinata, who dodged out of the way to see the wall behind her get completely torn up by the blast. "If I get hit by even one of those, I'm done for," she thought as she rushed forward. She needed to get him in close-quarter combat. He was a long-range fighter, and she was a close-range fighter. At long range, he would be the only one with the ability to attack. Hinata came at Zaku with a flurry of Juken strikes, greatly surprising the Auto Nin with her speed. She got in a few strikes here and there, which made Rock Lee, who was standing next to Naruto, blink in confusion. "She's not hitting him seriously," Lee concluded. "Having a Hyuga on my team, I know how destructive the Juken can be. But her strikes are doing almost no damage." "Well, that's what you think," Naruto said, smirking at Lee. "Hinata is smart. She's probably already figured out how to beat him." Meanwhile, on the floor, an extra hard Juken strike to the shoulder made Zaku grunt and flip back several times, putting a bit of distance between him and Hinata, who stopped and lowered her arms, relaxing. "I will say this again," Hinata said softly, looking almost pained. "You should give up. You have lost." "Lost?" Zaku exclaimed. "I won't lose until I'm on the floor, dead." Zaku raised his arms and aimed them at Hinata again. He was a bit unnerved by the fact that the Hyuga wasn't even tensing up. She was completely relaxed, though she did look a bit sadder than she had a second ago. "I'll blow you away for sure with this one," Zaku stated as he started gathering chakra in his arms. Zanku, what happened next surprised everyone except for Team 7. Zaku's arms exploded at the elbows, blowing his forearms clean off. "Wah." Zaku mumbled in complete shock, staring at his arms on the ground. "The Hyuga fighting style does not focus on brute strength," Hinata said softly. It instead focuses on attacking the body's chakra circulatory system. With these eyes, I can see it. I could also see the modifications done to your own. By applying my chakra in a sort of chakra senbon, when I struck your arms during my attack, I rerouted the chakra in your cannons to head back into your body. The retreating chakra and the outgoing chakra met in the middle and searched for an exit. Zaku's wide eyes looked up at Hinata just as she crossed the distance between them and lashed out with a Jukin strike to the chest, which knocked him to the ground. The strike, coupled with the shock of having both arms blown off, was too much for Zaku, who lost consciousness. Winner of the second match, Hyuga Hinata. Hayate announced, as Hinata heaved a sigh and moved back to the stairs. Damn, Hinata. Naruto barked happily as Hinata approached her team. He slung an arm around her shoulders and grinned brightly. You can be pretty brutal when you want to be, eh? I'm glad I'm not your enemy. Seems you can work up some resolve after all, Sasuke said with a smirk, crossing his arms. Hinata, why don't you show this confidence all the time? I try. Hinata mumbled, poking her fingers together. It's just that, I don't know. Tsururugi Masumi. Kankuro. Hey, it's him, Sasuke said, nudging Naruto, who looked to see the puppeteer descending the stairs, while Masumi, Yoroi's teammate, who also had his face covered, jumped down from the stands to the floor. Team 7 watched as the match started. Immediately, Masumi charged in Kankuro with a punch, which was blocked. However, Masumi's arm started stretching like rubber and wrapped around Kankuro. Next, all of Masumi wrapped around him, his arms and legs, proclaiming that his body had been altered so that he could fit into any space. He demanded that Kankuro give up, but Kankuro remained defiant, and Naruto could sense why. That's not him, he muttered to his teammates, who looked at him in surprise, just as a sickening snap was heard as Kankuro's neck broke. Then, however, Kankuro's head whipped around, and his clothes were torn as two more arms shot out of them. They were puppet arms. The disguise fell, revealing that Kankuro had only been a puppet, and the bandaged package Kankuro had been carrying on his back unwrapped, revealing the real Kankuro. Masumi tried to give up, but couldn't, as the puppet squeezed him too hard. Thankfully, Hayate ended the match as soon as Masumi lost consciousness from the pain of the broken bones. Next was the battle of the fangirls, Haruno Sakura versus Yamanaka Ino. It was boring, to say the least. They just kept talking through the battle, threw some punches, talked some more, and then, it ended with a draw. Naruto muttered, scratching his head. This was probably the most boring match ever. Two new names flickered onto the screen. Sabaku no Tamari. Tenten. This match was a little longer. Tenten was a long-range fighter, just like Tamari. Tenten threw her weapons, and Tamari blew them away with her fan. That was the way it went for 10 minutes, before Tamari finally decided to end it, beating the crap out of Tenten. Tsuchi Kin. Nara Shikamaru. This match made Naruto laugh. Shikamaru used his shadow to make Kin slam her head into the wall. Senju Naruto. Inuzuka Kiba. Naruto's eyebrows rose at that. He looked to the Sandame, who nodded. So, he had finally gotten the approval to use the Senju name, eh? I guess this day is just full of good news, eh? Naruto said with a small grin as he jumped down to the floor, walking over to stand in the middle. Kiba came over as well, but he was tense. Without a doubt, he, like the others of the academy, knew that Naruto's position as dead last didn't show his true skills at all. Hey, Kiba, Naruto said as Kiba put Akamaru on the floor. You should keep Akamaru out of this. I don't want to accidentally hurt him. Sorry, but Akamaru always fights with me. He's my partner, Kiba said, a small grin on his face. You know, I've been looking forward to this. Oh? Hey, Naruto and Sasuke, Konoha's strongest genin, they say. Well, although losing against you wouldn't hurt my pride all that much, beating you would show how much I've grown since the academy. Well, losing to me now won't exactly show that you've been standing still since graduation, Kiba, Naruto said with a shrug. After all, I've grown, too. 7th match, Senju Naruto vs Inuzuka Kiba, please begin. Kiba put his hand in a tiger seal, but Naruto held up his hand. Wait, Kiba, he said softly. If you want to fight me, go all out right away. I won't be holding back more than I need to avoid killing you. Kiba hesitated for a second, then let go of the tiger seal, instead digging his hand into his kunai pouch and taking out a soldier pill, tossing it to Akamaru, who swallowed it, his fur turning red. Kiba put his hands in the tiger seal again and crouched down. Gijyu Ninpo. Shikyaku no Jutsu, beast mimicry ninja art. Four-legged technique. He exclaimed as he got down on all fours, his nails growing into claws, and his canines elongating. Akamaru jumped onto his back, and he formed another seal. Jujin Bunshin, man-beast clone. There was a poof of smoke surrounding Akamaru, and when it cleared, a clone of Kiba could be seen standing on all fours on Kiba's back. Naruto grinned. Ho, looking pretty beastly there, Kiba. Let's see you handle this. Kiba exclaimed as Akamaru jumped off his back, and they both charged at Naruto, Kiba tossing 3 smoke bombs at Naruto's feet. The smoke bombs exploded, and Kiba and Akamaru both leapt into it, spinning at an incredible speed, becoming 2 cyclones of destruction as they charged into the smoke. Gatsuga, fang over fang. The sound of the 2 impacting something was heard, and the 2 came out of the other side of the smoke, both of them landing on all fours. Damn it, we hit resistance. Again, Akamaru. Kiba growled out, and the both performed another Gatsuga, charging into the smoke once more. This time, Naruto's cry of pain was heard, and when the 2 Inuzuka fighters came out of the smoke this time, they were accompanied by Naruto, who was flying out of it and impacted with the ground hard, grunting in discomfort. The smoke cleared to show a wooden dome that had been raised to protect Naruto. The dome, however, had been completely torn open. Hey, is that all you've got? Kiba asked, grinning as he rubbed his nose in satisfaction. Man, I knew I had grown stronger, but I didn't expect you to be this weak, Naruto. So, you're Kiba? Naruto asked as he pushed himself to his feet, smirking at Kiba. Then, he turned to his clone. Then that's Akamaru. Kiba's eyes widened as Naruto shot forward at a speed they hadn't been expecting, grabbing a hold of Akamaru. They were even more surprised when Naruto's arms transformed into wood, which lengthened and wrapped around the transformed Ninken. It's over, Naruto said calmly, turning his cold eyes toward the wide-eyed Kiba, just as 2 hands burst through the floor, grabbing Kiba's ankles. Doden. Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Earth Element. Double suicide decapitation technique, came Naruto's voice from the floor, and Kiba cried out in shock as he was pulled into the floor until only his head was visible. Slowly, Naruto rose from the floor, seemingly growing out of it, and he stood up, grinning down at Kiba. Sorry we couldn't have an all-out epic battle, Kiba. However, these are just the preliminaries. I don't want to show off all my moves to my potential opponents. Damn you, I'm gonna. You can't move an inch, Naruto said, squatting down in front of Kiba. Well, if you still don't feel like giving up, I suppose I can threaten with snapping Akamaru's neck if you don't, he muttered, rubbing his chin. Lucky for you, I'm not that cruel. Proctor, I could kill him. Call it. Winner, Senju Naruto. Naruto grinned and grabbed Kiba's head, pulling him out of the floor as though it was water. The hole underneath him immediately closed, and the clone holding Akamaru slowly retracted its limbs and sank into the floor. Then, Naruto headed back up to his team. Next was Rock Lee vs Sabaku no Gaara. This match was intense. Lee showed off some amazing taijutsu moves, and beat the living shit out of Gaara, but Gaara was protected by his sand. Then, Lee opened the celestial gates, and went nuts on the Suna Genin. However, once again, his sand protected him, and he managed to crush the wounded Lee's arm and leg, resulting in his victory. Hyuga Neji. Kinuta Dosu. This match was ended relatively quickly. Although Dosu bragged about his arm would be capable of completely disorienting Neji, the Hyuga didn't even give him a chance to use it, immediately coming at him with a flurry of Juken strikes, ending with one to the chest that completely knocked the Genin out cold. The final match was Aburame Shino vs Akamichi Choji. This one, too, ended relatively quickly. Ino had gotten Choji's spirits up by bribing him with barbecue, but despite Choji's energy, Shino immediately covered the chubby Genin with his destruction bugs, draining him of his chakra. Winner, Aburame Shino, Hayate announced and coughed into his hand, before continuing. Well, with this, the preliminary trials for the 3rd exam have been completed. Everyone, please come down here. The Genin got down from the stands, and soon stood in front of Anko, Ibiki and Hayate. To all of you who won the rights to compete in the 3rd test in the Chunin selection exams, Congratulations to you all. Hayate exclaimed, before turning to the Sandame. Well then, Hokage-sama, if you would please. Yes, the Sandame said and walked forward. Well, now I'd like to start explaining the main test. As I told you before, in the main event, your matches will be seen by everybody. Each of you will fight to represent the strengths of your countries. I'd like you to show off all your powers with no reserves. Which is why the finals will be held 1 month from now. This break, as you might call it, will be for preparations. What does that mean? Neji asked, looking a bit more agitated than usual, occasionally glancing to the side to glare at Hinata. In other words, in addition to informing all the various country lords and shinobi leaders, this is the time needed to arrange for the gathering of the event. And this is also preparation time for you examination students. I don't understand what you're trying to say. What does it mean? Kankuro asked. Basically, it's the preparation to get to know your enemy and yourself. It's the time period where you calculate your chances of winning by analyzing the data you accumulated during the trial competition, the Sandame explained, puffing on his pipe. The battles up to now had you fight as if you were in an actual combat situation with the assumption of fighting an unknown opponent. However, the final trial will not be like this. There are those who showed all that they can do already to their rivals. There are those who competed and were badly injured against a strong opponent. To make everything fair, the 1 month should be used by all of you to advance and improve yourselves. Of course, it'll be fine to rest your body as well. Well, I'd like to dismiss you now, but there's something that has to be done for the finals before I can do that. More? Shikamaru asked, sighing. Geez. Well now, don't get so excited. There are pieces of paper inside of the box that Anko is holding, so each of you take one piece. Anko held up a square box to show the genin what the old man was talking about. Now, I'll come around, so wait your turn. All the genin reached into the box as it was handed to them and drew their numbers. Once they'd announced them, the Sandame spoke up. Alright, now I'll reveal to you the final tournament. That's what we drew the numbers for? Naruto asked, wide-eyed. Now, Ibiki, show them the match arrangements. Yes, sir, Ibiki said and held up a piece of paper. First match. Hyuga Hinata vs Hyuga Neji. Second match. Senju Naruto vs Aburame Shino. Third match. Sabaku no Gaara vs Kankuro. Fourth match. Uchiha Sasuke vs Nara Shikamaru. vs Tamari. Well then. You're free to start planning strategies or resting as you like. With this, I'll dismiss you all, but are there any final questions? The Sandame asked, and Shikamaru raised his hand. Can I ask a question? Yes. Since it's a tournament, it would mean that there's only one winner, right? Which would mean that only one person can become a chunin, doesn't it? No, that's not quite it, the Sandame spoke, smirking. There will be judges, including myself, the case cage, lords of various countries that will make mission requests, and other ninja leaders, who will be watching the final test. Throughout the tournament, these judges will be evaluating your abilities. Those judged to have the necessary qualities of a chunin will be able to become a chunin, even if they lose in their first match. That means that it's a possibility that everyone here will become a chunin? Tamari asked. Yes, but there's also the possibility that no one will become chunin. To advance in the tournament means that you will have more chances to appeal to the judges. Did you understand, Shikamaru-kun? The Sandame asked, which got a sigh from Shikamaru. Geez, this is so troublesome. Well then, thanks for all the effort you exerted for these trials. You're all dismissed until a month from now. The Sandame announced, smiling at them all. Chapter end. Naruto had to sweat drop at the sight before him. Kakashi had told him that Jiraiya would be waiting for him at the hot springs. When Naruto asked his sensei what the man looked like, the Cyclops just said, "You'll know him when you see him." That could only mean that Jiraiya was pretty unique, and upon noticing the sight in front of him, this guy was special. The man was tall, obviously, Naruto could tell even though the man was sitting down. He had long, white hair in a spiky ponytail, wore red and green, had a large scroll on his back, and a red line going down his face from each eye. Oh yeah, and he was openly giggling and peeping into the hot springs. Well, Naruto said, stuffing his hands into his pockets, when Kakashi-sensei said "I know you when I saw you," he said it in a very extreme tone, so I though he may just have been exaggerating. The old man uttered as he turned away from his peephole, looking toward Naruto. Who are you, brat? Senju Naruto. You're Jiraiya? The old man's eyes widened, and a bright smile appeared on his face. I sure am. So, you're Naruto, eh? Ho, you've grown into a fine shinobi, that's for sure. I heard you were made my godfather, Naruto said, his hands still in his pockets. I suppose you had your reasons for not being there when I grew up, but it was a pretty shitty thing you did. But I suppose you can repay me by training me well. Jiraiya twitched in annoyance, and he gave Naruto a heated glare. Just who do you think you are, brat? Trying to guilt-trip the great Gamma Sennin, Toad Sage? Jiraiya-sama? You're right. You don't deserve a guilt trip, Naruto said, nodding slowly as he closed his eyes and rubbed his chin in thought. I mean, it wasn't like you were close to my old man or something. And it's not like he named you godfather because he was counting on you to take care of me when he couldn't, right? Jiraiya twitched again, and he turned his back to Naruto, probably hoping to keep the guilty look on his face from Naruto's view. Behind him, however, Naruto put up 2 fingers in a victory sign. In any case, Naruto, there's no need for the guilt trip, Jiraiya said, turning back toward Naruto, who swiftly lowered his hand. The only reason I came back to this village was for the sole purpose of overseeing your training. That's right, the great Gamma Sennin is going to be training you personally, he exclaimed, striking a pose. Naruto blinked, then tilted his head to the side. Am I supposed to be honored? Damn right you're supposed to be honored. Jiraiya snapped. How many do you think have the privilege of claiming that they have received training from one of the legendary Sannin, huh? Well, fact is, you're getting older. You're no longer in your prime, and you spend your days writing smut, Naruto said with a shrug. Are you sure you're even in shape enough to keep up with a youngster like myself? Watch yourself, brat. You're 100 years too early to compare yourself to the likes of Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya said, puffing out his chest with pride. Anyway, do you want to learn from me or not? Wow, take it easy, Naruto said, waving him off. I was just messing around. Lead the way, oh glorious Arrow Master. Arrow Master. Jiraiya repeated, twitching. I hope you won't be going around calling me that in public. It'll really damage my reputation, especially with the ladies. The Gamma Sennin cleared his throat and gave Naruto a grin. Well then, Naruto. We will begin right away. I'm going to be teaching you an incredible jutsu. Alright, ... Are you sure about this, Sasuke? Kakashi asked slowly as he and Sasuke walked, far away from the village. It'll cut into our training time. I'm sure, Sasuke said, nodding. I'm always trying to stay on the same level as Naruto, and I get the feeling I'm going to need this. In the distance was a fortress shaped like a cat. Sasuke had never been there before, but he had heard both Nekoba and Itachi talking about it. The Cat Fortress, home of the Nineko, ninja cats. You didn't have to come with me, Sasuke told Kakashi. After all, you can't come with me inside. They'll smell the dog on you. I couldn't very well let you leave the village on your own. You'd be much too exposed, Kakashi said as he fished out his book and opened it, sitting down on a tree that had fallen over. Well, I'll be waiting for you here. Go do whatever it is you have to do. Sasuke nodded, and without another word walked off toward the fortress in the distance. Kakashi glanced up from his book to stare at Sasuke's retreating back. I acted like the carefree teacher and followed him without question, hoping he'd tell me on his own, but Kakashi's eye closed sadly, and he sighed, his head slumping. I'd really like to know what he's gonna do. Shaking his head, Kakashi went back to his Ichiraku violence, turning the page as he kept reading. And then Shu-san told Kure-chan, you will never catch this hero off guard. He charged. Slowly, Kakashi's eye moved away from the book to stare at Sasuke again, who still hadn't disappeared from view. Damn you, Sasuke. I can't even focus on my Ichiraku, I'm so curious. Alright, Naruto, Jiraiya said as he stood with Naruto some distance away from Konoha, his arms crossed. You've progressed further than I had anticipated, but that's good news. That means I won't have to explain too much. I'm sure you've heard of the Kachiyose no Jutsu, summoning technique. I have, Naruto said with a nod. Jiraiya grinned as he bit his thumb and flashed through some hand seals. Kachiyose no Jutsu, Jiraiya called as he slammed his hand down on the ground. There was an explosion of smoke, and when it cleared, Jiraiya could be seen sitting on a large, pale orange and green toad, which had a large scroll in its mouth, and wore a necklace with 7 large beads on it, with the kanji for loyalty on the central, largest one. The toad unrolled its tongue and held the scroll out to Naruto with it. The blonde took it and lay it down on the ground, unrolling it to show 5 signatures signed in blood, with fingerprints underneath each signature. This is the contract with the toads that has been passed down through many generations, Jiraiya explained. You write your name in blood and under that, you press your fingerprints in blood. Then, when you want to call them, mold chakra and place down the hand you signed the contract with. The hand seals are board, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Naruto nodded and bit his thumb, before signing his name and leaving his fingerprints on the scroll. Now, Naruto, how much chakra do you have? Naruto hummed and closed his eyes, molding some chakra to activate his sensors. Then, he opened his eyes again and looked at Jiraiya. I'd say, about 1/5 less than you. Jiraiya twitched at that. Why you do? Yeah, I've always had massive chakra stores, but when Sasuke started to catch up in that department, I had to step up my game. The toad disappeared in a poof of smoke, leaving Jiraiya standing there with his arms crossed. Since you have that much chakra, I don't really have an excuse to have you learn how to use it. Naruto, you have 2 kinds of chakra, Jiraiya said, opening his eyes to stare at Naruto seriously. 2 kinds. Naruto repeated, furrowing his brow. Ah, you mean I can use Kyuubi's chakra? Know about the Kyuubi, do you? Yes, its chakra is yours to use. It's an amazingly powerful chakra that should be— No, Naruto interrupted, shaking his head. I am Senju Naruto, not the Kyuubi. I'll become an amazing ninja without relying on its chakra. Naruto, I don't think you realize, I've made it this far without it, haven't I? But, Yash, I'll try the Kachiyose now. You brat, stop interrupting me. Shut up, Arrow Master. I couldn't give 2 shits what you have to say. Why, you? The two glared at each other for a good long while. But then, Jiraiya sighed, a small smile on his face. Very well. I'll believe in you. Alright, then, become an amazing ninja on your own, starting with mastering the Kachiyose. Alright, I'll be over there, Jiraiya said, pointing off at a waterfall in the distance, under which they had seen several girls bathing when they came here. With a wave, Jiraiya blurred out of view. TCH, old pervert. Naruto muttered, shaking his head as he bit his thumb and swiped some on his palm, before going through the required hand seals, pumping out chakra and calling out, Kachiyose no Jutsu. There was another explosion of smoke, this one much bigger than the one that appeared when Jiraiya summoned his toad. When the smoke cleared, it revealed that Naruto was standing on a massive toad, who towered over the trees around them. It was colored a dull, rusty red, but around his eyes and lips and chest were brighter red markings. Over his left eye, he had a long scar. He wore a blue happy vest that had the kanji for shrimp on the back, carried a massive dosu blade at his hip, and had a large kiseru pipe in his mouth. What the hell is this? The toad barked in a gruff voice, looking around. Hey, Jiraiya, why did you summon me here? He glanced at his nose to see Naruto standing there, grinning at him. Why is there a little punk on me? Where's Jiraiya? What do you want him for? Naruto asked. I'm the one who summoned you here. The toad blinked once, staring at Naruto in disbelief. He muttered, you? And Naruto nodded, still grinning. This caused the toad to laugh, loudly. You shouldn't lie, punk. There's no way a lil shrimp like you could summon me. Naruto's eye twitched as the toad kept laughing. He tapped his foot impatiently, waiting for the toad to finish, but it seemed he never did. Therefore, Naruto snapped, stomping his foot down. Hey, you piece of shit toad. I'm the one who summoned you. It was I, Senju Naruto-sama. I am your master. The toad's eyes widened, but immediately narrowed dangerously. Who the hell do you think you are? Some little kid is claiming that he's the master of Boss Toad Gamabunta-sama? You want your head ripped off, you little shit? Hey, don't snap at me. I'll kick your ass if you don't show a little respect. Summoning someone like you on the first attempt at my age makes me worthy of at least some of that. Naruto yelled, clutching his fist and shaking it at Gamabunta. First attempt? Kick my ass? Don't make me laugh, shrimp. I'll pop your head like a balloon. Naruto narrowed his eyes. So, what you're saying is, you won't accept me as your master. Gamabunta-sama has no master. I take orders from no one. Naruto could see in Gamabunta's eyes that the toad was stubborn. There was a fire in his eyes that Naruto saw every day in the mirror. Hey, maybe they would be a good match if they just learned to get along. Well then, I'll make a bet with you, Gamabunta. A bet? I'm listening. You don't have to accept me as your master, but you will accept me as your summoner, and help me out if I need you. Of course, this is only if I can stay on your back until that, Naruto said, pointing at the sun, which had just started rising in the east. He moved his hand to point at the horizon in the west, goes down there. Oh, that's an interesting bet, brat. What do I get if you lose? What do you want? He. Gamabunta chuckled slowly and dangerously, narrowing his eyes. If you fall off my back, brat, you will have to give me a full body scrub down with a sponge. Even in all the hard-to-reach places. Naruto flinched at the thought of giving a toad a sponge bath, especially one as big as Gamabunta. He immediately shook those images out of his head, however, and grinned defiantly at the toad. Deal, Gamabunta. Senju Naruto, was it? Gamabunta asked, and Naruto nodded. Well then, it's a bet, Naruto. I'm not going to make it easy on you. Gamabunta crouched down, and then shot into the air at an unbelievable speed. Nya. A cat wearing armor cried dramatically as he flew through the air, impacting with the ground, unconscious. Sasuke was standing in the topmost room of the cat fortress. The room was lit with a dim, blue light, a purple carpet leading up to a bamboo curtain, behind which a silhouette of a very large cat could be seen. "Ho, you made it all the way here," came a voice from behind the curtain as the silhouette's head rose slightly. "Well, I'd recognize that hairstyle anywhere. I've heard a lot about you. Uchiha Sasuke, the Neko Butoku, cat defiler." Sasuke blinked slowly at that. Neko Butoku? That sounds disgusting. I've done nothing to earn such a name. Haven't you? You were running around, all those years ago, capturing my kin and taking their paw prints. The silhouette barked angrily. To a cat, that's like how it is for a human to be stripped naked and photographed. What's so wrong about that? Sasuke asked, a smirk appearing on his face. Do you have anything to be ashamed about? Don't be ridiculous, human. The silhouette roared angrily. Sasuke's smirk widened. He must have hit a nerve. In any case, you are Nekomata, are you not? Sasuke asked, raising an eyebrow. I understand that you have the summoning contract for the Nineko in your possession. What about it? The silhouette, Nekomata, asked, apparently calming down. I want it. I want the allegiance of the Nineko, and I want you to fight for me whenever I call for you. Nekomata was silent, and Sasuke knew his eyes had widened in shock. Then, he chuckled. The chuckle grew into a loud laugh. You are bold, brat, making demands of me like that. What makes you think I will give my allegiance to you? Because if you don't, I will just have to beat you until you do. It will be quite painful for you, Sasuke said simply, his Sharingan activating. So, what will you do? Nekomata scoffed, and Sasuke saw him performing hand seals behind the curtain, preparing to use a jutsu. Don't, Sasuke said, stopping the cat. You are preparing to use a genjutsu. I can just tell you that genjutsu are useless against these eyes. Don't embarrass yourself by trying a jutsu that won't work. Nekomata chuckled softly at that as he rose to his feet, walking around the curtain to stand before Sasuke. He was large and white, and the tip of his tail was purple and split in two. His body was covered in scars, but the one that stood out the most was the one going across his left eye. Your Sharingan has developed that much at such an early age? Truly, you are Itachi's little brother. Sasuke tensed. You know Itachi? He came here 4 years ago, Nekomata said with a shrug. Then he grinned. Well then, if genjutsu won't work, I'll go with brute force. With that, he slammed his paw down on Sasuke. Meanwhile, some distance away, Kakashi heard the rumble, and looked up from his book, turning to look at the fortress in the distance. Now I'm really curious, he thought, giving the fortress a longing stare. I want to know what's happening over there. Damn it. Fall off, you little shit. Gamabunta barked angrily as he furiously shook his head left and right and up and down in an attempt to get Naruto to fall off his head. Naruto had attached himself with chakra, so he wasn't falling off anytime soon. Slowly, Gamabunta stopped shaking his head, closing his eyes and panting. He had been at this for hours now, after all. Well, Naruto said, turning to look to the west, there's still an hour left, but you can quit now, if you want. Like hell I will. Gamabunta exclaimed, shooting into the air again. Gamabunta went at it for another full hour. Soon enough, the sun had completely disappeared behind the trees, and a panting Gamabunta exhaled loudly and glanced up at the grinning Naruto. Senju Naruto, you're an interesting guy. I consider myself an honorable toad, and since I lost the bet, I will honor it. I accept you as my summoner. The toads will fight for you if you need help. Thanks, Gama Oyabun, toad boss. Naruto said, giving Gamabunta a thumbs up. I have to say, though, that blonde hair fills me with nostalgia, Gamabunta said, a smirk appearing on his face. After all, the last person to ride on my head was the Yondaime. Huh? My old man? Yeah, it was 13 years ago, but I remember it like it was yesterday. After all, you don't tend to forget it when someone summons you on top of the strongest Biju. When he first summoned me, he and I made a similar bet. Oh? He got you to accept him as his summoner, too? After a while, he was a bit more respectful than you, so I took him in even after he lost, and was forced to give me a sponge bath. Gamabunta took a drag on his pipe, letting the image of the Yondaime Hokage giving the toad a sponge bath sink in Naruto's head. He exhaled the smoke, then stared at Naruto again. You have the fire of your parents in your eyes, Naruto boy. I expect great things from you, Gamabunta said, then glanced to the west. Well, it's late, and the kids are probably worried. Later, Naruto. Later, Gama Oyabun, Naruto said, giving Gamabunta a lazy salute. The toad exploded into smoke, returning home, wherever that may have been. Nekomata flinched as Sasuke took a step toward him. The monster cat was on the floor, beaten, his fur bloodied. He also had a cut across his right eye, matching the scar across his left. Monster. Nekomata grunted out, shivering. Why, you're a monster. I am Uchiha Sasuke, Konoha shinobi, Sasuke said calmly as he sheathed his sword. And I will have what I came here for. You are beaten, Nekomata. Are you going to give it to me? Despite his fear, Nekomata managed a weak grin. He coughed once, then said, you truly are Itachi's little brother. You beat me just as quickly as he did, and you were also just toying with me, damn you. Nekomata rolled over onto his stomach and pushed himself up, moving behind the bamboo curtain. When he came out again, he was holding a large scroll in his paw, which he handed over to Sasuke, who took it. Well, you beat me, there's no denying that, Nekomata said, humming softly. The Uchiha clan is something special, eh? I guess that being in the possession of your clan isn't such a bad thing. Nekoba and her cats seem to like you, after all. It's appreciated, Sasuke said, nodding his head to Nekomata, before turning around and walking away. When Sasuke reached the spot where Kakashi was waiting, the Junin immediately shot over to Sasuke, looking at him and the scroll expectantly. So, what did you do? Kakashi asked eagerly. Sasuke just smirked and held up the scroll. I procured the Nineko summoning contract for the Uchiha clan. Nineko? Kakashi asked, blinking. That's a shame. I had been counting on you signing a contract with my ninkin. No thanks, I prefer cats. The Uchiha clan are used to dealing with them. Well, at least now he's back, and I know what he was doing, Kakashi thought as they started walking, and he fished out his book, opening it. Now I can focus on this again. The very next day, Hinata rose early, as she had done every day since the preliminaries ended. She could feel that she definitely had grown stronger, but she could get stronger still, there was no doubt about that. Therefore, she had requested training from her father, who had agreed. There was little doubt that her father had been greatly surprised by Hinata's sudden improvement. In the last few spars between Hinata and Hanabi, Hinata had always been the one who remained standing. In all honesty, Hinata only had Naruto and Sasuke to thank for that. Hinata couldn't imagine what her life would have looked like if she had lost to Sakura during the graduation, if she had ended up the girl with the second best grades, which would have landed Sakura in Team 7, and Hinata in Team 8. So now, Hinata got ready, had her breakfast, put on her sparring uniform, and went outside to the Hyuga training ground, where she found her father waiting. Are you ready to begin? He asked sternly, and Hinata nodded as she took her spot in front of Hiashi and assumed a Jukin stance. Well then. His eyes drifted shut, and he appeared to be deep in thought. There is little doubt in my mind that, despite being of the branch family, the Hyuga blood burns the hottest in Neji's veins. He is an amazing prodigy, and you are going to need all the help you can get against him, even with your drastic growth. Therefore, I will be teaching you a new technique today. Hiyoshi's Byakugan activated as he opened his eyes and got into a Juken stance. I will be teaching you Jukenao. Hake Rokujuyan Sho, Gentle Fist Art. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Woo, Juken. This whoop caused both Hyuga to blink and turn to the side, to see Naruto and Sasuke sitting on the sidelines, grinning and smirking respectively. What are you doing here? Hiyoshi demanded. How did you get in? Well, first and foremost, we came here to cheer for Hinata during her training, Naruto said, grinning still. We've both taken a day off from our own training, Sasuke supplied. But our secondary objective was to better protect our teammate by discovering and pointing out flaws in Hyuga's security, Naruto continued and pointed over his shoulder. By the way, during the 0900 hours guard shift, there is a blind spot in the security in the northwest corner of the compound. The Hyuga training regimen is strictly forbidden for outsiders to see, Hiyoshi said, sounding a bit outraged. You should know this. I told you that last time. Well, I've been thinking about that. Sure, I'm a total badass when it comes to learning new jutsu and crap, and Sasuke here has the Sharingan, but in all honesty, the Juken is pretty much useless to anyone who doesn't have a Byakugan, right? Naruto asked, scratching his head. So, I don't see what the problem is. Hiyoshi's eyes narrowed dangerously, causing Naruto and Sasuke to flinch. So, Dango? Sasuke asked Naruto, who nodded. With that, the two blurred out of view. Your friends are excellent at snooping, Hiyoshi commented disdainfully. They are great friends, father, Hinata said, smiling softly. Sasuke-kun is excellent at analyzing strength and weaknesses, and pointing out what needs to be worked on in order to become balanced, and Naruto-kun. Hinata trailed off as she tried to find the words for it. Well, Naruto-kun has a personality that just makes you want to become the best you can be. Hiyoshi stared at Hinata for a long time and thought. Hinata has never showed any real talent. A short while after becoming a genin, her talent suddenly skyrockets. Senju Naruto, huh? What an interesting guy. Jiraiya stood in front of Naruto, his arms crossed as he stared at his new student. Currently, Naruto was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his back turned, meditating and molding chakra. All around them, the trees were moving, swaying and twisting. Jiraiya had to admit, the guy had talent, a lot more than Jiraiya did at his age. It seemed like he only inherited the best traits from his relatives. He had Kushina's temper and monstrous chakra stores, he had his father's talent, looks, and his guts. Not only that, but he had somehow managed to come up with a lesser version of Tsunade's monstrous strength, and possessed the Nidaime senses, and the Shodai's Mokuton ninjutsu. This guy is so good, it's almost unfair, Jiraiya thought with a small grin. Hey, Naruto. The trees around them suddenly straightened and went still again as Naruto turned his head to look at the old pervert. Yeah? Come here, Jiraiya said, beckoning him closer. Naruto sighed and got up, walking over. What? It's not another scheme to have me pose as your grandson so you can get chicks, is it? Not really. I'm going to teach you a new, cool jutsu. It's a jutsu your father created, Jiraiya said, making Naruto's eyes widen with excitement. Jiraiya chuckled and held up his hand. Chakra started swirling in it, taking the form of a ball in his hand, inside which chakra was swirling wildly, looking like there was a raging chakra storm inside the ball. This is the Rasengan, an A-rank ninjutsu. We've only got 22 days left until the third exam, so I don't expect you to master it before then, but we might as well get started now. The Rasengan died down, and Jiraiya took a scroll out of his vest, unsealing a paper bag filled with water balloons? Jiraiya picked one up and held it out to show Naruto. Then, the balloon started bulging everywhere, and suddenly exploded. See what I did just now? Jiraiya asked, raising an eyebrow. Naruto narrowed his eyes in thought as he stared at Jiraiya's drenched hand. You rotated the water, Naruto said, and Jiraiya nodded. You have done both the tree climbing and water walking chakra exercises, yes? Yeah? The tree climbing exercise focuses on concentrating a certain amount of chakra to your foot. This helps you work on regulating the chakra output. Water walking focuses on continuously releasing a set amount of chakra to remain on the water. In this step of the training, you use the water walking exercise, basically. You are to release a set amount of chakra into the balloon with a continuous flow, Jiraiya said, picking up a balloon and tossing it to Naruto, who furrowed his brow as he concentrated on releasing his chakra, rotating it. The balloon stretched, but it didn't start bulging like Jiraiya's balloon had. It doesn't look the same, Naruto noted, to which Jiraiya nodded, a smirk on his face. Can you figure out why? Obviously, we did it differently, Naruto said as his eyes drifted closed in thought. Jiraiya watched as Naruto stood there in silence for a good minute. Then, his hand started shaking the balloon up and down, then left and right, then diagonally, then back and forth, shaking the balloon in all directions. Then, Naruto's eyes snapped open, and he started focusing chakra into the balloon again. This time, the balloon started bulging everywhere, before exploding. Oh, wow, Jiraiya said, crossing his arms with a smirk on his face. I had been told that Sasuke was the brains of the duo. Didn't take you long to figure out the trick to the test. Just because Sasuke is smarter than me, that doesn't mean I'm dumb. Besides, when it comes to ninjutsu, I'm unrivaled, Naruto said with a grin. So, what's the next step? Wait, Jiraiya said, gesturing for the bag with the balloons. That was quick. I want you to pop 10 more, so you can really get a feel for the first step. You're gonna need it. Step 2 is 100 times harder. Jiraiya took 10 balloons out of the bag, then sealed it up again. As Naruto got to work popping them, Jiraiya unsealed another paper bag, this one filled with rubber balls. Another step like that? Naruto asked as he was tossed one of the balls. Yep, now you must break that ball, Jiraiya said, holding up a rubber ball and blowing it up with minimal effort. The first step is rotation. This step is to add power. Without the water, it's harder to feel the chakra, so it's hard to power it up or control it. Practice this for a bit. With that, Jiraiya turned to walk away. Where are you going? Naruto asked as he stared at the ball in his hand. I'm heading into the village. A man needs to relax, after all. Whether you pop the ball or not, we'll meet here tomorrow, same time. Naruto watched as Jiraiya left. Then, he turned his gaze back to the ball and did the same thing he had done with the water balloon. The ball started bulging, but only slightly, and then died down again. TCH. The first step was counterproductive. Naruto muttered, sitting down. Using water first made it seem easier than it is. Should have started with this step so you could get used to the difficulty right away. Chapter 7. 10 days were left until the third exam. Naruto was sitting on the ground in the same spot he had been every day for the last few weeks. Jiraiya had felt very smug. So far, Naruto had only managed to pop a hole in the balls. The boy had managed to pop the water balloon much quicker than Jiraiya, but when Naruto took so long to pop the rubber ball, he regained a bit of pride, even though he knew Naruto should have been able to pop it a long time ago. Concentration isn't exactly something you lack, Jiraiya said, crossing his arms as he stood before Naruto. You should have popped this ball a long time ago. What's the problem? Naruto's brow furrowed as he stared at the ball in his hand. I'm just worried, I suppose. Worried? Why? I'm getting this bad feeling. Like shit's about to hit the fan, or something like that. Plus, Hinata is facing Neji in the third exam, which is cause for worry as well. I've been able to pop it since the second day, Naruto said as the ball in his hand started bulging, and then exploded, much to Jiraiya's surprise. I just needed some time to think about things. HMPH, Jiraiya huffed, crossing his arms. Show off. So, what's the third step? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. Now, Jiraiya unsealed a third bag, this one containing balloons again. However, these balloons were filled with air, and not water. The first step was rotation, the second step was power, Jiraiya said, picking up a balloon and holding it up for Naruto to see. The third step is this. Nothing happened. Naruto started molding chakra, and his eyes widened when his senses picked up on what was happening. You're forming a Rasengan inside the balloon, aren't you? Correct, Jiraiya said with a smirk. The point of the third step is to bring out the first two steps at 100% and maintain it. In short, you not only have to keep the spinning and the power at their greatest, but you also have to make a layer inside the balloon to contain the chakra. This requires a large amount of concentration, because the higher the destructive power, the more you have to add, and the quicker you have to spin. Thus, the outer layer must be stronger. Slowly, Naruto nodded. Then, he picked up a balloon and said, all right, time to get to work. Naruto stood in a loose stance in the arena on the day of the third exam. With him were Sasuke, Hinata, Temari, Kankuro, Gaara, Neji, Shikamaru, and Shino. Good thing you're here, Naruto muttered to Sasuke, smirking. I was afraid that you'd pick up some of Kakashi's tardiness. Well, he actually wanted to get some last-second training in, but I wanted to be here on time, Sasuke said, smirking as well. Naruto glanced at the Tsunade trio as the cage arrived at the top box. Gaara was staring up at the man with nothing but hatred in his eyes. The Sandame stood up. Thanks, everyone, for coming to the Konoha Chunin selection exam. We will now start the main tournament matches between the 9 participants who made it through the preliminaries. Please stay and watch until the end. There's something I'd like to tell you before the matches, the proctor, Genma, as Naruto had learned that his name was, said, turning to them. Look at this, he said and took out a piece of paper, showing the matches. In case you didn't pay attention the first time, these are the matchups. Check once again to see who you're fighting. After holding the paper up for a few more seconds, Genma pocketed it. Alright, guys, this is the final test. The arena is different, but the rules are the same as in the preliminaries, as in there are none. You fight until one of you dies or acknowledges defeat. But if I determine that the fight is over, I'll step in and stop it, you got that? Everyone either nodded or did nothing. No one said anything, but it was clear to everyone that they all understood. Now, the first fight, Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Neji. Those two stay here while the rest of you go to the waiting room. Hinata took a deep breath to steel herself. Both her teammates gave her comforting pats on the shoulders as they headed off toward the waiting room with the others. Soon enough, only Hinata, Neji, and Genma were left on the arena floor, Hinata and Neji facing each other, with Genma standing off to the side. I never thought I'd be facing you, Hinata-sama, Neji said, staring hard at Hinata. Neji Nissan, Hinata mumbled, closing her eyes and taking another deep breath, before opening them again. First match of the third exam, begin. Genma said, officially starting the match. However, Neji apparently didn't feel like starting the match yet. Before we start the match, I'd like to say something, Hinata-sama, Neji said, narrowing his eyes. You don't make a good shinobi. Forfeit now. Hinata tilted her head to the side, and Neji explained, you are too kind. You wish for harmony and avoid conflict. You agree with others, never resisting. And you have no confidence in yourself. I always feel your sense of inferiority. That's why I thought it would be best for you to remain a genin. But the Chunin exam can only be taken as a team of 3. You couldn't turn down your teammate's request, and unwillingly entered. That's reality. Am I wrong? Yes, Hinata said, making Neji blink. Kakashi-sensei told us all that it was completely voluntary to enter. We all entered willingly, without being pressured by anyone else. I entered this exam because I wanted to change. Neji sighed. Hinata-sama, as I thought, you are a spoiled brat of the main house. People cannot change themselves. Losers are losers. Their personality and strength will not change. Because people cannot change, differences are born. Expressions like elite and loser are created. Looks, brains, ability, size, personality. All people judge and are judged in these values. Based on these unchangeable factors, people discriminate and are discriminated against. And they suffer within their own means. Just like the fact that I am from the branch family, and you are from the main family cannot be changed. I have seen through many things with this Byakugan. So I know, you are just acting strong. Deep inside, you just want to run away from here. Hinata's eyes drifted shut, and her head lowered slowly, which made Neji smirk. Your eyes closed, and you ducked your head. Defense mechanisms that, Neji Nissan. Hinata interrupted in a voice that was much different from her usual voice. It was still soft and gentle, but there was an edge to it that had never been there before. When she raised her head again and opened her eyes, her Byakugan was activated, and she slipped into a Jukin stance. Please, stop trying to talk me to death, and let's fight instead. A bark of laughter that could be easily recognized as Naruto's was heard from the opening in the arena wall where the other competitors were standing, while Neji flinched in surprise. However, his eyes immediately hardened, and his Byakugan activated as well as he gritted his teeth and assumed a Jukin stance. Fine, I'll show you that you cannot change your destiny. Neji charged at Hinata, and the two became engaged in a Jukin fight, which was something that was actually quite beautiful to look at. The Jukin was very graceful, and when two opponents had the same graceful flow, It looked more like a violent dance than a fight. Neji was visibly frustrated by this, as it would appear that the two were evenly matched. Each strike that Neji threw at Hinata was blocked or deflected, and each strike that Hinata threw was met with the same defenses. The fight continued like this for several minutes, both fighters moving at amazing speeds. Naruto, watching from the stands, looked at Sasuke, who was observing the fight through narrowed eyes. "TCH," he uttered, crossing his arms. "She really is too soft." "Yeah," Naruto said with a nod. "If it were you, she'd already have you on the ground, writhing in pain. She used a cheap shot." Sasuke muttered, directing a glare at Naruto. "You'd do the same if someone kicked you in the junk." Naruto laughed to himself, then looked down at the fight again. Naturally, he couldn't keep quiet. "Hey, Hinata, don't go easy on him just 'cause he's family. Kick his ass." As if obeying Naruto's order, Hinata surprisingly quickly batted one of Neji's attacks out of the way and lashed out, hitting him with a Juken strike to the left shoulder. Neji grunted in both pain and surprise, skipping back a couple of steps and staring at Hinata in shock. "I have changed, Neji-Nisan," Hinata said softly, staring at Neji with pity. "People can change. I was once weak, but I have become much stronger. Naruto-kun once told me that our destiny is what we make it." The talk of a loser, clinging desperately to the hope of improving their life. Neji growled out, "Don't think you can beat me, just because you managed to hit me once." Neji charged at Hinata, and once more they became engaged in that flowing, deadly dance that was a Juken fight. "Hinata, give him the Sasuke special." Naruto barked out, which caused a noticeable blush to appear on Hinata's face, despite her being completely focused on fighting Neji. Meanwhile, Sasuke cringed at the mention of that move. Hinata batted another strike out of the way, then closed the short distance between them with a spin, which ended with her knee flying up and smashing straight into the soft spot between Neji's legs. The male Hyuga's eyes bugged out, and every single male member in the audience winced and covered their junk with a loud, shocked, "Oh," as sympathy pain coursed through them. As Neji was no doubt trying to blink the lights of pain out of his eyes, Hinata took advantage of the situation and got into a strange stance, crouched down slightly with her left as pointing forward and down, and her right pointing backward and up. "Nisan, you are in the range of my hake. Jukenao. Hake Rokujuyan Sho." Neji only had time to go wide-eyed, before Hinata charged forward, jabbing him twice with her fingers with a cry of, "Ni Sho." Then 4 times, yelling, "Yan Sho." This continued, Hinata doubling her strikes 3 more times, and finished off striking him 64 times with a cry of, "Rokujuyan Sho." Neji cried out in pain as he flew back, spitting up blood. He impacted hard with the ground and rolled several feet, before coming to a stop on his back. "I am possible," he grunted out through gritted teeth. "This can't. I used to think like you, Neji-Nisan." Hinata mumbled as she walked up to Neji, staring down at him. "I thought I was weak, and I was, and I thought I would never become strong like you. I bought into your comments about destiny. However, I've changed. Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun showed me that it doesn't matter who you are, or where you are from. As long as you try your best and work hard, you can overcome anything, like how I managed to defeat you just now." Food for thought, Neji-Nisan. Genma smirked as he watched Hinata, who turned around and walked off. "Winner, Hyuga Hinata." Applause broke out in the audience. Up in the spectators' box, Sasuke was smirking and clapping, while Naruto was whooping and cheering loudly. "Will Senju Naruto and Aburame Shino come down here, please?" Genma called out once the applause and cheering had died down. Naruto gave a triumphant laugh as he hopped down into the arena, while Shino, calm as ever, decided to take the stairs. Soon, Naruto and Shino were standing in the middle of the arena, facing each other. "Naruto, we have come a long way since we were chosen to spar in the academy," Shino said in his usual monotone. "It would be foolish of you to assume that my power level is the same as then, just as it would be foolish of me to think that of you." "You know, Shino, I think that's the longest sentence I've ever heard you say," Naruto said with a small grin. "But you were always strong in the academy, ranking second strongest and all, so it'll be fun to see if we still draw." "Such an outcome is unlikely," Shino said simply, taking his hands out of the pockets of his jacket. "Second match of the 3rd exam, begin." Genma called, and Shino immediately spread his arms out. "Why is it unlikely? Because unlike in the academy spars, we are not limited to using only taijutsu. Those destruction bugs are damn gluttons, Naruto thought with his eyes narrowing slightly, watching as the bugs started flying out of Shino's sleeves to swarm around him. I've got plenty of chakra to spare, but it'd be crappy to waste it all in the first match, especially since I'd be fighting Hinata in the next one. Shit, I actually have to plan this match? I'm no good at that. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes widened, and he leapt to the side, jumping away several feet. How sneaky of you, Shino, he said with a small grin on his face. But unfortunately for you, I'm a pretty decent sensor. I can sense the chakra inside every single one of your bugs. They won't sneak up on me. Shino was smart. Hell, he was a lot smarter than Naruto, so the blonde knew that the bug user was already making plans for how to proceed. I don't want to give you the upper hand by leaving you on the offensive, so I'm gonna go ahead, alright? Naruto said, flashing through seals. Mokuton. Shichuru no Jutsu. Wood element. 4-pillar prison technique. Shino's eyebrows almost shot into his hairline as timber burst from the ground all around him, trapping him inside a wooden cage. Naruto, however, furrowed his brow, and with a tch, changed his handseal from a snake to ram, which caused wooden spikes to shoot out of the bars, impaling Shino, who dispersed into a swarm of bugs. Naruto furrowed his brow, trying his damnedest to sense Shino. At the last second, his eyes widened, and he spun around in time to block a punch coming from behind him. So, Shino had let almost all the bugs in his body leave so that he could hide better. If it wasn't for the fact that 3 bugs stayed in him, Naruto would never have sensed him. Naruto lashed out with a punch, which was dodged, but he utilized the momentum from the swing to bring his leg up in a backspin kick, which connected with Shino's cheek with enough force to send him flying through the air, impacting hard with the wall of the arena. That was careless of you, Shino, Naruto said with a smirk as Shino pushed himself to his feet. Was it? Naruto went wide-eyed at that, realizing that he had let his senses dull during the fight. Activating his chakra sensor ability, he discovered no less than 19 destruction bugs on his body. Damn, even for so few bugs, they were suddenly sucking out his chakra quickly. Naruto leapt away, and only his fur-collared shirt remained in place, the only article of clothing that actually had bugs on it, leaving him in his mesh shirt and armor plating. Tch, your bugs are fast eaters. Naruto muttered, flashing through seals again. Doden. Dosakiryu no Jutsu. Earth element. Earth dragon technique. Suddenly, the ground in front of Naruto shot into the air, forming a dragon made out of dirt, which charged straight at Shino, whose eyebrows shot up again, and he was forced to dodge the attack again and again. Naruto was actually planning ahead this time, so when Shino's back hit the 4-pillar prison, he triumphantly switched handseal from rat to snake, and wooden poles shot out of the bars to wrap around Shino, who muttered a "what?" in surprise. Shino, Naruto said as the dragon disintegrated. I'm sure your bugs can eat through this wood. However, he put his hand in a half-ram seal, and a spike grew from the bar Shino was strapped against, to poke him in the back of the neck. Could they eat through it before that spike pierced your spine? This was unexpected, Shino said. Why? Because you have never shown yourself to plan ahead before. I underestimated you. Proctor, this match is over. I forfeit. Genma nodded and raised his hand. Winner, Senju Naruto. Surprisingly, applause broke out, which shocked Naruto, as no one had ever really shown that they liked him before. Or maybe they just did it as a courtesy. Nonetheless, Naruto liked it, so he grinned widely and raised his hands in victory as he jogged over to his shirt to pick it up, the wooden prison retreating into the ground, leaving no sign that it was ever there. When Naruto reached the spectator's box, he found both his teammates waiting and smiling at him. Well, smirking, in Sasuke's case. Good job. But he almost had you with his distraction, Sasuke commented, and Naruto gave an embarrassed grin. Yeah, almost. I was just lucky he sent so few bugs after me. Then again, if he'd sent more, I would have sensed them sooner. You did great, Naruto-kun. Hinata praised. I'm expecting you to do the same in the next round, Hinata, Naruto said, his grin turning excited. It'll be you against me. Hinata's confidence, what little she had mustered so far, vanished in an instant as she made that realization, and her eyes widened in fear. Don't worry, Sasuke said with a smirk. Just give it your all, and you can walk away with your head high whether you win or not. Yeah, don't go soft on me, Hinata. I'm looking forward to this, Naruto said, patting her on the shoulder. Will Sabaku no Gaara and Kankuro come down here? Genma called. Immediately, Kankuro's eyes widened in fear as he cast a terrified look at Gaara, then raised his hand and called out, Proctor, I'm gonna forfeit. Boos were heard from the crowd at that, their blood having started pumping with the previous 2 matches, and Gaara gave Kankuro a dangerous stare. Well then, Uchiha Sasuke and Nara Shikamaru, come on down. Sasuke smirked, and after Naruto patted him on the shoulder, he hopped down into the arena just like Naruto had done. Shikamaru sighed to himself as he stared down at Sasuke, who gestured for him to come down. How troublesome. Proctor, I'm also gonna forfeit. Let the Suna girl fight him. The crowd started booing again, but Shikamaru looked completely unaffected by them, instead just plopping down with his back against the railing, his eyes drifting shut. Tamari scoffed and drew her fan, giving it a swing which mustered a gust of wind. She leapt out of the box and rode the wind on her fan down into the arena, landing in front of Sasuke with a smirk on her face. Alright, then, the 5th match of the first round, begin. Tamari immediately pulled her fan back and then swung it, calling, Futon, Kamaitachi, wind element, sickle weasel technique. A gale of wind was sent forth, looking more like a horizontal hurricane than anything, but Sasuke didn't dodge or anything. He just smirked and flashed through hand seals, ending in a tiger, which made Temari's eyes widen. Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu. Sasuke called out, bringing his hand to his mouth, before blowing out a massive fireball that smashed into the Futon Jutsu. It drew power from the clashing technique, and the flame burned hotter as it pushed through the wind and charged straight at Tamari, who leapt out of the way, just as the fireball smashed into the ground where she had just been, exploding. Dust and smoke rose in a great cloud from the explosion, and Tamari was seen coming shooting out of it. She landed a bit unsteadily, and Sasuke immediately saw why. Her right leg had been kinda badly burned by the attack, as had the back of her right hand. The Suna Genin was gritting her teeth as she glared at Sasuke, who kept smirking. I think you might want to give up now, you being a Futon user and me being a Kaden user, Sasuke advised, grabbing the hilt of his sword and slowly drawing it out of its sheath. From here on out, I'll be getting serious. Hey, think I'll give up just cause I'm at a disadvantage? Tamari asked with a scoff. Get real, Kaden, Sasuke muttered as he finished drawing his sword and gave it a twirl to hold it horizontally in front of him. Isuha, fire element, sharp spear blade. Suddenly, the entire length of Sasuke's Chikuto was engulfed in flames. As Sasuke charged at her, Tamari felt a bit more confident. After all, he didn't have very large flames right now, so it would be impossible for him to overpower her attacks, right? Futon. Kamaitachi. Tamari called once more, swinging her fan and sending forth a blast of wind at Sasuke. What happened next, however, greatly surprised her. Sasuke swung his sword at the incoming attack, and amazingly deflected it. No, that was wrong. He took control of it. He kept spinning with his swing and leapt through the air, the entire Futon attack catching on fire and trailing after him in a spiral of fire, as though it was a long, burning cloth hanging from his sword. As soon as he had crossed the distance between them with his leap, Sasuke switched to a reverse grip and slashed his sword down at Tamari, whose eyes widened as she dodged. She thought dodging 3 steps would be enough, so she didn't expect all the fire trailing after Sasuke's blade to compile and slam into the ground as well, and like water against rock splashing to the sides, rushing straight at Tamari, who barely had time to gasp before it smashed into her. Tamari was heard screaming as she hurriedly jumped out of the fire, but much of her body was already badly burnt, and some of her clothing was on fire. Landing on unsteady legs, she patted the fires out as quickly as she could, but not quickly enough. As soon as she looked up, Sasuke was already in front of her, and half a second later, his knee was planted deeply in her stomach, making her cough up a decent wad of both blood and spit. Next second, the butt of his sword impacted with the back of her head, effectively knocking her out. Going against an Uchiha using jutsu that are weak against my own. Sasuke muttered, the fire on his blade vanishing as he twirled it a few times before slowly sheathing it. After the hilt clicked against the sheath, he shook his head with a scoff. Foolish. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke. Surprisingly, the cheers for Sasuke weren't all that much louder than the cheers had been for Naruto. Even more surprisingly, or it would be for anyone who didn't truly know Sasuke, he wasn't upset about this. As Naruto was damn near his brother, he felt the blonde deserved the acknowledgement for his victories as much as Sasuke himself did. After all, he could do almost every Sasuke kid, and yet his intelligence could only rival a brick. Huh, Naruto muttered in the stands, narrowing his eyes. What is it, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. It's strange. Sasuke won, so I'm feeling happy for him, but for some reason, I also feel a sudden urge to slug him on the mouth. Hinata giggled at that. After all, both Naruto and Sasuke had, ever since she became part of Team 7, almost always been able to sense when the other was talking about them. In fact, during one workout session, Sasuke had revealed to Hinata that he admired Naruto because he was an idiot who actually managed to succeed. 5 minutes later, Naruto had come rushing onto the training ground, having been at home before that, and punched Sasuke on the jaw, claiming that he got a sudden urge to do so. And once, Naruto had muttered something about Sasuke being a stuck-up prick who probably cheated at Janken with his Sharingan somehow while they were at Ichiraku Ramen, having lunch. A few minutes later, Sasuke had showed up and smacked Naruto on the back of the head. Hinata still didn't understand how they could sense those things. There will be a half-hour break right now, to allow the fighters to recuperate before the second round fights, Genma announced. Please wait patiently until the next match is called. Hey, here he comes, Naruto said with a grin as Sasuke came up the stairs into the spectator's box, a smirk on his face. That bit with the Isuha at the end? Freaking beautiful, man. I agree, Sasuke-kun, Hinata said, smiling softly. You moved with a very nice flow. Graceful, even, Naruto said, then struck a very fruity pose with his arms flapping slowly like wings, and his right leg extended backward as if making to leap into the air. Almost like a swan. Say what you will, I don't think swans are very graceful, Sasuke said with a shrug, which made Hinata's eyes widen. It was a well-known fact that the swan was her favorite bird. I suppose that depends on the person looking at it, she muttered, but both Naruto and Sasuke could see the small glare she was sending Sasuke's way, which was a huge step forward compared to how she was back at the academy. So, is there a reason why we're talking about freakin' swans during our break? Naruto asked, leaning back against the railing while furrowing his brow in confusion. Do you have something better to talk about? Sasuke asked, raising an eyebrow, which made Naruto hum as he tilted his head back in thought. Fingers, he said after a moment of silence, which made his teammates blink. He held up his hands to show them his fingers. Look at them. Why are they called fingers when you never see a thing? Naruto burst out laughing at his own joke, but the laughter slowly died down when he noticed that his teammates, yes, even Hinata, were looking at him like he had just stuck his finger in poo and then licked it off. Without warning, Naruto was socked on the mouth by Sasuke. Ow! Naruto whined, clutching at his mouth. What the hell, man? It was a just punishment, Sasuke hissed with narrowed eyes. I felt my own IQ drop from hearing that crap. Geez, I get it. Sasuke gets testy after a fight. Naruto muttered as he licked the inside of his lips to check for blood. Good thing your punches feel like there were 3 pillows between your fist and my face. Sasuke looked on the verge of snarling at Naruto, but it was only his pride as an Uchiha holding him back from doing so. Sasuke took a deep breath, and reminded himself that Naruto was only trying to rile him up, and he wouldn't give the blonde the satisfaction of him getting pissed. So, when this is over, what are we eating? Naruto asked, changing the subject, seeing as Sasuke wasn't going to snap at him. The Uchiha in question raised his fist for another Janken, but Naruto pointed at their other teammate. Let Hinata decide for once. Whatever you two want is fine by me. Hinata mumbled, but both Naruto and Sasuke turned to give her stern looks. Hinata, Naruto muttered, which made Hinata jump, as his tone held the promise of tougher training sessions, a usual punishment he and Sasuke had taken to threatening her with whenever she reverted to her meek, quiet self. Why yakiniku sounds good. That's a good idea. I have no objections, Naruto said, and Sasuke nodded. Same here, sounds good. The half-hour break passed kinda slowly for Team 7. Sasuke spent it by juggling kunai. Naruto sat against the railing and tried to touch his nose with his tongue. And Hinata spent it by closing her eyes and fantasizing about something. Every so often, she would smile or blush, so whatever it was must have been good. Alright, I'm thinking of something. Lavender, Naruto said when the half-hour was almost up, sitting on the railing. Sasuke was leaning against it with his left arm and right elbow, his chin resting in the palm of his right hand as he looked out at the arena. Is it Hinata's eyes again? Man, you're good at this. Naruto praised with a grin. Alright, now I'm thinking of something. Red. The Sandame's hat. Damn it, I thought for sure you'd guess Gaara's hair. Alright, the first match of the second round is about to begin. Genma announced, having flickered into view in the center of the arena. Oh, thank whatever deity is out there. Sasuke muttered in relief. Those in the crowd who had left the stadium during the break had by now returned, and were eagerly awaiting the following matches. Hyuga Hinata and Senju Naruto, you know the drill, Genma said, and both Naruto and Hinata hopped down into the arena. They walked to the center and stood across from each other, Naruto smiling and Hinata looking nervous. Genma looked them over. Alright, I hope you're both rested and ready, because the first match of the second round begins, now. Slowly, Hinata got into a Juken stance, and Naruto got into his own unorthodox fighting stance, his smile turning into a grin. Don't be nervous, Hinata, he said with the encouraging voice he always used during spars to get her to push herself to her limits and beyond. I'm really happy to be able to test myself against you. Let's make this as fun as possible, yeah? Oh okay, Naruto-kun. Hinata said softly, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. As she did, her back straightened slightly, her shoulders relaxed, and she shifted her footing slightly. Then, when her eyes snapped open, her Byakugan was activated. I'm ready. They stood stock still for a few moments. Hinata's brow furrowed. Naruto-kun? Naruto gave a small laugh. To be honest, I'm a little nervous of getting in close with you. You're dangerous in close quarter combat. But then, I really want to push you, so I'm a little torn. Please, make the first move, so I won't have to bother with thinking too much. Might blow a fuse. Hinata, to her credit, only hesitated for a second, torn between the horror at the thought of hurting Naruto, and the urge to comply with his request. The latter won out, and she charged at Naruto, who grinned wider. The grin disappeared, however, when he barely dodged the first strike, the same with the following 5 strikes. This was different from the spars. When they trained, they always pushed themselves to their limits, and even though they put on the show of doing the same during spars, they always tended to hold back a bit. Even though Naruto knew that Hinata had been doing the same, he didn't know exactly how much until this match. Naruto caught Hinata's wrist and stepped into her, his shoulder under her arm, and flipped her over him. To his great surprise, however, she landed on her feet and immediately spun around, hitting him with a Juken strike to the kidney, which made him gasp in pain, before immediately leaping away to create a bit of distance between them. Alright, so maybe going easy on her to push her to her limits was a bad idea. As it stood, Hinata and Naruto were probably equal in speed. No, it was slight, but Hinata was a bit faster than him. It showed when she closed the distance between them and attacked again. Naruto was hard-pressed to dodge and deflect the swift strikes being launched at him without pause. He just had to endure, that was the key. Let her tire herself out. He could outlast her 3 times over with ease, there was no doubt about that. But then, that would be unfair to Hinata. He deflected a double strike, and quickly put his hands in a snake seal, causing wooden poles to shoot out of the ground, heading straight for Hinata to restrain her. Hinata, however, did the smart thing and leapt back, no doubt sensing Naruto's intention of forcing her to do so. Alright, time to actually think. Beat her in a way that will let her learn to fix the weakness. Just gotta find a weakness, beyond the obvious lack of stamina, and the weakness against long-range attacks. Let's see. Naruto's eyes drifted shut, but he made sure to keep his senses up so he'd know if Hinata attacked again. Shit. Thinking about crap like this is Sasuke's department. The Juken is pretty damn flawless, flowing, powerful, devastating, and perfectly balanced. I need to. Wait. Balanced. That's it. Naruto was lucky that he came up with his solution when he did, as Hinata chose that moment to charge at him. Naruto grinned and knelt down, bringing his fist down and unleashing as much chakra as possible when he struck the dirt. The result was a punch so hard that it cracked the ground and shook it something fierce, enough to make Hinata, who was just about to attack, stumble in surprise. Now, despite this being an official match, Naruto still decided to strike Hinata as he did during spars. He had never liked so much as the thought of bruising her, but had agreed when she had said that it was important that she learn not to flinch when encountering pain in the field. Therefore, he crossed the distance between them and did a backhanded swing, planting his forearm in her stomach, which made her gasp in surprise and pain. He rolled her over his shoulder again, and this time it worked in tossing her onto her back. Confident that she had come back to her senses by now, he jumped and spun, bringing his fist down toward her. For a moment, he feared that he was wrong, but at the last second, Hinata rolled out of the way as his fist smashed into the ground. Even more surprising, she spun on her back and smashed her heel into Naruto's face with enough force to cause him to tumble across the ground a few feet. He recovered, though, shooting to his feet at the same time as Hinata. Naruto went on the offensive this time, but when he reached Hinata, he didn't attack, instead kneeling and punching the ground again, which once more shook her off balance. The Hyuga heiress was surprisingly quick to adapt to this tactic, however, and had regained her balance long before Naruto came up in an uppercut, which was easily dodged and countered with another Juken strike that hit him in the side of his ribcage with enough force to send him stumbling. "Naruto-kun," Hinata spoke up. I understand your desire to push me in this fight, but I don't want you to stick with taijutsu when you know that it has you at a disadvantage. I won't be offended if you use jutsu. Are you sure? Naruto asked, and when Hinata nodded, he started going through hand seals. Well, if you insist. Naruto finished his chain in a ram seal, and his cheeks puffed out. Then, he fired a ball of water at Hinata, who danced out of the way. Not finished, though, he fired 3 more at her. The third one was in a path where he had predicted that she would be. So, with a cry of surprise, Hinata dodged right into the ball of water, which knocked her off her feet. Gotcha, Naruto said as he flashed through hand seals again, then slammed his hands down into the ground, which started shaking as 3 wooden poles shot out of the ground and wrapped around Hinata, suspending her upside down in the air. I win, Naruto announced to Hinata, who smiled softly at him. Congratulations, Naruto-kun. Hey, you should be proud, Hinata, Naruto praised, grinning. I had to use ninjutsu to defeat you. If this had been purely taijutsu, you probably would have won. Anyway, I think you'll have to concede to have the proctor call it. You proctor? Hinata uttered, glancing to the side at Genma. I give up. Winner, Senju Naruto. Genma called out, which caused the crowd to cheer once more. Chapter end. Naruto moaned as he came up the stairs into the competitor's box, clutching at his ribs. That last strike hurt something fierce. Serves you right, Sasuke said with a smirk, passing him, as his match against Gaara was coming up. Shouldn't have gone easy on our girl like that. I just wanted to enjoy the fight as long as possible. Naruto muttered, walking up to the railing and sitting down, just as Gaara vanished in a swirl of sand, reappearing down in the arena. This turned out to be an uncomfortable position, however, so he stood up and leaned forward against the railing instead. This didn't work, either, so he straightened up and tilted his head to the side, before grunting and trying another position. Naruto-kun? Came Hinata's voice as she ascended the stairs and approached Naruto, whose eyes narrowed. He uttered in response, placing one hand against the railing with the other in his pocket, his brow furrowed as he tried to adjust himself into a comfortable position. What's wrong? It's Gaara, Naruto said, staring down at the redhead. His chakra feels vile. And he doesn't exactly look like the most stable child in daycare, so. You're worried about Sasuke-kun? Hinata asked as she walked up to stand next to him. No, I'm not worried. Sasuke is strong. Could probably wipe the floor with Gaara. Then why are you fidgeting, Naruto-kun? Naruto's eyes narrowed again. Because I don't think Gaara is as inclined to hold back as Sasuke is. He muttered, but managed to tear his gaze away from the arena floor to look around the stands, taking in everyone's expectant expressions. This is probably the match everyone was looking forward to the most. Oh, there's Kakashi-sensei. Let's go say hi. Meanwhile, down in the arena, Sasuke and Gaara were staring into each other's eyes. Sasuke hated to admit this, but Gaara had pretty intimidating eyes. It was as though he saw Sasuke as nothing but a bug to be crushed, and he had complete confidence that his power level allowed him to think as such. This made him dangerous. Besides, Sasuke had seen Gaara's power in the preliminaries. Not only did he have that sand that rose up to protect him from attacks, but he also had that second skin of sand to protect him as well. He could also control his sand with ease, and use it to crush his opponents. Sasuke would have to be an idiot to think that the sand in the gourd was the only sand Gaara could control. Scraping his foot slightly against the ground, Sasuke took in the texture and found himself gritting his teeth in annoyance. In all likelihood, the very ground was Gaara's weapon. But then, Sasuke was sure the sand techniques were Doden techniques, which meant that it was weak against lightning, Sasuke's second element, which was just perfect. Begin! Genma called, and Gaara's sand immediately shot out of his gourd, which caused Sasuke to leap back to put some distance between them. Gaara looked ready to attack, but then he suddenly clutched at his head, grunting in pain. "Don't get so angry, mother," he whispered with a crazed look on his face. "I fed you some nasty blood last night. I'm sorry, but this time, it will be delicious." Gaara flinched in pain and gave another grunt, lowering his face so that Sasuke couldn't see his face. When he raised it again, however, the crazed look was gone, and all that was left was his usual deadened look. "Come," he ordered. Sasuke didn't charge in recklessly. Instead, he took a moment to think about this. In all honesty, despite Sasuke's lightning element, Naruto would probably have been the best match for Gaara. He could easily spam clones to sneak one past the defenses, then use his monstrous strength to punch straight through the second defense. After all, if Sasuke used his latest move on Gaara, and had to punch through the sand shield, then even if he managed to hit Gaara, his arm would still be surrounded by sand. Sasuke saw what happened to Lee when he got his arm and leg trapped in Gaara's sand, after all, so he knew what it could do. If I'm going to use taijutsu, I can't slow down. In and out before he can react. If I stay too close for too long, I'm history, Sasuke thought, narrowing his eyes, which turned red as he activated his Sharingan. At least with this, I'll be able to see it coming more easily. Sasuke gave a small scoff of amusement as he pulled back his sleeves to show the weight bracelets on his wrists. "I suppose there should be no underestimating you. So, I shouldn't hold back," he said as he tapped the bracelets against each other, causing them to come loose and fall to the ground. Having long since moved on to chakra weights, courtesy of Naruto, Sasuke only needed them on his wrists to make sure he had weight on all of his body, not just his arms. So when the bracelets dropped, he felt light, which made him smirk. "Here I go," he muttered softly, before blurring out of view. Half a second later, he reappeared in front of Gaara and sent a punch at him, which was blocked by the sand, which shot up to form a shield in front of the redhead. Not deterred in the slightest, Sasuke blurred out of view again and reappeared behind Gaara, pleased to see that his speed was better than the sand's, given how his next punch connected with Gaara's cheek, lifting him off the ground. "I'm not done yet," Sasuke announced as Gaara went flying, and he blurred out of view again, reappearing underneath the airborne Gaara and kicking upwards, sending him shooting up into the air. Sasuke blurred away one more. This time, he reappeared behind Gaara in the air, a smirk on his face. In the stands, standing with Kakashi and Hinata, Naruto's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but laugh softly. "Kage Buyo? Hey, even when he's getting his ass kicked, it seems he can't resist copying moves. Let's see if I can't break through that armor of yours," Sasuke said to Gaara as he flipped him around and swung his left arm, smashing his forearm into Gaara's ribs with enough force to spin him in the other direction, at which point he swung his right arm, slamming into his other side. Sasuke repeated this move several times, finishing off with a forearm to the throat, which flung Gaara downward so he was below Sasuke, who flipped in the air once, then brought his heel down into Gaara's chest just as the redhead impacted with the ground. "Shishi Renden, Lion Combo," Sasuke proclaimed triumphantly as he saw Gaara's face crack, some chips of sand armor flying off him. Sasuke, however, wasn't fool enough to think that this attack would slow Gaara down, and therefore leapt back to catch his breath. There was something about that move that kind of drained him. Besides, it wasn't like Gaara could repair the armor in a matter of seconds, so Sasuke had time. Though if I had Naruto's strength, I could have probably finished the match with that blow. It pains me to admit this, but I don't have the chakra control necessary for such strikes. During training, yes, but in a split second in the middle of a battle? Hell no. Only Naruto and Tsunade could pull that crap off. Freakish Senju. Gaara pushed himself to his feet, panting, his deadened look long gone, to be replaced by a look of rage. What's he doing now? Sasuke thought with narrowed eyes as Gaara put his hands in a ram seal. The sand surrounding Gaara rose up to form a ball around him, an impenetrable shield. This made Sasuke's eyes widen, and he rushed forward toward the only opening in the sand, praying he'd make it in time. If he shuts himself in there, he'll be able to recuperate in peace. The opening Sasuke was aiming for with his punch was rapidly closing. Sadly, however, he wasn't fast enough. The sand was sealed just as his punch connected, and a large amount of sand spikes shot out of the ball with such speed that it was only thanks to his Sharingan that Sasuke was able to dodge them without injury, leaping back to create some distance between them again. Well, Naruto already knows I copied it, but I had been hoping to wait to show him until the finals. Sasuke said with a small smirk as an eyeball of sand was formed floating above the sand shield. But I guess you're too tough for me to go through this match without using it. Sasuke flipped backward several times, up onto the arena wall, then smirked wider as he stretched a bit. Well, let's see how this holds up in a real fight, he said to himself as he flashed through 3 seals, before gripping his right wrist with his left hand. A spark flashed in the palm of his hand, then another, until his hand was enveloped in lightning chakra, so condensed that it could be seen with the naked eye. In the stands, Naruto's eyebrows shot up. Oh, wow, Sasuke isn't exactly holding back. I guess he wasn't as inclined to do so as I thought. Naruto-kun? Hinata said, giving Naruto a quizzical look. Sasuke has pushed a whole fifth of his chakra into that single attack, Naruto explained, looking impressed. That beast should cut through anything. Sasuke, on the wall, smirked wider as his Sharingan started spinning. Then, he took off. The only thing showing where he was running was the trench his lightning-covered hand left in the wall and the ground as he charged at Gaara. The lightning in his hand gave off a chirping sound, like thousands of birds shooting toward the target. Chidori! Sasuke cried as he stabbed his hand into the sand, the corners of his mouth curving up into a triumphant smirk as his hand sank through the sand, and into something warm and wet on the other side. He could feel bone at his fingertips, but it wasn't a spine. So, his aim had been a bit off. Probably just hit him in the shoulder, or the chest puncturing a lung at best. Better than nothing, though. Gotcha, Sasuke said simply, glaring at the sand dome with his blazing Sharingan. What's this warm stuff? Came Gaara's voice from within. Mother, what did? Blood, my blood. TCH, shit. Sasuke muttered as he felt the sand tightening around his arm. He tried to pull it out, but the sand was just gripping him harder and harder. It wasn't just around his arm where the dome was. It was the entire length, all the way down to his wrist where his hand was buried in Gaara's body. Sasuke's Sharingan started spinning again as he charged even more lightning chakra into his attack, which caused the lightning to cover him all the way up to mid-bicep. Another cry of pain came from Gaara inside the dome, and Sasuke felt the sand loosen enough for him to pull his arm out. He pulled something else out with it. Some kind of demonic-looking sand arm was holding onto his own arm. He managed to escape from its grip and jumped back, gritting his teeth. Sasuke looked down at his arm to see that it was cut in several places, and was already starting to bruise. Some pressure you've got there, he muttered with a scoff. The sand dome bled away to reveal Gaara, panting and clutching at the hole Sasuke had punched in his shoulder. His eyes were wide and looked more crazed than ever. Suddenly, Sasuke saw a feather drift down in front of him. Looking around, he saw that a whole heap of feathers were falling from the sky. Genjutsu? He asked, canceling it with his Sharingan. Looking up at the stands, he saw Naruto and Hinata putting their hands in a ram seal and canceling it as well. In a blur, Naruto and Hinata had joined Sasuke down on the arena floor. This is interference, Sasuke commented offhandedly, to which Naruto gave a grin. Somehow, I don't think this genjutsu is Gaara's doing, the blonde said, looking around at all the sleeping people in the stands. Any theories? Why are you asking me? I've been a bit busy, if you hadn't noticed. A smoke bomb suddenly went off in the Hokage's box, making Team 7 go wide-eyed. They didn't have time to focus on that, however, as 4 more people blurred into view in front of them. It was Genma, Tamari, Kankuro, and the Suna Junin Baki. Naruto. Sasuke barked at his best friend, who gave him his full attention. Go check on Hokage-sama. What about you? Something's off about this freak, Sasuke said as an explosion went off in the distance. When the smoke cleared, they could see a massive 3-headed snake having been summoned outside the east wall. Evidently, this is some kind of invasion, and that snake freak is at the center of it. Judging by the smoke bomb, the Sandame is the target. You're a Senju. Protecting the will of fire is somewhat your duty, no? I'll take care of Gaara. TCH, there you go, taking charge again, Naruto mumbled. Alright, I'll leave this to you, Sasuke, Hinata. Yeah, good luck, Naruto-kun. Naruto gave both of his teammates a pat on the shoulder, then blurred out of view and reappeared on the roof in front of the cage's box, just in time for the cage's 2 bodyguards to be sliced in half by an Anbu. A captain, judging by the white robe he wore. A blur shot out of the smoke, landing on the roof of the box. It was the cage, and he was holding the Sandame from behind with a kunai at his throat. Gigi, Naruto yelled, his eyes wide in shock. 4 shapes shot out of the 4 halves of the bodyguards, to form a square formation some distance around the cage. Naruto and the 4 Anbu shot after them, but didn't have time to catch them before they all formed seals, and a purple barrier formed around the cage and Hokage. Sensing the potent chakra in the barrier, Naruto's eyes widened when he noticed that 2 of the Anbu were on a collision course. Shit, he grunted out as his hands formed a snake seal. 2 wooden poles shot out of the roof and wrapped around the Anbu, catching them before they hit the barrier, and another pole shot out for the still airborne Naruto to land on. Don't touch it, he barked at the Anbu as he hopped down to land next to the captain, while the poles set down the 2 Anbu. This barrier is superheated, you'll burn to a crisp. Thanks for the assist, Naruto-san, the captain spoke in a surprisingly calm and collected voice. But then, one could expect no different from a veteran Anbu. My expertise lies mostly in assassination techniques. I hear you're a decent censor. Any ideas? There's no way anything physical will pierce that barrier, and neither will any chakra pass through, Naruto said, analyzing the barrier. It's a 4-point barrier, so only one of the casters needs to be taken out for the whole thing to come crashing down. And since we can't pierce it, we can only rely on Hokage-sama to bring it down from the inside, the captain concluded, nodding. Shit. Naruto looked down at the arena floor, to see the trio of Suna Genin rush off, probably at the order of their sensei. He was pleased to see that Sasuke and Hinata gave chase not even a second later. When he looked back to the Hokage, he saw the cage reaching up and literally pulling his own face off like a mask, to reveal a pale, snake-like face underneath. Orochimaru. Naruto growled out through narrowed eyes. Shit, he's good. Managed to hide his chakra signature from me until now. So, in the forest, he wanted me to know where he was? They watched as Orochimaru released the Sandame and walked a few steps away from him, taking off the cage hat and robes. The Sandame removed his robes as well, to show that he was wearing battle armor underneath, an unusually serious look on his face. So, if Hokage-sama could take out just one of those 4, we could join in, the captain muttered, giving off a tisk of frustration. As if hearing him, the 4 auto ninja forming the barrier suddenly formed another one inside, protecting them from attack. Naruto gritted his teeth at that and knelt down to the roof and pressed a finger against the tiles, while his other hand formed a half-ram seal. What are you? Another Anbu asked in confusion. I'm trying to find a weak spot. Naruto muttered, putting all of his concentration into the sensing. Then, his eyes widened when he felt that it was only a thin layer of chakra connecting the bottom of the box, and not an actual barrier. He flashed through seals at an amazing speed, ending in a snake seal. Mokuton. Shimaru Budounoki no Jutsu, wood element. Strangling vines technique, he called out as the roof started rumming. Then, several wooden poles, thinner than his usual ones, burst out of the roof under the 4 auto ninja, wrapping around them and lifting them into the air. The attack broke their concentration, and the barrier faded out of view as the vine-like wood wrapped around them tightly enough to make them cry out in pain. They moved upward, wrapping around the next of the auto ninja. One of them seemed to have two heads, so he took no chances and wrapped a vine around both neck. Then, they tightened. Cracks were heard, and all four bodies went slack, their struggle ceasing. Now that the barrier was down, and the four auto ninja were down, Naruto and the four Anbu rushed over to the Sandame to stand protectively in front of him. Orochimaru, the Anbu captain, exclaimed, "You will not lay a hand on Hokage-sama." "What's this?" Orochimaru asked, a smirk on his face which was absolutely terrifying in Naruto's opinion. "Four flies have joined the fray. Unfortunately, such prey is too weak for my tastes. I'll have you disappear now. You bastard," the captain yelled out and made to charge. "Stop," the Sandame ordered. "Yura, take your team and make sure the guests are all right. Naruto, I think your skills will be put to better use pursuing Gaara." The Anbu hesitated for only a second, but then dashed off. Naruto, however, stayed right where he was. "Naruto, don't try to send me away, Gigi," Naruto said simply. "Remember, I'm a Mokuton user. Given your teachers, my techniques should be the ones you work best with, right? Although I doubt I'm at your power level, I can at the very least provide you with backup." The Sandame stared into Naruto's unflinching eyes for a moment, then sighed, a small smile on his face. "Very well," he said finally. "This may very well be my last fight. I'm happy that I will be fighting next to you." Naruto was way too proud to announce aloud just how much those words moved him. He just grinned and turned toward Orochimaru, who was simply watching them in amusement. "How touching. Well then, Sarutobi-sensei. It seems your beloved surrogate grandson gets to watch you die." "The shock's worn off," Naruto said, his fists clutching. "You won't be able to freak me out again." "We'll see," Orochimaru said with a sickening grin. His hands shot up and formed seals at a speed Naruto had trouble keeping up with, and the Sandame had already flung a shuriken at Orochimaru and was also flashing through seals. "Shuriken Cage Bunshin," the Sandame called, and Naruto watched as the one shuriken turned into 50, all of them heading straight for Orochimaru, who finished his chain of seals by clapping his hands together. "Kachiyose. Edo Tensai. Summoning. Impure World Resurrection." The Sandame's eyes widened when two coffins rose out of the roof. One had the kanji for 1 on it, and the other had the kanji for 2. "The hell?" Naruto uttered as the Sandame flashed through seals again, ending in a snake seal as the 50 shuriken impacted with the coffins, which Orochimaru used as a shield. "Gigi, what is this?" "Prepare yourself, Naruto-kun," the Sandame said in a very grave tone of voice. "You are about to meet your ancestors." Naruto trailed off as the lids of the coffins fell down to reveal who was inside. Standing in the coffin marked 1 was a man with tanned skin, despite the lack of blood in the body, and waist-length black hair combed back with two single locks framing his face. He wore all black, along with dark red armor, traditional back during the Warring States period. And standing in the coffin marked 2 was a tall, fair-skinned man with white, shaggy hair, dark-colored eyes, and 3 red markings on his face, one under each of his eyes and one on his chin. He too wore traditional shinobi armor, but this one was blue, and he also had a white fur collar that Naruto easily recognized, along with the happori on his face. "Shodai. Nidame," Naruto uttered in surprise. "It's been a long time, Saru," the Nidame spoke, his gaze drifting toward Naruto. "Oh, it's you. You've grown old, haven't you, Sarutobi?" the Shodai said, sounding, if only slightly, amused. "I would not have thought I would meet with you two brothers again in a situation like this," the Sandame muttered. "It is regrettable. Please prepare to be defeated." "Shodai-sama, Nidame-sama, it's them, isn't it?" Naruto asked, the hope he had been clinging to that this was just an elaborate genjutsu slipping away from him. "Oh, who is this, Saru?" the Nidame asked. "A copycat?" "Actually, Senju Naruto is Shodai-sama's great-great-grandson," the Sandame informed them, smiling slightly for the first time. "Quite the inheritor of your wills. I wish we could have met under different circumstances, Gigi's," Naruto said with a bow of his head. The Nidame hummed and looked behind him at Orochimaru. "Edo Tensai, huh? This youngster is the one who summoned us with a kinjutsu, huh? He's quite something. If that's so, then, Sarutobi, Naruto. I guess that would mean that we would have to fight against you," the Shodai said regretfully. How about you cease the old folks' chatter and get started, why don't you? Orochimaru said as he approached the two Hokage, raising his hands, both of which held a kunai with a tag hanging from each. No matter how much the world changes, there is always fighting, the Shodai muttered, which made Orochimaru chuckle. You like it that way, though, right? Making tools of the dead. Nothing good will come of playing with time. The Sandame scolded, narrowing his eyes at the snake freak. Meanwhile, now far from the walls of Konoha, Sasuke and Hinata were in hot pursuit of Gaara. I am a bit worried about Naruto-kun, Hinata said softly, her Byakugan activated. Don't worry about him, he can handle himself, Sasuke said reassuringly. Just focus on the task at hand, alright? We'll meet up with Naruto for yakiniku later. He gave Hinata a soft smile. Usually, one wouldn't have thought anything of it, but coming from Sasuke, who rarely smiled at anyone, this showed Hinata that the Uchiha had complete confidence in not only Naruto's ability to survive, but also their own. Hinata, steeling herself, nodded. Then, her eyes widened. Sasuke-kun, we have pursuers. Sasuke tensed up at hearing that. How many? 8 no, 9 ninja with Otogakure headbands. And there's only 2 of us. Not great for laying in ambush. Sasuke muttered, gritting his teeth. No, even then. Their commander is Orochimaru, a former Konoha ninja. Which means they know our tactics, Sasuke concluded. That Kankuro guy talked to his sensei like Gaara was an important weapon in this invasion, which means that it will most likely be difficult to fight him, his siblings, and The Auto Ninja at the same time. Divide and conquer, Hinata mumbled, to which Sasuke nodded. Yeah, we'd have to split up, one of us acting as a decoy for the Auto Ninja, while the other keeps up the pursuit. I can. Sasuke turned his head to look at Hinata, to see her giving him a small smile. Sasuke-kun, I'm sorry for being selfish, but I think Gaara would be the more difficult opponent. That's why, I can stay behind and act as a decoy. At this, Sasuke looked ahead once more, his eyes narrowing. He gave off a noise of agreement, albeit reluctantly, then turned to look at Hinata again. If you don't survive this, I'm going to drag you out of the afterlife to kill you myself, understand? Hinata gave a nervous smile and a nod, then promptly stopped on the next branch they landed on, while Sasuke kept going. She took a deep breath in an attempt to steady herself, her eyes drifting shut. No less than 3 minutes later, 8 of the Auto Ninja landed on the forest floor below, to find Hinata standing there waiting for them, her eyes with a hardened edge to them. What's this? The evident leader of the ninja uttered, sounding amused. One brat? It's the Hyuga girl we were warned about, an Auto Ninja to the leader's left said. Remember, we shouldn't play around with this team. Hinata got into a Jukin stance and glared at the ninja with her Byakugan. This is as far as you're going to go, she announced as firmly as she could, but even then it was still soft, and evidently didn't carry much weight, as the ninja just started laughing at her. Any other genin, save for maybe Sasuke and Naruto, would have been caught off guard by the 9th ninja coming down at her from behind, but not Hinata. Her Byakugan saw it, and she was sure she surprised the other ninja when she spun around and deflected the kunai aimed for her head, before swiftly delivering a Jukin strike to the man's throat. Hinata felt the bile rise in her throat when she felt the man's throat give away from her strike, which crushed it easily, but she was a ninja, and these men were enemies, so she couldn't afford to go into shock right now. You bitch! The leader exclaimed in shock, then gave a hand signal, which caused the other 7 to charge at Hinata, who steeled herself and took a deep breath as she spun to face them. Her spar with Hanabi hadn't meant much. Prodigy or not, Hanabi was still a child. And Naruto and Sasuke always held back in spars. Therefore, Hinata had doubted how much progress she had made in her training. Now, however, fighting these men, she could tell how much she had progressed, and could tell that Naruto and Sasuke had held back much less than they claimed. The strikes seemed to come at her in slow motion, and she dodged and countered with a surprising ease. Plus, this fight gave her an opportunity to test out the new move she had been working on, a combination born from her father's Kaiten, Revolving Heaven, and her training in medical ninjutsu. Jukinao, Senpu no Mesu, Heavenly Fist Art, Whirlwind Scalpels, she proclaimed as the 4 remaining ninja came at her from all around her. She started spinning with an amazing speed, but unlike the Kaiten, she didn't create a dome of chakra. Instead, she covered her hands with chakra scalpels, and became a spinning top of invisible blades, slicing into the enemy with blades so thin that the wounds weren't even visible. But their internal organs took damage, that was for sure. To the 4 attacking ninja it looked as though Hinata had just spun and hit them with karate chops. Felt like it, too. And for a moment, there was silence. Then, the 4 victims cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground, clutching at their chests. "I am impossible," the leader growled out as he clutched at his chest. What did you? "I severed several muscles around your heart, and cut off all chakra flow to it," Hinata explained, exhaling slowly, thus destroying any possibility of healing the damage. "I did so with each ninja I took down here. Of course, they aren't conscious to complain. This can't be." The leader growled out, trying to rise but failing miserably. Our intel said, "You were the weakest member of your team." "I am the weakest member," Hinata confirmed, a small smile on her face. "That's a scary thought, isn't it? Well, I'm sorry, Otto-san. I haven't yet become so jaded that I can take the life of a defenseless enemy. So, I have to leave you here." Wait. The leader grunted out, but Hinata had already jumped off. "Well then, shall we begin?" Orochimaru asked as he sank the kunai into the back of the 2 Hokage's heads. "But before that, I really must have the both of you return to your true forms." Steam started rising from the 2 walking corpses, and all signs of deterioration started vanishing. Within moments, both looked completely alive, as though they had never been dead. "They look as they did even more so now," the Sandame muttered, and Naruto glanced at him, to see him. "Hey, Gigi, you're not hesitating, are you?" "I am mortified, I admit, but I am fully prepared to do what needs to be done, Naruto-kun," the Sandame said, tensing up. "You still have a chance to go help Sasuke-kun, but I doubt you will." "I'm with you, Gigi." The Sandame grunted, then said, "Shodai-sama is a Mokuton user, as you know, and Nidame-sama is as one with Suiden Jutsu. These are the men you inherited your skill from, so you should somewhat know what you are up against. That's why you should know to stay on your guard." "Just the title, Hokage, was enough to put me on guard, Gigi," Naruto said with a shaky grin. The Sandame chuckled, then clapped his hands together. "I am attacking," he announced, then flashed through a chain of hand seals. Kaden. Karyu Enden. Fire Element. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The Sandame blew a stream of fire at the 2 Hokage that was so hot that even Naruto, standing next to him, flinched slightly. Suijin Heki, Water Element. Water Encampment Wall, came a cry from within the flames, and steam rose when the fire impacted with a wall of water that suddenly shot up around the 2 Hokage and Orochimaru. Once the fire died down, the water wall collapsed, but the Nidame was quick to form a hand seal. And call, Suijin Suiryuden, Water Element. Water Dragon Bullet. "Naruto," the Sandame called. "Way ahead of you," Naruto said, flashing through seals. Suijin Heki. Naruto spat up a large amount of water, which rose to form a shield around him and the old Hokage. The water dragon that was roaring toward them smashed into the shield, at which point Naruto switched hand seal to a ram seal and tensed up. The water in the wall started moving clockwise, like a raging river surrounding the 2, and the water dragon merged with the shield bit by bit, until the shield had doubled in size, and there was nothing left of the dragon. Naruto sighed in relief. If that had been anyone but a senju, someone whose chakra is compatible to mine, that would never have worked. "Well, Naruto-kun, now you know what you have to live up to," the Sandame said with a small smirk on his face as the Shodai clapped his hands together in a snake seal. "Look out, I know," Naruto exclaimed as both of them leapt into the air, the Sandame forming a chain of seals, before coughing up a large wad of what appeared to be dirt, which shot up into the air to form a stone wall. Mokuton Hijutsu. Jukai Kuden, Wood Element Secret Technique. Nativity of a World of Trees. The tiles below them cracked as plants sprouted from the roof, growing into trees at an alarming rate, even piercing through the stone wall the Sandame had landed on with ease. "Gigi!" The still airborne Naruto yelled as a branch started wrapping around the old man, pulling him off the wall and down to the roof, another one heading for the blonde. Naruto flashed through hand seals again, then his cheeks puffed out, and he spat out another high-pressure jet of water like in the Forest of Death, which sliced through the branch, and the branch holding the Sandame. As he fell, Naruto formed another chain of seals, slamming his hand down into the roof as he landed. Mokuton. Shinrin Yusai no Jutsu. Wood element. Forest fortress technique, he called. Wood, about 5 feet thick, shot out of the roof, forming a large building around the Sandame and himself. The Sandame grunted as he kicked the severed branch away from him, then clutched at a scratch on his shoulder. As I expected, it's troublesome to deal with both of them at once, he commented, as though this was a simple spar, and things were only a tiny bit too hard for him. This is insane, Naruto muttered, leaning back against the wall and exhaling deeply. I thought Orochimaru was strong. But these guys, did you see him form a Suiryuden with just a single handseal? The Sandame let out a as he bit his thumb, then formed a series of handseals, before pressing his hand down against the ground. Kachiyose no Jutsu. There was an explosion of smoke, and when it cleared, a monkey stood before the Sandame. Well, a man like monkey, anyway. He was tall, insanely so, standing about as tall as Jiraiya, his body and tail covered in white fur, which protruded from his sleeves and pants. He had long hair that reached down his back, along with long sideburns and a goatee. He wore black shinobi clothing with mesh armor underneath, over which he wore a sleeveless kimono shirt with white fur trimmings, and markings reminiscent of tiger stripes on it, which was held closed by a red sash. He also wore a Konoha forehead protector. Sarutobi, the monkey said, looking the old man over. It's been a long time since last you summoned me. What's the reason? And who's the Nidame-looking brat? Naruto twitched at that, but he had heard many things about the Monkey King Enma, the Sandame's summon, so he wasn't really keen on mouthing off against him, considering he'd heard that Enma's strength was near equal to Tsunade's. This is Senju Naruto. He's helping me fight Orochimaru, who has used Edo Tensei to summon Shodai-sama and Nidame-sama. Orochimaru. So it's come to this, after all. Enma muttered. You're pathetic, you know that, Sarutobi? This is all because you wouldn't kill him when you had the chance that time. That's what we're going to do from here on, Sarutobi said, unmoved by the insult. HMPH. You're a little too late. Enma. Use the Kongunyoi, adamantine staff. Despite the fact that Enma looked incredibly rebellious, there wasn't even so much as a second of hesitation before Enma exclaimed. Gotcha. Henge. Enma disappeared in a puff of smoke, to be replaced by a long, very thick staff, which flew at Sarutobi, who caught it. Alright, let's go, Naruto-kun. Why yeah, Naruto said, clapping his hands together, which caused the wooden house to sink back into the roof. I am going first, Naruto-kun. Target the airborne, Sarutobi muttered, to which Naruto nodded. Then, the old man charged. Chapter 8. As Sasuke jumped from tree to tree, he blinked suddenly when he noticed something. Looking down, he saw that his left hand was trembling slightly. What the hell, he muttered in confusion. I've been having a bad feeling for a while now, but for it to have physical symptoms. Naruto. Sasuke stopped on a branch and looked over his shoulder, back toward Konoha. This was annoying. He had given Hinata those words of comfort, but in all honesty, he was worried about Naruto. After all, an enemy that felt they were strong enough to take on the Hokage had to be some enemy. Focus, he berated himself as he jumped off again, continuing his pursuit. Just like Naruto, I have a job to do. Although, it was Sasuke who had given Naruto the order to help the Hokage. If anything happened to Naruto, he gave a burst of speed, blurring out of view when he saw his prey, to reappear in front of them, which caused the trio of Suna ninja to freeze in their tracks. Shit, Temari muttered, still badly burned from her fight with Sasuke. This is as far as you go, Sasuke said coldly. I'd really prefer it if you just gave up. I have a friend to check on, after all. But, if you'd rather this got bloody. A smirk spread on Sasuke's face as he reached back, grabbing the hilt of his sword. Temari, Kankuro said as he took off the bundle on his back and set it down, take Gaara and go ahead. Yeah, Temari said and made to jump off, only for a kunai to impact with the branch they had landed on, right in front of Temari's feet. Maybe I didn't make myself clear, Sasuke said, having used his free hand to throw the kunai. This is as far as any of you are going to go, not just the cross-dressing catboy. Kankuro twitched in anger and glared at Sasuke. Why, you little shit. Temari, regardless of the warning, leapt off, which made Sasuke grunt and prepare a jutsu, only to have to dodge a kunai thrown in his direction by Kankuro. "Tch, you made me into a liar," Sasuke muttered, glaring at Kankuro. "Guess I'll have to teach you a lesson." "No," came a monotone voice that Sasuke easily recognized, and he looked to his left to see none other than Shino standing on another branch. "I'll be his opponent." "Shino," Sasuke muttered, "why are you here?" Shino raised his hand to point at him. "Before you left the arena, I used some female bugs to spread their scent on you. The scent of the female is nearly non-existent. Only the males of the same species can trace the faint scent of such females, although the males themselves have a stronger scent. Uchiha Sasuke, you chase after Gaara. Why? Your match with him has yet to be decided." "I'll fight this one." "You're rather confident," Sasuke commented. "You think you can do it?" "Don't worry," Shino said. "I'll keep him off your back for 10 minutes. "Thanks, Shino," Sasuke said, turning around and pursuing Temari. When he finally caught up to them, he found Gaara standing, having stopped the retreat. He had apparently also sent Temari flying into a tree, judging by how she was slumped against it, half-conscious. "Yo," Sasuke said with a smirk. "You took off before our match was decided. Could it be that you're afraid of me just because I poked a little hole in your body?" Gaara grunted and hunched over, clutching at his head, a bit of drool running down his chin. When he looked up again, it looked as though the right half of his face was starting to crack. "You, who are strong. You, who have companions. You, who has an ambition. You, who are like me," he muttered, a crazed grin appearing on his face once again. "Once I kill you, I will be the one to have destroyed all of that. Only then can I survive. Only then can I feel alive." Sasuke opened his mouth to remark upon Gaara's lack of sanity, when the redhead dropped to his knees, clutching at his head once more. The Uchiha watched in shock as Gaara's right arm, along with the right half of his face, transformed into some kind of sand demon thingy or something. "Sand demon thingy or something?" Sasuke repeated, contemplating on how that description could possibly have entered his head. "Shit, I've been hanging around Naruto for too long." Sasuke activated his Sharingan, staring at Gaara intently. "This chakra, it kinda reminds me of that chakra that keeps bleeding into Naruto's system. Does that mean he's a demon container? But Naruto never goes half freak like this. The seal holding this demon probably isn't as sophisticated." Gaara suddenly flung himself at Sasuke, whose eyes widened as he drew his Chikudo, ducked under a swing, and slashed, intending to slice off the demonic right arm that had been aiming to take his head off. "Crap," Sasuke thought as the blade dug into the arm, but it was like slicing through stone. No, Sasuke could slice through stone without a problem. This was different. The sand arm was so dense that Sasuke couldn't cut through it. It was like the sand was constantly pressing together, even closing the cut around Sasuke's sword. This, coupled with the fact that Gaara's swing packed a massive amount of power, left Sasuke with two choices. Either hold on to the sword and be flung away, or let go of it. Letting go, Sasuke leapt away just as the arm smashed into the branch Sasuke had been standing on, hitting it with so much force that the pressure kept going, blasting away the trees in front of it and kicking up a massive amount of dust. "That's some monstrous strength," Sasuke thought as he hid behind a tree. "I think it may even be greater than Naruto's. One hit with that and I'm history." "Are you afraid of me, Uchiha Sasuke?" Gaara roared, sounding gleeful. "Afraid of my existence? What's the matter? Are you afraid of me? Has your fear overtaken the hatred, the killing urge? Is your reason for existence as puny as that? If you crave an answer, come and get me." The chirping of a large amount of birds approaching at an insane speed was Gaara's only warning, before a hand encased in lightning burst out of the sand covering the right side of his chest, making him cry out in what could only be described as unbearable agony. "You're too loud," Sasuke said from behind him as he slowly pulled his hand back, until it was inside Gaara's body. "I'll have my sword back now." With that, Sasuke spun and slashed to the right, slicing his hand through Gaara's arm, splitting it in two and knocking loose the sword that was still lodged in his arm. Sasuke kept spinning, his left hand lashing out and catching the sword, flipping it in his hand. Then, he completed the spin by using the momentum to give his stab extra speed as he impaled Gaara through the left side of his chest with the sword. Gaara screamed again, but surprisingly, the scream turned into maniacal laughter, which was the only warning Sasuke got, before the split arm swung back and impacted with his cheek, sending him flying and causing the sword to yank out of Gaara's body. I see. Gaara growled out with a dark chuckle as Sasuke flipped in the air and landed on another branch. So that's what it was. The reason why I'm so excited. I just got the answer. It's this pain. Defeating a man strong enough to hurt me and utterly destroying him. That's what gives me an even greater sense of existence. Bit of a psycho, aren't you? Sasuke asked as he rubbed his aching cheek. More. Gaara screamed with a maniacal laugh. I want more. Sasuke watched as more of Gaara's body transformed, a tail of sand sprouting from his tailbone. Here I come. Gaara roared as he shot towards Sasuke again, making his eyes widen. He's faster than before, Sasuke thought, dodging at the last second as Gaara tore through the branch he had been standing on. As he flew through the air, claws in his right arm shot outward and wrapped around tree branches, stretching like as they slowed the airborne Gaara down, and then they flung him back towards Sasuke, who flashed through hand seals. Kaden. Ryuka no Jutsu, he called, blowing a white-hot stream of fire at Gaara. Gaara, however, was unaffected by the fire, flying straight through it at Sasuke, who only managed to raise his arms in a block before he reached him. The blow impacting with his forearms sent Sasuke flying, grunting in pain. That blow hurt. I think I got a crack in my forearm from that blow. Sasuke thought, gritting his teeth. His back impacted with a tree incredibly hard, making him grunt again. Ow, Sasuke muttered. Maybe it would have been better if Naruto fought this freak, while I protected the Hokage? For being two dead guys, the two deceased brothers were incredibly nimble, dodging the swings from Sarutobi's staff with ease. Naruto stood back, watching the old man fight. He wanted to join in, he wanted to help, but he had never fought with Sarutobi before. They hadn't even sparred together. He'd probably just get in the way. And there he'd been talking about how he'd be better suited to fight with him. These guys were on a whole other level. Behind the fighting trio, Naruto could see Orochimaru tilting his head back and opening his mouth. A snake came out of it, opening its mouth as well and producing a long sword, which fell down and landed with the hilt in Orochimaru's hand. He charged at Sarutobi when the old man's back was turned, not seeing the attack. There was a clang as Orochimaru swung his sword, and to his surprise was blocked by a kunai, courtesy of Naruto, who had blurred into view behind the Hokage. Naruto's eyes widened, however, when the sword sliced straight through the kunai. His forearm came up and blocked the sword next, this time succeeding in doing so. You are quite inventive, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said with smirk. Not only have you managed to duplicate the secret behind Tsunadeheim's monstrous strength, but you have also managed to figure out how to use chakra to reinforce your skin. Thanks for the compliment, Naruto muttered, a shaky grin on his face. It actually hurts me to compliment a freak like you, but I have to say, it's an honor to fight ya. That must require a tremendous amount of concentration, though, Orochimaru said, still smirking. I suppose I'm right in assuming that you cannot form that chakra armor on more than your arms in the heat of battle? Naruto gave off a tch at being found out so easily. Then again, Orochimaru wasn't considered a prodigy for nothing. Naruto-kun, be careful. Sarutobi called, blocking strikes from the two Hokage. Like I wasn't already. Naruto muttered, pushing the sword away, then taking a swing at Orochimaru, who dodged. Don't give him time to counter. Naruto thought as he swung at Orochimaru again and again, pushing his speed to the limit. Don't let him take the offensive. As expected, Orochimaru thought, still smirking as he was forced to keep dodging the punches and kicks Naruto threw at him. His attacks are even more powerful than that time in the forest. If I try to block, he will surely break my arms. Naruto-kun, what a monstrous shinobi you turned out to be. Orochimaru deflected a punch and rolled along Naruto's arm, swinging his elbow into the back of Naruto's neck. Naruto grunted and stumbled forward, only to have his collar caught by Orochimaru. The snake man pulled him back and caused him to spin around to face him, at which point Orochimaru drove his knee up into Naruto's gut. Naruto didn't even have time to process how much that knee hurt before he had to raise his arms to block a swing from the sword. Tch, Naruto uttered as he leapt back, feeling the blade slicing into his arms. Didn't have time to put on the armor properly. Don't slow down, Naruto-kun, or you'll die, Orochimaru said, charging at Naruto, who ducked a nanosecond before the blade of the sword sliced through the air where his head had just been. Originally, my intention was simply kill Sarutobi-sensei. But testing your skill like this is very amusing to me. Not such a big test if you keep dodging, Naruto said, a small grin on his face. You won't really be able to gauge how much my punches hurt if you don't let him hit you. Cute, Orochimaru commented, getting on the offensive, coming at Naruto with fast slashes and kicks that were barely dodged. Shit, he's faster than me, no doubt about that. He's just toying with me right now. I can't hit him no matter how fast I attack. I need to get him to stand still. Naruto blinked when he came up with an idea. That's it. Naruto stopped rather suddenly, and grunted in pain as the sword stabbed him straight through the upper part of his chest. Naruto-kun, Sarutobi yelled out in alarm, while Orochimaru adopted a suspicious look. You didn't dodge, he commented. Naruto coughed up some blood, then grinned suddenly as his hand shot up and gripped Orochimaru's collar. Try to dodge this, he exclaimed, then swung. The punch impacted with Orochimaru with such force that it sent the snake flying through the air, the sword ripping out of Naruto's body. Orochimaru flew straight into the Shodai, but didn't stop, taking him with him as they flew into the Nidaime. The three tumbled across the roof and landed in a heap. Gotcha, Naruto muttered with a triumphant grin, clutching at the wound in his chest. Naruto-kun, Sarutobi exclaimed, rushing over. Why did you do that? Needed him to stay still. Naruto muttered. I dodged enough to avoid him hitting any vital spots. That was quite the punch, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru commented as he and the two Hokage got to their feet. Orochimaru's head was twisted 180 degrees, and was hanging down his back, his neck snapped. His body jerked, and the head snapped up back into place, at which point they saw that the skin was hanging loose from his face, and his jaw had clearly been dislocated. Orochimaru reached up and grabbed his jaw, forcing it back in place. What the hell is he? Naruto asked in shock, staring at Orochimaru with wide eyes. I will have to tell you that story later, Sarutobi said, putting his hand in a half-ram seal. Suddenly, an explosion went off on the Shodai's left leg, swiftly followed by one on the Nidaime's right. When the smoke cleared, the two dead men could be seen standing on one leg. The Shodai had his left leg and left hand blown off, and the Nidaime had his right leg and right hand blown off. Explosive tags? Naruto asked, nodding in approval. Nice. Their victory didn't last long, however, as the blown-off limbs regenerated at an alarming speed. Just as I thought, Sarutobi muttered. Something must be done about the souls that are trapped by the Edo Tensei, or it's no use, it would seem. What's the matter, Sarutobi-sensei? Orochimaru asked, sounding amused. Your breath seems to be coming rather fast, you know. There is only one jutsu that can end this, Sarutobi muttered to Naruto, clapping his hands together. Orochimaru chuckled, however, and smirked widely at Sarutobi. You've grown old, haven't you? I've never seen you strain so much. He chuckled again, which got him a glare from Sarutobi. What's so funny? It's so pitiful, you know, Orochimaru said, reaching up to his own face. Even you, the one who was hailed as the god of shinobi, cannot defeat old age. Orochimaru tore off the skin that was hanging off his face, to show another face underneath, that of a young woman, which made Naruto's eyes widen. Who the hell are you? Sarutobi demanded. Is it that much of a shock that you can't figure it out? The woman asked with a creepy chuckle. It's me. I'm Orochimaru. Sarutobi's eyes widened at that. You can't mean you already finished that kinjutsu? It's been more than 10 years since I left the village. I suffered quite a bit. You terrifying, inhuman creature, you. Sarutobi growled. One of the reasons I didn't choose you to be the Yondaime was because of your twisted ideology. I'm lost, Naruto muttered, which made Orochimaru chuckle again. It's quite simple, Naruto-kun. This immortality jutsu is a technique where you anchor your soul to this world forever. In other words, it's a reincarnation technique where you find a new body, enter it with your soul, and gain possession of it, Orochimaru said, then looked to Sarutobi. The reason why I disguised myself as my old self until now was because I thought I'd let you feel nostalgic about the past. To grow old, how destitute it must be. When I look at you, I can feel it deeply. You will die here, and I will obtain an even younger, more beautiful, stronger body. Konoha really entertains me to no end. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes at that. Then, they widened in realization. I see. Uchiha Sasuke, huh? Yes, that's exactly it, Orochimaru said with a nod. It's Sasuke-kun. What? Naruto barked, giving Orochimaru a glare. Like I'd let you take him. You have commendable spirit, Naruto-kun. I hope it lasts, Orochimaru said, smirking. A reincarnation jutsu that steals the body of another and makes the soul immortal, eh? What number face? Body, is that one, Sarutobi wanted to know. I believe it's the second one, Orochimaru said. I intend to possess Sasuke-kun after he grows up a bit more to my tastes. He gave a creepy chuckle which sent all the wrong shivers down Naruto's spine. He reached up for his face, covering it with his hand. But to have you die, cursing your fate and regretting your entire life. I suppose this face would be best. When Orochimaru removed his hand, his old face was back, and Naruto was surprised to find himself thinking that he felt more comfortable this way. It seems I'll have to kill you now and correct my past mistake, Sarutobi said, forming a very familiar hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Ha, you really have grown old, Orochimaru said with a laugh. To think you'd shorten your own lifespan out of impatience. Naruto-kun, Sarutobi said, going through a chain of 9 hand seals, please try your hardest to make sure my Kage Bunshin aren't dispelled. Why, Gigi? Naruto asked in confusion. The order of the seals, came Enma's voice from the staff that was laying forgotten on the ground. There's not mistaking it. Sarutobi's going to use that jutsu. What jutsu? Naruto barked in frustration. Sarutobi looked intrigued over his shoulder at something. Naruto had no idea what he was looking at. It was as though only the Sandaime could see it. It's already too late, Orochimaru said. No matter what you do, I've won. Konoha is going to be demolished. Konoha is my home, Sarutobi proclaimed. The Hokage is one who continues to act as the main pillar of the house, protecting it. He's the one who carries the will of fire, entrusted with it. It won't be easy for you. The Shodai went through a chain of hand seals, and then Naruto noticed how everything around him got covered in blackness. He could see nothing but himself. Genjutsu, he thought, putting his hands in a ram seal. Kai, nothing happened. That surprised Naruto, as he had never encountered a genjutsu before that he couldn't release from. What absurd nonsense, he heard Orochimaru's voice through the darkness. You're just, for a short while, one of the leaders in the history of the organization called Konoha. Even the remains of the rock portrait will eventually fade and crumble. HMPH, to me, Konoha isn't just an organization, Sarutobi retorted. Every year, there are a lot of shinobi born and raised in Konoha. They live and fight to protect the village, and to protect what's precious to them, they will go to their death. Even if we are not related by blood, the people of this village are, to me, my most precious, most important, family. In the past, Naruto had heard the Sandaime speak words like this, but never before had he been so moved by them. It was one thing to hear the old man speak of it in an office, and another to hear him speak those words in the middle of a battle, protecting the village and risking his life. Naturally, Orochimaru had to spoil it by laughing at his proclamation. Well then, I'll break you in half, the main pillar, that is, and that'll destroy the house, Konoha. Sarutobi scoffed. Even if you were to kill me, the beam won't break. I am the man who inherited the will of fire, the will of the Shodai and Nidaime Hokage. I am the Sandaime Hokage. No matter how much you target Konoha, there will be a new Hokage who'll inherit my will, and become the pillar to protect the house of Konoha. Gigi, Naruto called through the darkness. Where are you? Stay back, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru, I'll show you a special jutsu that even you don't know about. Fuin Jutsu. Shiki Fujin. Sealing technique. Dead demon consuming seal. Shiki. Naruto repeated in shock. Gigi, what are you, Naruto-kun? Please try to locate Shodai-sama and Nidaime-sama, Sarutobi ordered, which made Naruto tense up as he did as he was told, molding chakra. Shiki Fujin, that's the seal my old man used to seal the Kyuubi into my gut, isn't it? A jutsu I am unfamiliar with? Came Orochimaru's voice through the darkness. Please show it to me, this so-called jutsu. A sound reached Naruto's ear, the sound of a blade slicing through flesh and blood spattering on the ground, followed by Sarutobi grunting in pain. Gigi, Naruto-kun, just focus. What's the matter? Orochimaru asked. Do you intend to let the former Hokage kill you bit by bit as they toy with you? Please, hurry up and present this jutsu to me. TCH, this damn genjutsu. Naruto thought in frustration as he got to working on the task Sarutobi had assigned to him. The Shodai's chakra is all over the place. I can barely even sense the old man. But the Nidame. Naruto's eyes widened. Gigi. The clone to your left, 3 o'clock, he called, then focused harder. On your right, 6 o'clock. The sound of scurrying footsteps were heard, and then Sarutobi called, got you. Naruto waited for the longest few seconds of his life, then watched as the darkness bled away. He found the 2 clones of Sarutobi holding onto his predecessors. Something had happened to them, as their bodies started crumbling, and their personalities seemed to return. Sorry, Sarutobi, the Shodai muttered. We've caused you a lot of trouble, the Nidame said with a small grin. Please forgive me, Shodai-sama. Nidame-sama. The real Sarutobi requested, screwing his eyes shut. The 2 clones seemed to pull something out of the corpses, and Naruto noticed that their shirts had perfectly round holes in the chest. Fuin! The 2 clones exclaimed in unison, flinching in pain, and Naruto saw the seals appear on their chests, that seal that Naruto was so familiar with. Only their seals were different. This seal didn't have a 4-element seal around it, but instead something else. The dirt and dust that made up the Shodai and Nidame crumbled, to reveal underneath 2 teenagers, 2 of the Auto Ninja that had taken part in the Chunin exam, to be exact, Zaku and Ken. You treat even the lives of your subordinates so lightly. Sarutobi muttered. Naruto watched as tears started flowing down the old man's face. The lives of your subordinates? Orochimaru repeated with a glare. How long do you intend to keep spouting such nonsense? Come, Enma. Sarutobi called as his 2 clones puffed out of existence. The staff came soaring from the ground into his waiting hand, and Sarutobi charged. With surprising speed, Sarutobi clashed with Orochimaru and managed to knock his sword out of his hands. Enma's arms suddenly grew from the staff, heading straight for Orochimaru, but the snake freak lashed out with his hand, and a large amount of snakes shot out of his sleeve to wrap around it. Shit! Enma exclaimed as he was dropped to the ground, canceling his henge as Sarutobi rushed forward and grabbed Orochimaru. This is the end, Sarutobi exclaimed. Orochimaru's eyes widened, and he gave off a grunt of pain. Something was happening that hurt him bad, and he twitched his finger. The sword that was on the ground behind Sarutobi rose into the air, pointed at the old Hokage's back, then shot straight toward him. Die! Both Sarutobi and Orochimaru yelled at the same time. A squelching sound was heard as the sword pierced flesh. However, it hadn't hit Sarutobi. Naruto had thrown himself between the Hokage and the sword, taking it to the chest and averting it. Gah! Naruto exclaimed in pain. Throwing himself in front of it hadn't exactly allowed him to maneuver to avoid any vital spots. As such, he could feel that the sword had pierced him straight through his right lung. You brat! Orochimaru grunted out. Let the old man do his thing, you snake freak. Naruto muttered, a small grin on his face as he clutched at the sword, feeling his breath becoming labored. He could feel the blood pooling into his lung. End no interruptions. Sasuke, standing in front of Gaara with a determined look on his face, suddenly went wide-eyed as a shiver went down his spine. This feeling, he thought in shock as he looked toward Konoha. Naruto? Die! Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke looked toward Gaara in surprise, having completely forgotten about the redhead, to see him just a couple of feet away from him, his demonic right hand reaching out to grab him. Sasuke-kun. A lavender blur came from Sasuke's right, slamming into Gaara and sending him veering off course. Hinata? Sasuke uttered in surprise, seeing the Hyuga girl standing in front of him, looking fought to fight for another few hours. You took care of the tail, then? Yes, Hinata said with a nod. I'm sorry I'm late, Sasuke-kun, but I encountered Shino-kun on the way here. He had been poisoned, and I couldn't just leave him. Kankuro? Sasuke asked in alarm. Shino-kun had already defeated his enemy. I treated Shino-kun as best I could, then hurried here. Good thing you did, Sasuke admitted. I was a bit distracted. I noticed. That was sloppy of you, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke blinked at hearing that, giving Hinata an incredulous look. That was sloppy of me? He asked, sounding impressed. Wow, we have been rubbing off on you. In any other circumstance, he was sure Hinata would have giggled at that, but her Byakugan was solely focused on Gaara right now. The redhead was getting up, growling loudly, and still looking quite insane. He was transforming further. His left arm turned demonic as well, as did the rest of his face and upper body. Now, only his legs were still human. Gaara spread out his arms, and Sasuke saw bulges appearing along them, taking pointed shapes. Then, he flung his arms forward, sending a large amount of what Sasuke recognized as shuriken made of sand at them. "Hinata," Sasuke exclaimed, re-dyeing his sword. His Sharingan helped him see each shuriken headed for him, and with 3 quick slashes, all of them were sliced in half, missing him completely, while Hinata nimbly dodged those heading for her. "Hinata, stay out of this fight," Sasuke ordered, narrowing his eyes as he stared into Gaara's own. "Sasuke-kun?" Hinata uttered in surprise. "This is kind of personal for me," Sasuke said. "So please, stay on the sidelines. You've done more than your fair share today." Hinata hesitated for a few moments, but then nodded and jumped off. Now that they were alone, Sasuke closed his eyes, took a deep, steadying breath, then opened them to stare into Gaara's eyes once more. Those eyes, he thought, gritting his teeth. They're so damn familiar. Once, I saw those eyes whenever I looked into a mirror, whenever I looked at Naruto. This guy knows loneliness. If I hadn't found Naruto, would that be me? Gaara drew in a deep breath, mouths opening up all over his body, all of them inhaling as well. Then, Gaara blew out a massive amount of air and sand. Sasuke smirked at that and flashed through hand seals. "Kaden. Ryuka no Jutsu," he called, exhaling a massive stream of fire, which impacted with Gaara's attack, sucked in all the air and grew hotter, smashing straight into the redhead. Unlike the last time he tried this, the Ryuka succeeded this time in harming Gaara, who screamed in pain as he was thrown off the branch he was standing on, flying through the air and smashing into the forest floor. Sasuke leapt down and landed some distance away from Gaara, taking in his appearance. The sand armor covering Gaara had pretty much melted. He looked more like something hastily clumped together with wet sand than a demon now. "You should stay down," Sasuke urged him. "The way you fight is all wrong. There's no way you can beat me." "Shut up," Gaara roared, raising his hand to attack. "Too slow," Sasuke exclaimed as he rushed forward, his sword catching on fire. He slashed 3 times as he ran past Gaara, and once more a scream was heard from the redhead as most of his sand arms and his tail were sliced off. "See? Give up now." "No way," Gaara uttered raspily. There's just no way. There's no way I can lose." With his Sharingan, Sasuke suddenly saw Gaara's chakra supply drastically increase, and he leapt away in time for a large amount of sand to encase Gaara, making him grow and grow. Within only a few seconds, there stood a massive, demonic tanuki made of sand, with markings all over its body. "Shit," Sasuke muttered as he bit his thumb, then went through a few hand seals, before pressing his hand against the ground. "Kachiyose no Jutsu." There was an explosion of smoke, and when it cleared, Sasuke was standing on top of Nekomata, who was considerably smaller than the creature of sand. "What is, Sasuke, huh? What do you want?" Nekomata demanded, looking up at Sasuke, who just pointed at Gaara. "What? That's Shukaku." "Shukaku?" Sasuke repeated. "One of the 9 Biju, the one-tailed spirit of the sand, Shukaku," Nekomata muttered, humming. "You want my help fighting him?" "Yes. HRHM. I can't grow quite that big, but I can grow somewhat bigger." "Should help, I suppose," Nekomata said as he closed his eyes in concentration. Slowly, his body grew larger and larger, until his head was poking out over the treetops. Even then, he was only half as tall as the Shukaku. "This is as big as I can get, but it's more than enough for me. Hold on tight, Sasuke." Nekomata shot forward at an amazing speed, then leapt at Gaara, his claws growing to an insane size. He slashed, his claws digging into the sand monster's shoulder. A grunt was heard from Nekomata as he flipped over Gaara and landed hard behind him, Gaara's arm flying off and crashing into the ground. "Ho, dense kid," Nekomata commented, a grin spreading on his face. "Haven't fought anyone like this in a long time. You're an interesting summoner, brat. But I'd prefer it if you didn't call me out for things like this in the future." "You're fun," came Gaara's voice from the monster. "This is fun, Uchiha Sasuke. Bit unstable, isn't it?" Nekomata commented, chuckling softly. It's to be expected, holding the shukaku. Gaara rose from the monster's forehead, until he was buried up to the waist. Thank you for keeping me entertained so far, Gaara said as he put his hands in a ram seal. Now I'll show you the true power of the sand demon. So, that's the medium, huh? Nekomata said. He shows signs of insomnia from being possessed by shukaku. Insomnia? Sasuke asked, looking down at Nekomata, who scoffed. Do a bit of reading once in a while, brat. Those possessed by the Tanuki demon shukaku become such that they can't even have a single night of decent sleep, because of the terror. If they sleep, their personality is eaten away by shukaku, bit by bit, until they disappear. Nekomata explained, still grinning at the sight before him. Because the medium suffers from a lack of sleep, their personality tends to be unstable. While the medium's awake, shukaku's powers are suppressed. But should he fall asleep on his own, then? Nekomata didn't have time to finish, as at that point, Gaara called out, Tanuki Niri no Jutsu, feigning sleep technique. Ah, crap, Nekomata muttered, the grin vanishing from his face. Ha ha ha. The demon in front of them suddenly laughed in a decidedly shriller voice. I'm finally out. Shukaku looked around, then laid his eyes on Nekomata, whooping with glee. And here's someone I want to kill. He raised his arm as his stomach bulged. Fuuton. Rinkuden, wind element, drilling air bullet. The Shukaku slammed his hand into his stomach and fired a massive ball of compressed air at Nekomata, who leapt into the air, avoiding the attack. Damn it, Sasuke, he yelled as they flew through the air. I didn't give you the contract so you could have me fight freaking demons. I thought you'd give me easy targets, like humans. Quit complaining, Sasuke said, holding onto Nekomata's fur tightly. How many can claim to have fought a Biju and survived? Not many, Nekomata admitted as they landed, and he immediately had to dodge to the side to avoid another ball of air. Because most are smart enough to avoid fighting them. Nekomata ducked under another ball, grunting in discomfort. Now I remember why I didn't want to give my contract to anyone. Sasuke, wake up the medium and break the jutsu. Just smacking him once should do it. I'll get in close, but not for too long. I'm ready, Sasuke announced, which made Nekomata grin as he dashed forward even faster than before, dodging left and right to avoid airballs fired at him. Once he came within distance, Nekomata jumped, digging his claws into Shukaku's shoulders and flipping over him. Sasuke leapt from Nekomata's head straight at Gaara, cocking his fist back and giving him his hardest punch. Shit! Shukaku cried as Sasuke landed on his nose. I only just came out, and now, Shukaku stiffened, and his eyes went dead as Gaara's eyes opened to glare at Sasuke. I'm going to kill you. Gaara growled out. My existence will continue. Sasuke charged forward. He was slower than usual, as he felt his feet sinking into the sand demon with every step. Gaara wasn't fast enough to catch him, though, as Sasuke had reached him. Enough! Sasuke yelled as he threw another punch, this one smashing straight into Gaara's face, right between his non-existent eyebrows. Gaara's expression froze in shock, and suddenly the entire demon started cracking and crumbling. The two ninja fell through the air as the creature collapsed into sand. Gaara slammed into the ground with an audible thump, while Sasuke landed on his feet, exhaling slowly. This whole fight had been very draining, he had to admit. Sasuke, I'm heading back. Don't call me to fight demons again. Nekomata barked, before disappearing with an explosion of smoke. Sasuke drew in a deep breath, then exhaled again, before looking to Gaara, who was staring at him with wide, panicked eyes. Get away from me! Gaara exclaimed fearfully, which made Sasuke smirk. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you, Sasuke said, staring at Gaara with something akin to pity in his eyes. I kind of empathize with you. I was like you once. The loneliness is a terrible thing. It changes you, it hurts you. You feel like you would do anything to have it end. Funny thing is, I could have been like you. Sasuke smiled softly and looked up at the sky. But then, I met someone. He was like you and me. Just as alone, but he never gave up. He never gave in. I was about to let the darkness swallow me up. I was ready to live alone. But he was a proverbial light. He saved me from the hell of being alone. For that, I will do all in my power to protect him. You attacking Konoha, threatening it. His dream is my dream. His dream is to forever protect the village. So for his sake, I will destroy you if you so much as lift another finger against Konoha. Sasuke's Sharingan disappeared, and he looked back down at the shocked Gaara. Naruto didn't just help me out of the darkness. He showed me the path to becoming as strong as I can be. He once told me that when a shinobi has something important to protect, that's when his true strength comes out. I have found this to be true. Whenever I fight, my sole focus is on protecting him and my team. It makes me fight harder, and helps me win. In a blur, Temari and Kankuro landed between Gaara and Sasuke, ready to fight. You're a strong guy, Sabaku no Gaara, Sasuke said as he turned his back on the Tsunagenin, walking off. It'd be nice if you put that power to better use. I'll let you live today, but if you ever threaten Konoha again. Sasuke looked at Gaara over his shoulder, his Sharingan blazing again. I'll kill you, you bastard, Temari hissed, reaching for her fan. That's enough, Gaara muttered, which made the two look back at him. It's over. Kankuro hesitated for a moment, but then picked Gaara up, muttering, all right, before jumping off with his sister. Naruto coughed up blood as he lay on the roof, struggling to get up. This blade. Is it poisoned? He thought, gritting his teeth. I can barely move. Gigi, he uttered, looking to Sarutobi. Something was happening. Both Orochimaru and the Hokage seemed to be seeing something that Naruto couldn't see. Was it that Shinigami that Sarutobi had said would appear when using that jutsu? Could only the caster and the victim see it? Looks like, I don't have enough strength left to pull all of your soul out. Sarutobi muttered. Could you please die already? Sarutobi-sensei? Orochimaru grunted out, sweating from the pain he was going through. But, your ambitions end here. Sarutobi proclaimed, ignoring his student. They end here? Orochimaru repeated, glaring at Sarutobi. You? Orochimaru stopped speaking suddenly, flinching in pain and looking down, a bit of panic entering his eyes. Good, it's begun the separation process. Sarutobi said. My ambition will not end. You will die here. Orochimaru roared. Your ambition won't affect the village any longer. Sarutobi stated with a glare. TCH. You've grown old, Sandaime Hokage. Do you have the strength to rescue the village? Look around you. I've ordered my subordinates, the shinobi of Sanagakure and Otogakure, to come and infiltrate the village. Your Konoha shinobi will be annihilated, down to the women and children. Konoha will crumble. You should know, Orochimaru, not to take the shinobi of this village lightly. Sarutobi said confidently. Konoha's shinobi are all protecting the village. They fight with all their might. True strength is not in mastery of ninjutsu. I was never able to teach you. When they are protecting something important, that's when a shinobi's true strength appears. A boring speech. Orochimaru grunted out, which made Sarutobi smirk. This is good. I don't feel like letting you off now. For you, who is obsessed with jutsu, this is the appropriate punishment. To steal all of your jutsu. What? Naruto watched as Sarutobi gave a strained yell, evidently focusing hard on his task, and Orochimaru looked up in what was unmistakably fear. Can't be. Stop it. As though a rope between them had suddenly been cut, Sarutobi was pulled away from Orochimaru and cried, Fuin. Gigi. Naruto choked out, watching as the seal appeared on Sarutobi's chest. You won't be able to use either arm. Sarutobi mumbled weakly. You won't be able to use them because both are completely sealed. You no longer have any jutsu. Orochimaru grunted in pain as his arms started to blacken. The fear in his eyes was slowly replaced by a considerable amount of rage. You were unsuccessful in destroying Konoha, Sarutobi said, sounding pleased. You old fart. Orochimaru roared. Give me back my arms. You're foolish, Orochimaru, Sarutobi said, a small smile on his face. They've both been completely destroyed. My apprentice, we'll meet again in another world. Your light is blown out, old man. Orochimaru yelled. All my jutsu. With a pleased smile on his face, Sarutobi's eyes drifted shut, and he fell backward, mumbling, when the tree leaves dance, one shall find flames. The fire's shadow will illuminate the village, and once again, tree leaves shall bud anew. Gigi. Naruto cried, tears welling up in his eyes for the first time in ages. Gigi. Naruto-kun. Sarutobi whispered as he fell, still smiling. I leave this to you. You. Orochimaru hissed as Sarutobi hit the ground. You shitty old man. What's so funny? Sarutobi, Enma exclaimed as the snakes around him loosened. Leave this to you? Orochimaru growled as he walked up to Naruto, who glared up at him through teary eyes. He'll leave this to you, eh? I'll show him. Orochimaru raised his foot, and then stomped down. He was surprised, however, when his foot was caught by Enma, who had somewhat gotten free from the snakes. Touch the boy, he growled out, glaring up at Orochimaru. I dare you. TCH. Orochimaru gritted his teeth. Then, with a final glare at both Naruto and Sarutobi, he jumped off. Gigi. Naruto whispered, screwing his eyes shut. He couldn't bear to look at the old man anymore. To follow the path of the shinobi to the very end was something that only Sarutobi could do. Enma said, sounding proud of the old Hokage. He entrusted his will to you, Naruto. I trust you'll take good care of it. A poof was heard, and Naruto suspected that Enma had returned to wherever he came from. There was another poof, after which Naruto felt that the blade in his chest was now gone. 2 taps were heard, wood against tile, and then a voice was heard. Naruto. Jiraiya. Naruto mumbled, keeping his eyes screwed shut. The seriousness of the situation could be heard by how Naruto didn't use an insulting nickname. I couldn't do anything. Jiraiya hushed him, and Naruto felt him turning the boy over to look at his wound. Quiet, you did more than anyone could ever have expected. Now, don't talk, or you'll make it worse. More footsteps were heard, along with gasps from several people. The sounds became distorted, and Naruto fell unconscious. Chapter end. It was 2 days after the battle. The enemy had been repelled, and Konoha was victorious. Many lives were lost, however, and much damage had been done to the village. Today, in the gloomy rain, the Konoha shinobi were gathered on top of the Hokage Tower for the memorial service for the Hokage and all the other ninja who had fallen in battle. All the shinobi wore loose, black clothing today, and naturally, there wasn't a smile to be seen for miles. Hinata and Sasuke stood at the front of the group. Kakashi had been late, but only slightly, and was now standing behind them. Hinata looked around in concern. Naruto-kun isn't here, she mumbled. I thought he got out of the hospital yesterday? Is he late? He was here before anyone, Sasuke commented, which got him a strange look from Hinata. In response, he pointed upward and to the right, toward the Hokage monument. Up there, on the Sandame's head, a single figure could be seen sitting, staring down at the Hokage Tower. Why is he up there? Hinata asked. Shouldn't he be paying his respects? He is. Don't you notice? He's on the Sandame's head this time, Sasuke said, staring at the picture of the Sandame, which was surrounded by flowers. And he has a decent view of the memorial. I'm guessing he just needs to be alone. Meanwhile, up on the monument, Naruto was gazing down at the Hokage Tower with a deadened look in his eyes. He had been such a letdown during that fight. The power the 3 Hokage gave off had him so crippled. He hadn't even fought with his full skill, he'd been so afraid. He put up a brave front, but that was it. If he'd just managed to get over his fear, the old man might have lived still. Weak. Naruto's eyes widened upon hearing that, and he looked up at the top of the monument, seeing no one around. Must be my imagination, he thought, shaking his head as he looked back down at the Hokage Tower. Slowly, his eyes drifted closed, and he gave a deep sigh. I really am weak, though. When Naruto opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in what could only be described as a dimly lit sewer. The hell? He muttered, only faux flinch as a loud roar pierced the silence. Furrowing his brow, and ignoring common sense, they weren't exactly friends, Naruto headed off in the direction the roar had come from, entering a doorway in the damp corridor, to find himself staring up at a massive gate, behind which 2 blazing orange eyes could be seen staring at him. The eyes themselves were huge, easily bigger than Naruto's whole body. Kid, came a dark, guttural voice from within the cage, come closer. Naruto just raised an eyebrow at that, staring into the cage as if the occupant was insane. This made the creature within the cage chuckle. You're not as stupid as you look, the voice rumbled, leaning closer to the bars. Naruto's eyes widened when out of the shadows came the head of a massive fox with long, rabbit-like ears. The eyes were something he easily recognized. He had seen flashes of them in his dreams. Kyuubi, I thought you might be too stupid to recognize me, the fox said, and Naruto noticed that he referred to himself with washi, a word usually used by old men. I had been hoping, more like. Perhaps I would have been able to get you to come closer and let me eat you. So, this is you, the cause of all my troubles. Naruto muttered, taking a few steps closer, but still keeping his distance from the demon. It's kinda amazing. We've been together for almost 14 years now, right? Because of a 1 in a million chance, you got sealed into my gut. You've been stuck here in the darkness for almost 14 years, and I've had to endure the villagers' hatred for almost 14 years, and yet, we've never met before. You probably know my name, but I don't even know yours, despite us being so connected. You know my name, brat, the Kyuubi grumbled, glaring down at Naruto. Why don't you use it? I thought Kyuubi was the name people had just given you, Naruto admitted. I thought, maybe, you had something else you'd like to be called. That's not what I meant, brat, Kyuubi barked in annoyance. I mean, I introduced myself the second I was sealed in here. Naruto twitched at that, then glared and pointed up at the fox. You can't blame me for not remembering that. Hell, of all things, your name would be the hardest to remember of that night, and yet I don't even remember my parents' dying words. Don't blame me because you were dumb enough to introduce yourself to a brat who was so young he'd be lucky enough to have even 2 sentient thoughts to piece together. You dare raise your voice at me, you little shit? The fox roared. If these bars weren't in the way, I'd crush you like the insect you are. Now, Naruto said, waving him off, calming down in an instant. Right, sorry, I shouldn't have yelled. The Kyuubi flinched as if struck at hearing that. But, you picked a bad time to call me down here. I'm kinda bummed right now. Naruto took a deep breath, then grinned at Kyuubi and flashed him a thumbs up. Sorry, Fox, but I forgot. Let's reintroduce ourselves, yeah? I'm Senju Naruto, inheritor of the Will of Fire. Nice to meet you. The fox glared down at Naruto for what felt like the longest time. Kurama, brat, don't forget it again. Again, nice to meet you, Kurama. It's Kurama. The fox roared as it slammed its head against the bars in a rage. Haha, sorry, a little joke, Naruto laughed, waving him off again. Telling me not to forget it again was like an invitation, after all. You're too serious for your own good, you know that? Kurama growled at Naruto, who turned around and walked away, giving a chuckle. Well, I'll talk to you again soon. I'm in mourning right now, and I'd rather be alone. Stop that, you brat. Kurama growled, which made Naruto stop and turn to look at him. Don't act all chipper. I'm inside you, remember? Don't expect me to buy that behavior when I just saw you sulk. I wasn't sulking, Naruto muttered. Besides, I didn't know you could see that, and I didn't want to drag you down with me. Didn't want. You got a lot of rage in your eyes, Naruto explained, staring up at Kurama. Usually, I would have probably dragged you down and made you feel guilty, since that's how I roll, but I figured you've got enough on your plate. You're feeling responsible, Kurama commented, laying down in his cage and staring at Naruto curiously. You feel like you were too weak to do anything to help. What's this now? You know, Naruto, if you were to remove this seal, and use my full power, you would never be too weak to do anything again. I'm bummed, not stupid, Kurama, Naruto said with a snort. I'm a trickster too, remember? I'm not so easily fooled. Naruto smiled slightly at the fox. Well, I'll talk to you later when I've cheered up a bit. If I wanted conversation, I'd find someone better than you to talk to. Probably, but it's not like you have a large amount of people to choose from. Kurama grunted in agreement at that, and Naruto closed his eyes, focusing. When they snapped open again, he found himself sitting in the rain once more on top of the Hokage monument. Gritting his teeth, Naruto flashed through hand seals, finishing in a snake seal. The Hokage monument rumbled, drawing the attention of the people on the roof of the Hokage tower. Before their eyes, a massive tree grew out of the top of the monument, then another, and another, twisting together and forming a shape, merging with each other. Within moments, the tree stopped growing, showing that it had taken the shape of the Sandaime Hokage, donning his Hokage robes with his trademark pipe hanging from his mouth, which was curved up in a wide smile. The tree version of the Sandaime had its arms behind his back, a pose one had usually seen the Sandaime in. Tch, Sasuke uttered, a small smirk on his face as he looked up at the wooden Hokage. All around them, murmuring was heard as the other shinobi whispered to each other and pointed up at it. That Naruto. Talk about paying his respects. I think that tree captures Hokage Sama's personality more than the stone face. Hinata mumbled, smiling as well. You didn't have to buy me ramen to cheer me up. Naruto muttered as he sat at Ichiraku Ramen with Hinata and Sasuke, both of whom were looking at him with concern. I'm fine. Don't go bullshitting me, Sasuke said, eating his ramen with considerably less fervor than Naruto. Any idiot who's known you for more than a day can see that you're sulking. Don't you go feeling like you didn't contribute in that fight. But I didn't. I was so scared, I could barely do anything but offer some support. Naruto muttered. Well, then you contributed. Don't beat yourself up about it, Sasuke said with a shrug. But since Orochimaru bugged out as soon as the Hokage was dead, was that his only reason for coming here? No. He's made some reincarnation jutsu that allows him to transfer his soul to another body, Naruto said. He claimed that he'd found a new, younger, more beautiful body to possess. He glanced at Sasuke. Yours. He called me beautiful? Sasuke asked, narrowing his eyes in disgust. Or was that just you sugarcoating it? Nope, he said, more beautiful. Sasuke's nose scrunched up. Even if I were into older men, he's definitely not my type. Naruto grunted in agreement, and got back to eating his ramen. Then, he froze and slowly turned toward Sasuke, giving him an incredulous look. Wait, older men, don't you mean men in general? No, I'm pretty sure I meant what I said, Sasuke said, smirking at Naruto. It's never struck you as odd that I have never once so much as glanced at a woman, even though pretty much everyone is practically begging to be my girlfriend? Naruto flinched. You mean, does that bother you? Naruto shot out of his seat and pointed an accusatory finger at Sasuke. We've been in the hot springs together. Naruto, I think of you as a brother, Sasuke said with a smile. Don't worry, you're not my type. Hinata. Naruto barked, pointing at their teammate. Did you know? Hinata flinched at being the center of attention, since even Sasuke was looking at her curiously. I didn't know, she mumbled, gulping. I suspected, though. Naruto's mouth opened and closed a few times. Then, he scratched his head in frustration. This is pretty big, he muttered. Why haven't you told me this before? First of all, I haven't really been completely sure, and second of all, I thought I'd let you mature a bit before I told you. Otherwise, I'm sure you would have taken the first opportunity you found to tell a gay joke. Of course I would have, Naruto cried. It's the funniest when the jab is aimed at someone close to you. He was silent for a moment, contemplating something. Wait, does that mean that maybe homosexuality isn't infectious, Naruto? Stop being Sasuke was interrupted when Naruto grabbed his collar and smashed their lips together in a kiss, making Sasuke's eyes widen as a furious blush appeared on his face. His blush was nothing compared to Hinata's, however. Her face was burning so hot, steam could almost see rising from it. Naruto broke the kiss and leaned back, closing his eyes in thought. The hell are you doing? A blushing Sasuke barked, glaring at Naruto, who suddenly gave a triumphant grin. That did not feel right, he announced happily. Sweet, I'm not gay. With that, Naruto furiously wiped his mouth, spat 3 times on the ground, then sat back down again and went back to eating. Really, though, I'm happy that you've come to terms with it, and that you're comfortable with it. Sasuke was still blushing from the forceful kiss, and looked back to his ramen feeling a bit uncomfortable. Thanks, he muttered with a huff. I hope you have no problem with this, Hinata? Both ninja turned toward the female of the team when she didn't respond. Her face was still bright red, and she was staring at Sasuke and Naruto in complete and utter shock. Her mouth was moving slightly as though she was attempting to speak. Then, she promptly fell back, passing out. Ah, Hinata. Really, though, Sasuke said as he and Naruto walked through Konoha, having dropped Hinata off at the Hyuga compound. When the alarmed Hyuga guards asked what happened to the unconscious Hinata, an awkward Naruto had just responded with, yaoi overload. Really what? Naruto asked, chewing on a dango stick. They had stopped by Sasuke's favorite dango place for a few sticks. Any more shocking revelations? No, I'm talking about you, Sasuke said. You shouldn't blame yourself. Your opponents were the 2 first Hokage. Both of them have been labeled ninja gods by their enemies. It shouldn't be surprising that you couldn't do much to them. I've heard that the Shodai's chakra was so intense that he could create a sort of pressure that could shatter the ground beneath him. The fact that you were intimidated fighting both of them doesn't exactly label you as weak. I doubt I would have fared any better. It's not really working, Sasuke, but thanks for trying to cheer me up, Naruto muttered, rolling the dango stick from one corner of his mouth to the other. Then, he stopped and perked up. Hey, have we created any cage bunchin lately? No, Sasuke muttered. Why? I'm sensing a chakra source nearby. Two of them, actually. One has a chakra supply about as great as my own, and the other's chakra supply is greater than yours, but feels almost exactly the same. Sasuke's eyes widened at that. Almost exactly the same? What do you mean? Well, you know how I've said that when you activate your Sharingan, your chakra feels darker. Naruto asked, to which Sasuke nodded. This chakra has that darkness in it. But I thought your clan was killed? Sasuke, still wide-eyed, came to a realization. Which means that there's only one person that chakra could belong to. Meanwhile, near the outskirts of the village, two shinobi were walking along a small river. Both were wearing black cloaks with red clouds printed on them, along with straw hats. The taller of the two had a sword on his back, a massive, thick sword wrapped in bandages. The duo stopped suddenly, finding their path blocked by two Konoha Junin, Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai. It's been a long time, Asuma-san, Kurenai-san, the shorter of the two said in a rather pleasant tone of voice. So, you're a shinobi from this village, Asuma said, puffing on his cigarette. What did you come here for? The shorter of the duo lifted his straw hat slightly, revealing his eyes, both of which had a blazing Sharingan in them, which made Asuma and Kurenai go wide-eyed. No doubt about it, Asuma muttered as the shinobi removed his straw hat and unbuttoned his cloak slightly, revealing a young face with black hair, lines under his eyes, and a Konoha forehead protector with a slash through it. Uchiha Itachi. So, you're already acquainted with Itachi-san, huh? Then, I also need to introduce myself, the taller of the duo said as he removed his own straw hat, to reveal a blue-skinned man with very sharp teeth, beady eyes, and what looked like gills on his cheekbones. Hoshigaki Kisame. Nice to make your acquaintance. You're not making an acquaintances here, Asuma said with a small smirk on his face. It looks like we've got the task to take you on. Itachi-san, your home village doesn't seem to like you very much, Kisame commented. I've also heard of you, Kurenai said, staring at Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame, formerly of Kirigakure no Sato. A renegade ninja wanted by numerous countries, including the Water Country, for assassinating a feudal lord, and sabotage, as well as various other crimes. You boys are listed as S-rank criminals in the bingo book, you know, Asuma said, the smirk disappearing. Itachi, coming back to this village after what you pulled. Asuma-san, Kurenai-san, I have no wish to kill you, Itachi said. Please do not interfere with my affairs. Can't really just walk away, Asuma said. What is your purpose here? Suddenly, Kisame grabbed his sword and swung it down with enough force to crack the ground when it hit, kicking up a lot of dust. This person is quite annoying, the shark man said, a grin on his face. Shall I kill him? It does look like we can't leave the village without a fight, Itachi said, not looking away from Asuma for a second. But don't overdo it. Your style attracts too much attention. It's settled, then, Kisame said as he lifted his sword again to rest it against his shoulder. For a few moments, there was silence as everyone just stared at each other. Then, Kisame moved with incredible speed, swinging at Asuma, who drew a pair of trench knives and blocks the swing. Asuma gritted his teeth as he struggled, the sword coming lower and lower. I'm being pushed down by just the tip of his sword. What kind of monster is he? Slowly, the sword was placed against Asuma's shoulder, which made Kisame grin. The shark man pulled the sword back, making Asuma grunt in pain when he felt something tear against his shoulder, looking to see the bandages coming off the sword's tip, revealing not a blade, but a series of downward-facing scales running along the entirety of its length. My greatsword Samahata doesn't cut, it shaves. Kisame announced with a grin. Suddenly, Asuma grinned slightly, despite the pain. Kurenai, you're late. Kisame's eyes widened as it appeared as though he suddenly started sinking into the ground, but Itachi looked quite unaffected, even as roots shot up from the ground and wrapped around him, a tree forming behind him. Above the Uchiha, Kurenai came out of the tree trunk, raising a kunai. This is the end, Kurenai announced, stabbing the kunai downward. A blink was all it took, and Kurenai suddenly found that the tables had turned. All of a sudden she was the one wrapped up in roots, and before her stood Itachi, looking emotionless as usual. Genjutsu of this level have no effect on me. This is Genjutsu counter. Kurenai thought as Itachi drew a kunai. She closed her eyes and bit her own lip, drawing blood. The pain was enough to cancel the genjutsu, and she opened her eyes in time to see Itachi coming at her. She ducked, the swipe from the kunai only managing to cut a few of her hairs, but that wasn't enough. A foot came flying at her at an intense speed, and she raised her arms to block. The kick was powerful, though, and sent her flying out over the river. Kurenai, Asuma yelled, looking in her direction, which made Kisame chuckle as he raised his sword again. Not paying attention will be the end of you. The sword came swinging down just as Asuma turned to him, but he wouldn't have enough time to block. The Samahata impacted with flesh, but it wasn't Asuma's. In front of the Junin stood none other than Naruto, who had raised his arms in an X and blocked the strike. Asuma looked toward the airborne Kurenai, to see her get caught in the air by Sasuke, who set her down on the water. Sorry to steal the spotlight, Naruto said with a small grin on his face. Smelled the Uchiha, and you know how Sasuke is. If he wants something, he'll go get it. And who are you? Kisame asked, grinning as well. Powerful brat, to be able to block my Samahata like this. It's considered polite to give your own name before asking another's. Too true. Hoshigaki Kisame. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Senju Naruto. The pleasure's mine, Naruto said, nodding in Kisame's direction. Kisame's beady, bloodshot eyes widened at that. Senju Naruto, eh? The Kyuubi boy. Itachi-san, our search didn't take too long. Itachi didn't respond, however. He had locked eyes with Sasuke, who was staring back with a remarkable calm. It's been a long time, Sasuke, Itachi spoke calmly. Uchiha Itachi. Sharingan? Kisame asked, looking away from Naruto to stare at Sasuke. Who is this, Itachi-san? My little brother. I thought you killed your entire clan? Sasuke gritted his teeth when Kisame mentioned that. His fists clenched, and a look of incredible rage appeared on his face. Sasuke. Naruto barked. Hit the freaking brake. Don't rush in just because you're a little angry. Naruto seemed to be able to snap Sasuke out of his anger, because he finally broke eye contact with Itachi to give his friend a glare. A little angry. My hatred isn't just a small thing. That is a subjective, philosophical point of view, and it would be better discussed elsewhere. Hey, what an amusing pair. Kisame said, grinning widely. At least you have manners. Only when it counts, Naruto said, grinning as well. Kisame, bring the boy, Itachi ordered, walking up to the railing and climbing up on it, before jumping down onto the river. Understood. Naruto's eyes widened when he suddenly felt pain in his arms, and he pushed the sword off him, jumping back out of reach. Naruto, are you alright? Asuma asked, his eyes wide as Naruto landed next to him. Yeah, somehow, Naruto muttered, looking down at his forearms to see that the scales on the sword had sliced into them. There's something freaky about that sword. You noticed, eh? Kisame asked, sounding proud. That's right, my Samahata eats chakra. That reinforcing technique you used to solidify your arms won't work against this sword. Naruto, grateful though I am that you blocked that attack. I'm a Junin, and you're a Genin. Asuma muttered, which made Naruto grin again. You'd feel kinda pathetic if a Genin had to fight in your stead? Yeah, don't worry, Kisame spoke as he started going through hand seals. I'll target you both at once. Suikoden. Suikoden no Jutsu, water element, water shark bullet technique. Naruto flashed through seals as well as the water in the river rose and shot toward Naruto and Asuma, taking the shape of a shark. Doden. Shikyu Domu, earth element. Earth dome, he exclaimed as he knelt, pressing his hand against the ground. Around him and Asuma, the earth rose up to form a rock-hard dome around them. Naruto hummed as they heard the water shark crash against the dome. Well, he seems to be a water type. If you want to take charge in this, I don't suppose you know any earth techniques? Asuma closed his eyes and let out a HRHM as he puffed on his cigarette. Very few. I'm mostly a wind and fire type. Then, shall I? Yeah, I suppose you'll have to. Bring him down as best you can. I'll sneak attack whenever I can, and keep that sword away from you, Asuma said. Even though you have a massive amount of chakra, it'd still be a waste to have it eat it all. Hey, thanks for the consideration, Naruto said with a small grin. Suddenly, the dome was shattered, courtesy of Samahata, which smashed straight through the stone as though it was paper. Hide and seek is over, Kisame said, grinning. The grin didn't last, however, as Naruto had apparently not been as shocked as he had expected. Therefore, he didn't see it coming when Naruto flew out of the hole in the dome and nailed him with a right that sent him flying. Naruto flinched when the hit connected, however, and as he landed on the ground, his hand came up to clutch at his chest. Damn it! Kisame landed in a heap a great distance away, so Naruto had time to grunt in pain. What's wrong, Naruto? Asuma asked, climbing out of the hole in the dome. It's strange, this wound hasn't been healing properly. Naruto muttered, rubbing his chest. There was some kind of poison on Orochimaru's Kusanagi. It seems even the healing factor provided by the Kyuubi is having trouble dealing with it. I couldn't put as much power in that punch as I had wanted. Meanwhile, Sasuke was caught in another staring match with Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. Sorry to tell you, I haven't lived how you wanted me to, Sasuke said. Unlike most times when he fought people, he wasn't smirking. He was looking dead serious. Kurenai-sensei, he muttered to the Junin behind him. I'll fight this guy. Stay out of the way. Sasuke, you're just a genin. I can't. Sasuke looked over his shoulder at Kurenai, his Sharingan blazing. From what I hear, you're a genjutsu specialist, Kurenai-sensei. That's just about useless against these eyes. Besides, he muttered and turned to look back at Itachi. This river is going to spark soon. I wouldn't want you to be caught in it. Kurenai's eyes widened in realization, and she jumped off immediately. Got you! Came Sasuke's cry from behind Itachi, who perked up and jumped away just as a lightning-covered hand passed through the air he had just occupied a nanosecond earlier. The Sasuke who had been standing by Kurenai disappeared in a puff of smoke, and the real Sasuke's Chidori punched into the water. Damn, Itachi thought as he flew through the air, heading toward the electrified river. There was a puff of smoke, and when it cleared, a cage bunshin of Itachi was below him. He landed on the clone's shoulders and jumped off toward solid ground again, Sasuke deactivating his jutsu and following. Sasuke started, but stopped when he heard a roar from Kisame on the other side of the river. He turned his head to see the shark man leaping at Naruto, who seemed to be in pain, swinging his sword. Naruto. Sasuke made to jump off, but there was suddenly an explosion of smoke, and when it cleared, an armor-clad toad had appeared between Kisame and Naruto, blocking the attack. There was another explosion of smoke behind the toad. This time, the smoke revealed Jiraiya standing there, a massive grin on his face. Men shiver, ladies swoon. The great Jiraiya-sama has arrived. Sorry, Sasuke, Itachi said, making Sasuke's eyes widen at the reminder of their past together. Next time, perhaps. You too. Did you think you could just waltz out of this village without problem? Jiraiya barked, pointing at Itachi. Don't think about running now. Kisame, let's go. The duo took off, quickly followed by Asuma, Kurenai, and Jiraiya. Sasuke made to follow, but a hand on his shoulder stopped him. Wait, Naruto said, having closed the distance between them and stopped Sasuke from going after Itachi. You'd get killed if you fought him now. What? Sasuke hissed, turning to glare at him. Don't underestimate me, Naruto. You're still not past it, Naruto said calmly, not affected by Sasuke's anger. Hell, you almost snapped at the mere mention of your clan. Not only that, but Itachi is incredibly skilled. The Junin are following two cage bunshin, one using a henge to look like Kisame. What? Sasuke asked, his eyes widening. When did he? No doubt at the same time as he made a clone to spring off of. I relaxed my senses to focus on the fight with Kisame, and when I put them up again, two of Itachi were running away, even though one of them looked like Kisame. The real ones are heading in the opposite direction. None of us can compete with speed like that as we are now. But, not to mention, he has that Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto barked. It pains me to say this, but he's too strong. Relax. You'll get him next time. Naruto could feel how tense Sasuke was. Hell, Sasuke was even shivering. Then, the shivering slowly stopped, and he visibly relaxed. You're right. Next time. Besides, a fight with Itachi would bring attention, Naruto said as the two turned around and walked off. And fighting him, you'd probably want as few people joining in as possible, to avoid collateral damage, right? Chapter 9. Ah, I'm so bored. Naruto exclaimed as he lay in the grass on Team 7's training ground. Training was over for the day, and the whole team was just lounging for the moment. Sasuke, sitting with his back against a tree, smiled as he stared at the frustrated Naruto. Well, at least he's back to his normal self, and the wound seems to have healed properly as well. Hey, I sense your gaze on me, Naruto said, turning his head to glare at his friend. Stop undressing me with your eyes. Sasuke actually laughed at that. Naruto, while you are definitely handsome, I've already told you you're not my type. Sasuke called me handsome, Naruto muttered, shivering slightly. This feels wrong on so many levels. Well, at least now I know why you're aligned with the fire element. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. He knew an insult was incoming, and yet he couldn't help but ask, what do you mean? Well, you're flaming, Naruto said, sitting up and grinning at Sasuke, flashing him a thumbs up. It fits, you old queer, you. Sasuke sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. I'm going to have to endure a lot of this, aren't I? Obviously, since you're not actually offended by it. But I am offended. Stop lying. I can tell when you lie. Eh? Your skin gets this rainbow glow when you lie. Okay, Sasuke muttered, getting to his feet. Naruto, I'm actually not offended when you say things like that, but, Naruto urged, raising an eyebrow. Sasuke smirked and cracked his knuckles. But I'm still obligated to kick your ass in the name of homosexuality. Silence. That sounds pretty gay, man. Naruto yelped and jumped away as a Gukaku fired at lightning speed came hurtling toward him. Hinata. Naruto barked as he ran past his giggling teammate. Talk Sasuke down. You know, girl to girl. The next fireball was even larger than the others. You. Sasuke growled, then suddenly stopped, because Naruto had done so. The only reason Naruto would stop while being chased by a fire-spitting Sasuke would be if something serious had happened. Someone's coming, Naruto said, turning to the trees to their right. Don't recognize him. Within a few seconds, a kneeling Anbu, wearing a white coat with hood, and a mask that Naruto easily recognized. Ah, you're that captain. Naruto-san, Sasuke-san. Your presence is requested at the Hokage Tower, the captain said, which made Naruto grin as he nudged Sasuke. Notice how he said my name first. Means I'm better. Just us? Sasuke asked, ignoring Naruto. Not Team 7? Neither Hyuga Hinata nor Kakashi Senpai are being summoned. Only you two. Alright. Thanks, Captain, Naruto said with a grin, flashing him a thumbs up. The captain nodded, then blurred away again. He sounded respectful, just like the rest, Sasuke commented curiously. It was true. The few Anbu Naruto and Sasuke had encountered seemed to treat Naruto with more respect than anyone these days. Must have been because he took the duty of trying to protect the Hokage as seriously as them. So, 10 minutes later found Naruto and Sasuke stepping into the Sandame's old office. No one was sitting behind the desk, but 3 people were standing in the room. Jiraiya stood to the side, leaning against the wall with a grin on his face, and the Sandame's 2 advisors, those old people. What were their names again? Naruto, Sasuke, I'm sure you recognize Koharu and Homura, Jiraiya said, gesturing for the 2 advisors, who looked serious as always. Yeah, Naruto said, while Sasuke just nodded. Senju Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke, do you know why we called you here today? Homura asked, to which both Naruto and Sasuke shook their heads. The Sandame Hokage is dead. As such, a new Hokage needs to be chosen. Oh, well, I'm flattered, but I'm still a bit too young to, not you. Homura barked at Naruto, who flinched at the volume of the old man's voice. The person we have chosen is Tsunade of the legendary Sannin, Koharu said. Eh? Naruto uttered, furrowing his brow. I thought she hightailed it long ago? That she did. That is why Jiraiya is going to find her and bring her back. You will accompany him on this mission. It's an official mission, then? Sasuke asked, getting a nod from Koharu. Yes. This is a special A-rank mission, she said, frowning slightly. While we would have preferred a detail of Anbu accompanying him, Jiraiya has specifically requested you to. Do you accept this mission? The fact that you even have to ask shows that you don't know us at all, Sasuke commented, while Naruto grinned. Alright, time to meet the grandmother I never knew. Naruto. Homura barked. You are indoors. Lower your voice, and act like a proper shinobi. Hey, Homura-san, you're being louder than me, Naruto commented. Homura twitched, which Naruto saw as his cue to leave. Dash dot. A loud grumble echoed through the dank sewer, and a single blazing orange eye opened within the darkness behind the bars to stare at Naruto. You're back. You sound disappointed, Kurama, Naruto said with a small grin. I have nothing to say to you. So, unless you want to pull this seal off and let me eat you, you might as well leave. You're a pretty annoying guy, Fox, aren't you? Naruto quipped, raising an eyebrow, which got him a growl from Kurama. What's put you in such a crappy mood? What's put me in such a crappy mood? Kurama repeated, his other eye opening as well as he rose from his prone position to approach the bars, glaring down at Naruto. I'll tell you what's put me in such a crappy mood, you little brat. Being sealed inside an annoying, hot-tempered little tart for years, then finally getting released, only to be put under mind control, and then sealed into an even younger, more annoying brat for near 14 years. Naruto blinked. Then, he frowned at the fox. Well, that sounds like a pretty solid reason, which sucks, 'cause now I can't chew you out for it. What do you want, you little snot? Kurama grumbled. Okay, first of all, I am kind enough to use your name, so you should use mine, Naruto said, giving Kurama a glare. Second of all, I thought you might like some company before I headed out on my mission. You're pretty stupid, Naruto. Where you go, I go, Kurama deadpanned, which made Naruto laugh. Well, you're not the first person to call me stupid, so that insult doesn't really affect me as much as you probably hoped. TCH. Besides, I'm gonna be pretty busy searching for my grandmother, so I don't know if I'll have the time. So, the warden figured he'd spend the precious last few hours of free time he had checking up on his prisoner, Kurama said, grinning down at Naruto. Well, I'm touched. Ah, so that's what this is, Naruto commented, gesturing for the water he was standing in, which reached up to his knees. I thought it was just a figure of speech, but I guess I'm actually literally wading in sarcasm here. Why are you here, Naruto? Kurama asked, giving Naruto another glare. Just because we have managed to have a somewhat civilized conversation, that doesn't mean I want us to be friends. I don't want you to ride into the sunset on my head, singing songs of friendship. Easy, boy, Naruto urged, raising his hands in a placating manner. No need to get all hostile. I perfectly understand why you wouldn't want to befriend your living prison, but that doesn't mean we can't have a chat every once in a while. Like it or not, I'm all you've got. Which would you prefer, that or solitude? Kurama hummed loudly. That's a difficult question, Naruto. Could you give me a moment to think about it? Hey, that's a no-brainer. Naruto yelled, pointing at Kurama with an accusatory finger. I'm an awesome guy to be around, and you know it. A small grin appeared on Kurama's face as he muttered, that is a subjective, philosophical point of view. You really are disagreeable. Naruto muttered as he crossed his arms. I bet you've never gotten a girlfriend with that attitude. Kurama's head smashed against the bars with incredible force, enough to shake the room. I'm a giant fox, you brat. What kind of girlfriend could I ever get? Well, there are some kinky girls out there. Kurama's eyes closed, and he lay down by the bars, only one eye opening again, and even that only halfway, as he gave Naruto an interested look. You're pleasant as always, Naruto. Always know what to say to amuse people. He muttered, a small grin appearing on his face once more. That's one of the things I like about you. Oh ho, so, about you, I said. I never said I liked you. On the contrary, I damn near hate your guts. That's cold. You, who is trying to connect with me or something, should be glad to hear that, Kurama quipped with a yawn. If anything, our mutual hatred for each other is the only thing that connects us. Naruto uttered, scratching his head. But I don't hate you, Kurama. Kurama blinked at that and gave Naruto an incredulous look. I admit, there have been times when I've been really angry with you. I've cursed you and, expressed my intense desire to have you die so I could piss on your corpse, but that's just been simple anger. I've never hated you. You're as much of a victim in this as I am, I think. That's why my anger has always passed. You, Kurama muttered, raising his head to give Naruto an even more incredulous look. You really are an idiot, aren't you? What? You should hold on to your hatred, Naruto, Kurama said as he lay down again, resting his head against his front legs. It will make you strong. Just look at me. Kurama, strongest of the Biju. I am hatred incarnate. I doubt that. What was that? Well, the Hokage are Konoha's strongest, Naruto said, a small grin on his face. And I doubt they gained their strength by holding on to hatred. I think you're just saying that either because you think my being hateful will let you break out easier, or because you're incredibly bitter about something from your past. You shouldn't think too much, Brett. It'll fry that tiny brain of yours. I see we're not getting anywhere right now, Naruto said in amusement. I'll come by and talk to you as soon as I get the time. I wish you wouldn't. A crunching sound reverberated through Crater City, and Jiraiya was sent flying through the air, twin streams of blood shooting out of his nose, to impact hard with the ground. A woman's scream of fright was heard, followed by the angry yell of Senju Naruto. Hey, you old pervert. We're on a mission. There's no time to indulge your old man fantasies. Such power. Jiraiya muttered as he sat up, comical tears flowing down his face. Feels like I'm traveling with Tsunade again. And Orochimaru, if you think about it. Eh? Sasuke said, raising an eyebrow at that, as Jiraiya got back to his feet. Well, when it comes to sexual preferences, anyway. Sasuke's head snapped toward Naruto. You told him? What? No. Foolish little brat. Jiraiya exclaimed, striking a pose. I am the great super pervert Jiraiya. I am equipped with not only a sexter, but also a gaydar. Once again, Naruto's fist impacted with Jiraiya's face, knocking him to the ground once more. Stop insulting Sasuke, geezer, he barked. Comment on that shit again, see what happens. Oi, Sasuke said, blinking. You've told 6 gay jokes in less than 2 hours. That's different. We're brothers, so I'm allowed. Anyone else insults you, I snap. You brat. Jiraiya yelled as he shot to his feet, smashing his forehead against Naruto's and glaring at him. How dare you strike your beloved teacher just for a silly comment? Oh, it was easy. Insulting my best friend will give you a one-way ticket to the hospital, Arrow Master. Why are you allowed to do so, but not me? I just said that. Are you losing your hearing in your old age? Damn it, if you weren't Minato's boy, I'd still kick your ass. This was the 3rd time during this trip, which had only lasted 2 days, that Naruto and Jiraiya got into an argument like this. Surprisingly, Sasuke had stopped being affected by it, which was why he simply moved up to a nearby food stand. Hey, Asen, 1 takoyaki please. Yes, coming right up. What's my penis size have to do with anything? It's still as impressive as it was 20 years ago. Sasuke took off his forehead protector and kept his gaze firmly fixed on the takoyaki vendor, to make sure he wasn't in the least bit associated with the 2 people arguing in the middle of the street. 2 hours later found Naruto wandering alone through the town, scratching the back of his head. The trio had split up. Apparently, loan sharks and gambling dens were the targets. They needed to find information on Tsunade's whereabouts. Apparently, rumor had it that Tsunade never strayed too far out of Fire Country, so there was a good chance that someone in the neighborhood had at least heard of her. Legendary sucker. Naruto muttered into the mouthpiece wrapped around his neck. What kind of a name is that? If I had a choice between a nickname like that, and no nickname, I'd pick the second option, came Sasuke's voice in the radio. What kind of a woman is your grandmother, anyway? Jiraiya makes her sound terrible. I know, loaning money, gambling it all away, then running away from her debts? What kind of shit Hokage would she become? Funny how you're focusing on what kind of Hokage she'll be, rather than what kind of grandmother she will be to you. She has probably never seen me, and even if she had, I have no memory of ever meeting her, Naruto explained, looking around. I don't expect us to have a tearful reunion and become a loving family. Hold up, I found a place that looks interesting, Sasuke said suddenly, and Naruto stopped, a small grin on his face. What a coincidence, so let me know if you find any information. You too. Before Naruto was a house that looked completely ordinary. In fact, Naruto would have probably ignored it if it wasn't for the rugged-looking, scar-faced men who stood guard outside. Shrugging, Naruto approached them. Hold it right there, shinobi brat, one of the men guarding the door said as Naruto approached. What's your business in this place? Depends on what this place is and who's inside it, really, Naruto said. I'm guessing this is the place one goes to if they have money to spend on gambling? The 2 men were suspiciously quiet at that. Ah, so it is. Well, I need to talk to whoever runs this place. That's funny, kid, one of the guards said, a grin on his face. You think that you, clearly a ninja, can just waltz right in there and talk to the boss? Oh, you're not as stupid as you look. Naruto said, grinning as well. Yes, that's exactly what I think. How did you know? You brat. The guard growled, grabbing the hilt of the sword strapped to his waist. "Stop," another guard said, a bit more composed than his friend. "Sorry, kid, you can't come in." Naruto sighed at that. He reached up and pinched the bridge of his nose, contemplating how to go about this. Then, he gave the 4 guards a deadly serious look. "You don't understand. I'm getting in there. The only thing you can decide is how many bruises you're going to get as I do so. That's it. I'm gonna kill you, you little." The door to the gambling den was blown off its hinges, courtesy of a fleshy projectile. As it smashed into the opposite wall, kicking up a lot of dust, the gamblers and gangsters inside all froze and looked up in shock. When the dust cleared, the projectile that had smashed in the door was revealed to be one of the men guarding the door outside. His face was swollen and bruised, and he looked like he was barely clinging to his consciousness. Monster," he muttered through gritted teeth as Senju Naruto stepped through the doorway, a small grin on his face. "Yo," he said, looking to a man sitting in the back of the room, obviously the boss. "I'm looking for information, but these chumps wouldn't let me in. Hope you don't mind." Naruto walked through the group of gamblers and gangsters, not caring that he was stepping onto the tables used for their dice games as he walked straight up to the boss. The boss seemed to be doing his best to remain composed, simply sitting there with his arms crossed, but Naruto could see that his eyes were a bit widened, and perspiration was starting to break out on his face. "Well, I'm sitting down right here," Naruto said as he sat down in front of the boss, still grinning. "What do you want, boy?" the boss asked, glaring at Naruto, who reached into his kunai pouch and withdrew the photo Jiraiya had given him, showing an earlier ninja registration photo of Tsunade, a beautiful woman with straight, blonde hair that came down in shoulder-length bangs that framed her face, and brown eyes. In the middle of her forehead was a violet rhombus mark. "Has this woman stopped by here?" The boss narrowed his eyes at the picture. "Yeah, she was here a couple of weeks ago. Did you happen to overhear where she was heading?" At that question, the boss gave a small grin. Despite clearly being intimidated by Naruto, he still said, "Now, boy, that's kind of expensive information. You may have punched through my door all rude-like, but I'm still not in the business of giving anything out for free." "That's so?" Naruto muttered, leaning back and rubbing his chin. Then he snapped his fingers with a grin. "Alright, how about we play for it?" "Huh? A million Ryu," Naruto said as he looked over his shoulder, gesturing for one of the dealers to come over. The dealer picked up his cup and pair of dice, no doubt guessing that was what Naruto wanted. Naruto took the cup and the dice, tossing the cubes into the cup before handing it over to the boss. "That's if you win. If I win, the info is free." "What if I refuse?" the boss asked, which made Naruto grin wider. "Well, you're free to refuse. You can even tell me to go to hell and not give me the info. But this is a rather old building. It can be brought down with ease." "Well, you sure know how to get your way, boy, I'll give ya that," the boss said, swirling the dice in the cup. "Alright then, call it." The boss slammed the cup down on the tatami mat he was sitting on. Naruto raised his hand to his chin and thought about it. "I put my chakra on a 6 and a 2, which means the outcome should be 1 and 5. That makes it even." "Show," Naruto announced, and the boss grinned, lifting the cup. The boss's eyes widened, however, when he found the dice showing a 1 and a 5. "You may be using loaded dice, boss man, but ninja have tricks as well," Naruto said with a small grin. "So, you can either concede that my cheating was better than yours, and give me the info, or we can return to my original plan of, smashing this place to bits and moving on. Boy, if you ever get tired of boring shinobi work, you should consider coming to work for me," the boss said with a small smile. "Alright, I'll give ya the info. That unlucky Nei-san lost all her money in this place. I overheard her telling the woman who was with her that they needed to go to Tanzaku-gai and win back their losses." "Oh, thanks," Naruto said, fishing out a wad of money and dropping it on the floor in front of the boss. "Here's for repairs for the door. I won't pay the medical bills of the 4 bozos out there, but I felt I should chip in somewhere, at least." Thanks." Naruto gave the boss a wave, then walked off. As he stepped outside, he noticed that one of the idiot guards had regained consciousness, and had apparently made to enter the gambling den. The man froze, however, when he saw Naruto coming out. When Naruto turned his head to look at him, the guard flinched violently. "Aren't you supposed to be unconscious?" "Why yes," the guard muttered with a gulp. "So sorry." With that, The guard made a dramatic show of throwing himself back down on the guard, feigning unconsciousness. Sasuke, Naruto spoke into his radio, "Let's regroup and find the old pervert. I got some information on Tsunade." "Roger. That's good, because this place was a bust." Yuwa, Tanzaku guy looks amazing. Naruto said as he, Sasuke, and Jiraiya stood on a hill, looking over the town. "Very rustic, isn't it? This is a pretty famous town, too," Jiraiya said with a grin. "Most famous for Tanzaku Castle, which has stood for generations, surviving not one, but two great ninja wars." Tanzaku Castle?" Naruto asked, furrowing his brow as he looked around. "I don't see a castle." "What do you mean?" "It's right." Jiraiya trailed off as he pointed at a spot in the town. There wasn't a castle there. Instead, there was just rubble. "There. I've got a bad feeling about this," Sasuke muttered and nudged Naruto. "Hey, focus." "Huh? Oh, yeah," Naruto said and put his hand in a half-ram seal, molding chakra. "Let's see here." Suddenly, Naruto's eyes widened. Two massive chakra signatures at 2 o'clock, and two smaller ones. One of them is Orochimaru. Jiraiya's eyes widened as well, and he gave the two genin an alarmed look. "Let's go, quick as you can." With that, they disappeared in a blur. When they reached their destination, they found themselves landing in an empty street. One of the walls lining the streets had been completely smashed. "TCH, lost him." Naruto muttered. "What do you mean?" Sasuke asked. "I mean, Orochimaru is a slippery piece of shit. He's managed to conceal his chakra from even me. As did another one of the chakra signatures, probably one of his subordinates." "What of the other two signatures?" Jiraiya asked. "Can you track them?" "Of course, what do you take me for?" Naruto muttered, feeling around. "This way." He took off running, Jiraiya and Sasuke following closely. Without a doubt, the chakra signature was Tsunade's. After all, the two remaining chakra signatures were the only ones he could sense right now, and unless Tsunade was just as capable of concealing her signature as Orochimaru, it had to be her. The trio ran through the town, hopping from roof to roof as they followed Naruto's senses until they landed outside a bar? Jiraiya muttered, looking up at the sign above the door. Undoubtedly, it can't be anyone but Tsunade. As they stepped inside, they did so just in time to see a blonde, big-breasted woman with brown eyes and a violet mark on her forehead stand up in a booth in the back of the bar, calling out, "Boss." "More booze." "Tsunade!" Jiraiya yelled, making the woman go wide-eyed, along with the young, black-haired woman sitting next to her. "Jiraiya?" Tsunade said in surprise. "Why are you at a place like this?" "Ah, finally, we found you," Jiraiya muttered as he approached the booth with the two genin. Is she really 50? Naruto mumbled to Sasuke, who smirked. "Nice genjutsu, I admit. Seems today is comprised of seeing old faces." Tsunade, a drunken blush on her face, muttered as Jiraiya, Naruto, and Sasuke sat down in the booth. "Orochimaru, huh?" Jiraiya said seriously. "Did anything happen?" Naruto, and probably Sasuke too, noticed how the black-haired woman next to Tsunade gave her an urging look, and received a very dangerous stare in return. "Nothing much. Just a little greeting," Tsunade said, directing her gaze to Jiraiya. "And you too, why did you come to see me?" "Well, I suppose there were two reasons," Jiraiya said, a small grin on his face. "Konoha has issued a request for you to be the Godem Hokage." Tsunade and her friend went wide-eyed at that. "The Sandaime it was Orochimaru's work," Tsunade interrupted Jiraiya. "I heard, he told me." "And the other reason?" "Yeah, I'm getting to that. But first, I guess introductions are in order. Naruto, Sasuke, this is Tsunade, and her assistant Shizune." "Tsunade, Shizune, this is Uchiha Sasuke," Jiraiya said, patting Sasuke on the shoulder. "And, of course, Senju Naruto." Once more, Tsunade and Shizune went wide-eyed at hearing that. They were both staring at Naruto in shock. Then, Tsunade's eyes calmed again, and she looked at Jiraiya. "Don't be an idiot, Jiraiya. I'm the last member of that clan. And even if I weren't, you expect me to believe this brat is a Senju?" "The Sandaime gave Naruto that hapori and collar for a reason," Jiraiya said with a grin. "It wasn't until a couple of years ago, actually, when Naruto's Mokuton Kekkei Genkai surfaced, that we realized who he was." Turns out, that son of yours wasn't adopted by anyone outside Konoha. Once more, Tsunade's eyes widened to the size of saucers, her mouth opening slightly in surprise as she looked from Jiraiya to Naruto, a look of realization dawning on her face. You don't mean to tell me that, Minato? I know, ironic, isn't it? Jiraiya said with a boisterous laugh. Especially considering he called you a mother figure to him when we went to visit him in Kushina that time, remember? Well then, Tsunade muttered, staring down at the saucer of sake in her hand. All the more reason for me to refuse. Eh? Naruto uttered, his jaw dropping in surprise. Refuse? How the hell can anyone save for the old pervert refuse such a position? Hey, that almost sounded like an insult. Jiraiya grumbled, glancing at Naruto. That was an insult, Arrow Master. Jiraiya twitched, but nonetheless looked back to his former teammate. Tsunade, you're the only one who can become the Godem Hokage. You were the one who brought us many victories in the last great shinobi war. Not only that, but your healing techniques are unmatched. Not to mention that you're a senju. You're the most appropriate person for the position. I still refuse. Even my own son seemed to have died quickly, giving his life for the village. Life is different from money. It can't be gambled away that easily. Whoever puts it at risk so readily is a fool. She gave a humorless smile. My grandfather and the Naidame both focused too much on bringing peace to our home, more than anything else. But as a result, they just died in the middle of their dreams, like losers. You've changed a lot, Tsunade. Jiraiya muttered, warily glancing at Naruto, who was gritting his teeth in anger. I don't know what you've been thinking all this time, but you've just said all that's on your mind. Well, I'm already in my 50s. Age changes people. It's the same for Sarutobi-sensei. No wonder he died. He was too old to live in his dreams. Ah, crap, Sasuke thought, glancing at Naruto, whose fists were clenched, and Sasuke knew those fists were taking aim at Tsunade's skull. This woman is really pushing Naruto's buttons. All the wrong buttons. The title of Hokage is crap, Tsunade announced suddenly. Only an idiot would want it. Shit, Jiraiya yelled in his mind, snapping his head toward Naruto at the same time as Sasuke, whose mind was screaming, crap. Naruto flew out of his seat at the same time as Sasuke. Jiraiya wrapped his arm around Naruto's waist and tried to hold him back, while Sasuke leapt up, planting his feet onto the wall next to Tsunade's head, pressing his shoulder against Naruto's and using every muscle in his body to push him away. Calm down, Sasuke ordered, but to no avail. Naruto, calm the hell down. Fuck that shit, Naruto growled, struggling to reach Tsunade. It doesn't matter who, doesn't even matter if they're related to me. Anyone who insults any of the Hokage, I can't forgive them. I'll snap her damn neck. Tsunade stared up at Naruto for a moment, staring into his eyes in what seemed like boredom. Then, a smile appeared on her face, and she stood up. You got some guts to say that to my boy? Let's take this outside. So, within moments, Naruto and Tsunade stood opposite each other out on the street. To the side stood Jiraiya, Sasuke, and Shizune. A legendary Sannin taking on a snot-nosed genin. Tsunade muttered, sighing, I ought to be ashamed of myself. Keep talking, Granny, Naruto said, a small grin appearing on his face as he cracked his knuckles. It will just make your defeat all the more sweater. Tsunade chuckled and held up her fist, extending her index finger. One finger should be enough. Hey now, Tsunade, Jiraiya said seriously. Don't underestimate my student. He fought alongside Sarutobi-sensei against Orochimaru and the first two Hokage, you know. Tsunade's head snapped toward Jiraiya, who showed no sign of joking. Sure, use one finger, Naruto said. And watch it break. He blurred out of view, and Tsunade's eyes widened. That's not a genin speed, she thought in surprise, spinning around and leaning her head to the side to avoid an incoming punch. What power! The pressure from the punch would have knocked me off balance if I wasn't on guard. Tsunade deflected another strike, and despite her promise to only use finger, she still raised her fist, and threw a punch in return. Naruto raised his hand, and caught the punch. The punch hurt. His chakra strength was evidently nowhere near Tsunade's level, since the bones in his arm groaned, and his feet skidded back a foot across the ground. But he stood firm, at least. Tsunade's surprise lasted for only half a second, before her free hand wrapped around his wrist, and she swung him over her head and flung him through the air. Naruto grunted as he flipped in the air, flashing through hand seals. Mokuton. Mao no Shibari no Jutsu, wood element. Demon King's restraints technique, he exclaimed as he landed and slammed his palm into the ground, which started to rumble as several thick wooden poles shot out of the ground, carved with demonic faces. The poles wrapped around Tsunade, merging together to form something of a thick wooden net which was tightly wrapped around the woman. What the? Tsunade grunted, struggling against the bonds. Don't bother, Naruto said. The Mao no Shibari is even stronger than the Mokusatsu Shibari, smothering binding. The Shodai used this to restrain the Ichibi. A crack sounding as Tsunade strained against her bonds was the only warning Naruto got, before an explosion of splinters, followed by an explosion of stars flashed before his eyes, accompanied by an incredible pain erupting in his jaw. It suddenly occurred to Naruto that his feet were no longer on the ground, and he opened his eyes in time to do a backflip in order to land on his feet. You're strong to remain conscious after that punch, brat, Tsunade announced as Naruto shook his head to clear his vision, which had gone a bit fuzzy from that hit. Hey, let me ask you something. Why do you get so excited hearing the word Hokage? Unlike you, the Senju blood burns hot in my veins, Naruto said with a glare. Unlike you, I will be taking that title one day. Because being Hokage is my dream. Tsunade gasped at that, and Naruto saw his opening. He twitched toward Tsunade, but before he could do anything, Jiraiya had stepped between them. Okay, I'm calling it right here. It's late, I'm sure we're all tired. Tsunade, come have a drink with me, yeah? It's been a while, after all. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, then nodded. The old pervert looked to Shizune. Hey, Shizune, you, Naruto, and Sasuke go find a hotel to stay in for the night. Okay? Shizune stared for a moment at Jiraiya, before bowing her head with a sigh. Okay, well, Sasuke spoke as he and Shizune walked up to Naruto, while Jiraiya and Tsunade walked off. This evening has been eventful. Ah, that was tiring. Naruto muttered, leaning his head back and staring up at the sky. She put a couple of cracks in my jaw with that punch. Good thing you heal fast, eh? Sasuke said, putting a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Well, let's go. Jiraiya and Tsunade were sitting in a small liquor stand, drinking sake and eating snacks. You've become even more beautiful, the half-drunk Jiraiya said with a lecherous grin, glancing at Tsunade's sizable bust. You haven't changed a bit, Tsunade said with a small smile. You're the only person I wouldn't date. It's not like I'm interested. Jiraiya said, then muttered, after all, you're still a 50-year-old granny. What was that? Nothing, Jiraiya said hurriedly, not wanting to be on the receiving end of one of her punches. Then, he grinned slightly. Quite a surprising revelation tonight, eh? Tsunade huffed. Why weren't I told? It's not like we could find you. And even if we could, you'd made it quite clear you didn't want to come back to Konoha. And yet here you are today, revealing the existence of a grandson I didn't know I had, and also asking me to be Hokage. Naruto will make a fine Hokage one day, but he's not quite old enough to take the position, Jiraiya said. I just thought it'd be better if he had someone more suited, someone blood-related, to take the post for him to learn from and look up to. Hell, imagine if someone like Danzo became Hokage. That old warhawk's still alive? Tsunade muttered. Were you expecting otherwise? Can't say that I did. Jiraiya was quiet for a while, sipping his sake. Then, he set the saucer down and smiled slightly. Going to meet with Orochimaru, are you? The only sign of surprise Tsunade showed was a slight widening of her eyes. I could tell from Shizune's expression, Jiraiya explained. I don't know what sort of deal he offered, but don't make such a hasty decision. There's one thing I want to make clear. He sipped his drink again. The past 4 Hokage protected those who lived in Konoha. They reigned in troubled times, yet still allowed the village to have prosperity. That ideal. They bet their lives on that dream. You should understand their feelings. Therefore, if you ever do anything that betrays Konoha. Jiraiya turned his head to look at Tsunade, a dangerous expression on his face that truly showed just how powerful he was, and why he was one of the Sannin. I'll kill you. Tsunade let out a tch as she glared at Jiraiya. It has nothing to do with me. Only a murderer would show no feelings knowing people close to them are dead. You're not like that, right? Especially now that you know you have a grandson who's alive and well. You do care about the safety for those that live in the village. Because that time, stop lecturing me already. Tsunade yelled suddenly, gritting her teeth in anger. That anger was blown away quickly, however, and her eyes drooped sadly. Why did you bring along those brats? Aren't they alike, him and Nawaki? Jiraiya asked with a small smile. Well, maybe not so much anymore. Naruto sure has matured. With that hapori and collar, he kinda looks like the Naidame, doesn't he? Like Naruto said, the Senju blood boils in him. He has inherited the will of fire from Sarutobi-sensei. I guess I was hoping he'd stir up some feelings in you. And the Uchiha brat? Jiraiya chuckled at that. Ah, no real reason. It's just that they're quite a team, from what I hear, Naruto and Sasuke. Like brothers. Alone, both of them are incredible fighters. But together, I hear they're a force to be reckoned with. He's got a dumb dream, Tsunade muttered, focusing the conversation on Naruto again, which made Jiraiya grin slightly. Are you his master now? Yeah, somewhat. He's technically Kakashi's student, but I supervise his training now and then. No wonder why he thinks he can aim so high. Tsunade muttered. You should bring him down from the clouds before he's killed. Now, don't be like that. Naruto's quite the prodigy. He's inherited only the best from all his relatives. He's got his dad's guts, his looks, his genius, and he's got his mother's fiery temper. Not only that, but he's got your grandfather's Mokuton Jutsu, the Nidame's sensor skills, the powerful chakra of the Senju, and he's even developed his own version of your monster strength, which you experienced firsthand. Not only that, but he mastered the Kachiyose in a day, and the Rasengan in little over a month. Would have been quicker, if he hadn't taken so long on the second step because of some emotional troubles. That's impossible, Tsunade said, downing the rest of the sake in her glass. You make him sound like some kind of super ninja. In a way, he is. After all, he survived fighting Orochimaru and the Shodai and Naidame Hokage at the same time. Granted, Sarutobi-sensei did most of the fighting from the way the boy tells it, but… Jiraiya grinned even wider. He's got a fierce will to protect, that kid. Even took Orochimaru's Kusanagi to the chest protecting the old man. Didn't work too well, though, Tsunade quipped. Sarutobi-sensei still died. Right in front of Naruto, Jiraiya supplied. So I'd watch what I say about the old man around Naruto if I were you. TCH. By the way, I can't believe you still have that necklace, Jiraiya said, looking to the bluish-green stone hanging from her neck. I would have thought you'd already lost to gambling. Tsunade didn't say anything, just stared straight ahead. Third time's the charm, isn't that what they say? Jiraiya said. Maybe you should give it to your grandson, and watch him bring your faith back. You want me to give him this cursed thing? Tsunade asked, pointing to the necklace. Do you want him to die? On the contrary, I want him to live, Jiraiya said as he stood up. That kid will surprise you, mark my words. With that, Jiraiya walked off, stumbling slightly. Chapter end. Oh, for the love of… Stop coming here. Naruto looked up at the giant fox behind the bars. Stop being such a downer, Naruto said, walking over to one of the walls and sitting down. I just wanted some company. We don't need to speak. We don't need, Kurama muttered, narrowing his eyes suspiciously at Naruto. What's the catch? Don't talk as if a conversation with me is some sort of punishment that I'm letting you off from. Kurama grumbled, looking as though he wanted to argue that it actually was a punishment, but he seemed torn between that and enjoying peaceful silence for once. Finally, he decided on the latter, and lay down inside the cage, closing his eyes. There was silence for a good 10 minutes before Kurama finally opened an eye to glare at Naruto. You're making me uncomfortable, just sitting there. It kills me to say it, but it's strange to not have you talking. He muttered. What the hell is wrong? Nothing, really, Naruto said. I just don't enjoy the thought of being mad at my family. Tsunade bothers you? Yeah, I've heard stories of Tsunade, you know. Greatest medic nin in history, the most beautiful kunoichi in Konoha, perhaps even the world. To see her like this, a drunken, bitter has been. That sucks, but what sucks even more is hearing her talk shit about the Hokage, and the very village she once swore to protect. You want my advice? Let me guess, kill her and forget about it? Kurama's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, wow, you know me better than I thought. It wasn't exactly hard to figure out. You should heed that advice nonetheless. Thanks, but no thanks, Naruto said, rising to his feet. I'd rather be upset about my grandmother than go on a murderous rampage. TCH, you're no fun at all. You know, maybe if you weren't such an asshole, maybe people wouldn't hate you so much, Naruto commented, which got him a glare from Kurama. What do I care what people think about me? He barked angrily. Even if everyone worshipped the very ground I walked on, I still would be ashamed of myself if I wagged my tails to humans. Nobody said anything about wagging your tails, Naruto said. Just asking you to tone down your dickish personality. Naruto turned his back on Kurama and walked off. Just saying, it's not winning you any friends. Naruto's surroundings went black, and when he blinked, he found himself sitting on the bed in his and Sasuke's hotel room. Still can't get along with the guy? Sasuke asked, sitting on his own bed and watching Naruto, who shook his head. No, he's as disagreeable as ever, Naruto said with a sigh as he got up. You know what sucks? What? I think I've properly mastered all the jutsu I know. I don't really have any real training to do. All of them? Just about. Why don't you just continue your Fuinjutsu studies? You know, that would be a great idea, but that's studying. I'm talking about training. You know, pushing my body. Working up a sweat. I can help with that, Sasuke said, which made Naruto twitch. Damn it, don't make it gay, Sasuke. Not remotely what I meant. Sasuke muttered. Stop acting like just because I'm gay, I jump into bed with every man I see. But I don't know that you won't. Who knows, now that you've decided not to hide your big secret, you may have this hidden nymphomaniac side that no one knows about. Hence why I'm forever sleeping on my back from now on. Sasuke twitched. He didn't explode, however. Instead, he just quickly smirked and delivered a comeback. That just leaves your mouth open for business. Naruto opened his mouth to retort, but suddenly realized what Sasuke had said, and quickly snapped it shut again. He wanted to speak, to chew Sasuke out, but he definitely didn't want to give Sasuke any openings, figuratively and literally. Sasuke's smirk widened, knowing that he had won this. Therefore, he decided to give up the playful banter, and focused on something more serious. So, what did you think about what the old lady said? Huh? About staying here for another week, Sasuke explained. She didn't seem all that happy to see the pervert, and given her rabbity tendencies, I would have thought she'd skip town as soon as possible. Now that you mention it, you're right, Naruto muttered, rubbing his chin. Does it have something to do with Orochimaru, you think? Most likely. Can't be just coincidence. Jiraiya suspects something, too. I don't think I'd just to convince her to become Hokage that he's gone drinking with her 3 nights in a row. Naruto opened his mouth. Neither is it just to ogle her massive breasts, Sasuke said, which caused Naruto's mouth to snap shut again. Chances are, he knows something we only suspect. I don't think it's a coincidence that Orochimaru would come find Tsunade, the greatest medic nin in history, only a short while after the Sandaime Hokage ruined his arms. How did he do that, by the way? Sasuke wanted to know. Shiki Fujin. Shiki. Isn't that the seal he sealed with? Yeah, I don't know what was happening, but during the sealing, Orochimaru was looking rather panicked at something behind the old man. I couldn't see shit, and neither could Enma. But they could. The Sandaime tried to seal up all of Orochimaru, but didn't have the strength for it, so he just sealed his arms. But the Shiki Fujin, isn't that used to seal souls? Yup. Sasuke's eyes widened in realization. So, the arms of Orochimaru's very soul were sealed up? Yeah, so it's no wonder why he'd feel he needs to ask Tsunade for help. The days passed agonizingly slowly. Naruto and Sasuke spent their time training outside the town, but with no new jutsu to master, it was kind of boring, and they were only working on their existing ones to ensure their skills didn't rust. More than once, Naruto had sensed Tsunade in the vicinity, watching him, at which point he focused solely on practicing his skills with Mokuton Jutsu. Finally, the last day that Tsunade had claimed to be staying in Tanzaku-gai arrived. Evidently, Jiraiya had made no progress whatsoever in convincing her to come back to Konoha, so Naruto, muttering angrily, rose from his meditative stance on the bed. Alright, that's it, he said, huffing. I'm gonna go convince her myself. Ah, Sasuke uttered quietly, raising his hand. It was a weak attempt at stopping Naruto, but to be honest, he was starting to run out of patience as well. But someone had to be there to at least try to stop Naruto every once in a while when he tried to do something rash. Naruto stomped out of the room and down the hall, to the door to Tsunade and Shizun's room. Hey, Granny, he barked, pounding on the door. Open the hell up. There was no response. Well, Shizune had told him that Tsunade was a heavy sleeper, so. With a crash, the door was kicked in, and Naruto stomped inside, huffing. There was no Tsunade in there. However, Shizune was on the floor, not moving, which made Naruto's eyes widen. Sasuke! He yelled out as he ran up to Shizune and knelt next to her, checking her pulse. In a blur, Sasuke arrived in the room, ready for battle. What happened? Sasuke asked. No idea, Naruto muttered, slapping Shizune's cheek lightly. Hey, Shizune, wake up. Shizune groaned and started stirring, her eyes slowly opening. Then, they snapped open to the size of saucers in alarm. Oh no, she exclaimed, staring at Naruto. Naruto-kun, what day is today? Monday, of course. Naruto informed her. Anyway, where's Granny? This made Shizune go wide-eyed again. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, stay in the house. She ordered as she shot to her feet, heading for the balcony door and opening it. She made to step out, but a kunai suddenly came flying out of nowhere, embedding itself in the wall next to her head. Immediately, Naruto and Sasuke were out on the balcony, only to see Jiraiya standing leaning against the wall on the overhang, panting and sweating. Wait, Shizune. Jiraiya muttered as the trio ran up to him, helping him over to the balcony so he could sit down and lean back against the railing. Damn Tsunade. She put drugs in my sake. I can't mold chakra very well, and my whole body stings. I can't even hold chopsticks. Oh, you lame old pervert. Naruto barked, crossing his arms. You always brag about being the great toad sage Jiraiya-sama, and you go let yourself get drugged by a woman with big tits. Shut up, Jiraiya barked. In her fallen state, she's still a medical specialist. She's about the only one who can create a tasteless, odorless drug to use against other ninja. But, even though I was drunk, to get me like that. As Naruto said, you're a lame old pervert, Sasuke commented. Yeah, you. Naruto's eyes widened, and he spun around, flinging a kunai at a shape standing on another overhang connected to a building across the street. The shape in the shadows leapt away as the kunai flew through the space previously occupied by their head. That's the bastard who was with Orochimaru a week ago. Naruto exclaimed. Sasuke, we're going. Yeah, Naruto and Sasuke leapt off at an amazing speed, leaving Shizune and Jiraiya behind. Any idea who it is? Sasuke asked as they hopped from rooftop to rooftop, following the blur ahead of them. His Sharingan activated as he stared at the back of the ninja they were following. Does it feel familiar? Yeah, somewhat. Like I felt it when my senses were lax, but still memorized it, Naruto muttered. I'm seeing purple clothing over a gray tee, cloth wrapped around the waist, and purple gloves. Silver hair, kunai pouch on the left side. That's. Naruto's brow furrowed as he thought hard on it. TCH, I know that. Ah, that's Kabuto. Kabuto? Sasuke muttered. That Konoha genin? Evidently not Konoha, and definitely not genin. Yeah, no genin is this fast. As Sasuke watched their target with his Sharingan, he saw the man look over his shoulder at them, his glasses glinting in the sunlight. Yeah, glasses, Sasuke said. No doubt it's Kabuto. Hey, you recognized him by his glasses? How many other ninja with big round glasses have we met while your senses have been on half-edge? Well, there was that big fellow outside that yakiniku place. But he was big, this guy isn't, Sasuke said. So, do we take him down? You're asking me? Naruto asked in surprise. Aren't you usually the one taking the position of leader? You're my rival, Naruto. We both have the same dream. If we're gonna have an equal chance at it, you need practice as well, Sasuke said as they saw Kabuto take a right, at which point they turned sharply with the next jump as well. Naruto's eyes closed, and he held up his hand in a half-ram seal. Tsunade and Orochimaru are this way, he said, nodding in the direction they were headed. Although it would be safest to take him down now, I think we should secure Tsunade first. If Orochimaru is expecting him, and he doesn't show up, it's an unknown we can't risk. Agreed, Sasuke said, nodding. Suddenly, Kabuto picked up speed, which made Sasuke grunt. He can go even faster? What a troublesome guy. We really should go faster as well, but we shouldn't tire ourselves out before we even get there, Naruto said. It wouldn't do to have to catch our breath when we reach Tsunade, only to have to immediately get into a fight. The dot in the distance that was Kabuto suddenly dropped behind a wall, a wall blocking off sight to the very street where Naruto had first sensed Orochimaru in the town. That where they are? Sasuke asked, to which Naruto nodded. There was a massive crash, the buildings shaking as a cloud of dust rose where Kabuto had just hopped down, making Naruto and Sasuke stop in their tracks, their eyes wide. Whoa! Naruto exclaimed, gaping. That's some power. Safe to say, their meeting did not go well, Sasuke said with a smirk. Let's go, Naruto. Yeah, there was another crash, and 3 black blurs shot out of the dust cloud. Naruto immediately recognized them as Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kabuto by their chakra signatures. Some distance away from the town, Tsunade stood, breathing heavily, in front of Orochimaru and Kabuto. Around her, the ground was cracked, and craters had been formed where she had brought down her fists and heels. Tsunade seems to be running out of breath. Orochimaru said, smirking. It might be good to use it now. Kabuto nodded and reached into his kunai pouch, taking out a small pill. Although I'm not that strong with taijutsu, he muttered as he put the pill on his tongue, then swallowed it. Soldier pill? Tsunade thought as Kabuto flashed through hand seals. He held up his hands, which started glowing with chakra. Chakra scalpels. So, this child also knows medic ninjutsu. Dust flew into the air as Kabuto was seemingly sucked down into the ground. Then, no more than 2 seconds later, a hand burst out of the ground next to Tsunade's leg, grasping for it. Tsunade leapt into the air, and slammed her fist down at Kabuto, who shot out of the ground to the side, avoiding the blow, which shattered the ground. She didn't even pause, however, before she shot off toward Kabuto, who ducked in time to avoid a kick to the face which shattered a stone behind him. Seeing his opening, Kabuto shot forward and touched Tsunade's upper arm and stomach, before getting shoulder checked away by the Sannin. Tsunade grunted in pain as she dropped to her knees. I've cut your biceps and abdominal muscles, he said with an incredibly arrogant smirk. You won't be able to use your massive strength. Chakra scalpel, Tsunade muttered. Why aren't you aiming at my arteries? Certainly, with this chakra scalpel I could have severed all your muscles and arteries. However, during a fight, I can't maintain one long and precise enough to penetrate all the way. Probably why you don't have a girlfriend. Kabuto's head snapped to the left at the new voice, just in time to receive a fist to the face, which sent him flying away, skidding along the ground several feet before coming to a stop. He looked up to see, now standing in front of Tsunade, Senju Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, both of them glaring at him. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, Kabuto said, staring coldly at them. I told you I had a bad feeling about him when we first met, Naruto said, nudging Sasuke. Didn't I tell you? Sasuke sighed. Yes, you told me. Damn right I did. Naruto's grin at his victory faded as he turned his head to look at Orochimaru, his gaze turning dangerous. And there's the slimy bastard. I didn't think I'd see you again so soon, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said with a chuckle, before his eyes moved over to Sasuke. And you too, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke flinched. Mental images, he muttered as he palmed his face. Huh? Naruto looked at Sasuke in confusion. Then, it clicked, and he palmed his face as well. Oh, God, same here. Slowly, Sasuke moved his hand away from his face. Taking them both on at once, even with Orochimaru's handicap, might be a bit difficult. Let's use Kage Bunshin. Yeah, Naruto muttered. Pass on that. What? Well, it's just that. When I make so few clones, there's a chance one of them will come out. They, as Naruto referred to them as, were a couple of clones that were very different from the original. It seemed that some clones, occasionally, only got part of Naruto's personality. Sometimes, a clone could come out with a personality that was all depression, or all joy, or all anger. There was even one clone at one time that was an even bigger pervert than Jiraiya. Right, Sasuke muttered. Besides, I think we need to conserve chakra here. You're too fast, boys. Came a new voice, belonging to Jiraiya, as he landed behind them, between them and Tsunade. Following quickly was Shizune, along with her pig, Taunton. Don't rush ahead like that. You're too slow, Arrow Master, Naruto said, grinning over his shoulder at Jiraiya. Your own damn fault for letting yourself get drugged. Move. Tsunade barked suddenly, pushing Jiraiya out of the way as she rushed at Kabuto, who had a dangerous glint in his eye. There was a flash of metal, and blood spattered on the ground. Kabuto had slit his own wrist, which was bleeding heavily. The sight of the blood had frozen Tsunade in her place, and she started trembling violently. "What?" Naruto uttered in surprise. "Hemophobia?" Kabuto backhanded Tsunade, sending her flying back toward the group of Konoha ninja. "Tsunade-sama!" Shizune exclaimed, rushing forward and catching the shivering woman. "Kabuto," Orochimaru spoke suddenly. Kabuto immediately leapt over to Orochimaru's side, taking another pill out of his kunai pouch and putting it in his mouth. "Blood-stopping pill," Sasuke commented. "Good thing, too. Wouldn't want him to bleed to death from his own wound," Naruto said with a grin. "You're bleeding a lot there," Orochimaru said, glancing at Kabuto, who smirked. "Please take off the left bandage." The bandages on Orochimaru's left arm fell off, and he smirked creepily at them. "Naruto, Sasuke, you handle the guy in glasses," Jiraiya ordered. "I'll take care of Orochimaru. But first, I'd like Tsunade to do something about my body." "This effect will probably last for a few more hours," Shizune said. "As far as I know, there's no antidote, so I can't do anything about it." "No helping it, then," Jiraiya muttered with a small smile on his face. "We had to do it like this." Kabuto swiped some blood from his wrist onto a tattoo on Orochimaru's arm, while Jiraiya bit his thumb and placed some blood on his palm. "Kachiyose no jutsu," both Jiraiya and Kabuto called out after going through the necessary hand seals, pressing their palms against the ground. There were 2 explosions of smoke, and when it cleared, Orochimaru and Kabuto were seen having summoned 2 massive snakes, while Jiraiya had summoned a tiny toad. The toad, muttering a sup with a smile, looked like a truly miniature version of Gamabunta. "What the hell?" Naruto barked. "What kind of summon was that?" "Shut up, you brat. I told you, Tsunade messed with my body, and not in a good way. Let's see you do better. Watch me, you old pervert," Naruto said with a grin, raising his hand to bite his thumb. "Don't let him summon," Orochimaru ordered Kabuto as the 2 snakes lunged at the Konoha ninja, and Kabuto leapt onto the head of the other snake. "Shit!" Sasuke exclaimed, leaping out of the way, along with Jiraiya and Shizune, who grabbed Tsunade and Taunton, as the snake crashed down on top of Naruto and the toad. One of the snakes, upon which stood Orochimaru, charged off in pursuit of Jiraiya, as Sasuke landed next to Shizune and Tsunade. "TCH," he uttered. "Are you alright?" Shizune opened her mouth to respond, to tell Sasuke to worry about Naruto instead, when said blonde's voice reached her ears. "Yeah, somehow." It came from below as Naruto burst from the ground, landing next to Sasuke, holding the small toad in his arms. "As fortune would have it, I managed to burrow underground in time." "Phew." The toad sighed in relief as he looked up at Naruto. "Thanks for that, bro. I thought I was dead meat for a second there." "Yeah, no problem," Naruto said, setting him down. "Senju Naruto, by the way. Gamakichi." "Yeah, Pops told me about you," the toad said with a grin, which looked really strange considering that he didn't have any teeth. Naruto's head snapped toward Sasuke. "Hey, there are 2 of them. You got that Nineko contract, right? Make them useful. The only one big enough to contend with these guys is Nekomata, and he's still a bit pissed that I made him fight Shukaku." Sasuke muttered, which made Naruto scoff as he bit his thumb, then swiped the blood onto his palm. "Shizune, take Tsunade out of here," Naruto ordered, flashing through hand seals. Shizune picked the Sannin up and leapt away just as Naruto slammed his hand down on the ground and called, "Kachiyose no jutsu." There was another explosion of smoke. Unlike when Jiraiya performed the summoning, when the smoke cleared, it revealed that Naruto and Sasuke were standing on a very large toad, nearly the size of Gamabunta. The toad was magenta-colored with black markings on his face, arms, and legs, with horn-like protrusions on his head. He wore a black kimono with a white sash and mesh armor underneath. He also kept a massive Sakazuki-like shield strapped to his back, and a Sasamata in his hand. "So sorry to summon you like this in the middle of a battle without having even introduced myself," Naruto told the toad, whose eyes slowly turned to look at him. "You are the new summoner, Senju Naruto Dono, no?" he asked in a deep, almost raspy voice. When Naruto nodded, the toad did so as well. "No introductions needed at the moment. Well, at least not from you. I am Gamaken. Pleasure to make your acquaintance." Likewise, Gameken-san, Naruto said with a smile. Sorry, but could you help me fight that snake? He asked, pointing at the snake Kabuto was standing on. Certainly I can, though I apologize in advance. I'm a bit clumsy, Gameken said modestly. The snake suddenly lunged again, and Gameken, despite claiming to be clumsy, showed surprising agility as he leapt over the snake, flipping and stabbing his Sasamata downward. The fork on the pole weapon fit perfectly around the snake's neck, the teeth digging into the ground and holding the snake in place. Nice, Gameken-san, Naruto said with a wide grin. Now, how about finishing it off? As you wish, Gameken said as he grabbed his shield, raising it and slamming the edge down onto the skull of the snake, crushing it with remarkable ease. Unfortunately, he missed Kabuto, who leapt out of the way. Ah, damn, Naruto muttered, sighing. Was kinda hoping you'd get Kabuto as well. Many apologies. I'm kinda clumsy, you see. Don't worry about it, Ken-san, Naruto said with a grin. Hey, the old pervert can't mold chakra very well. Can you go help him with his snake? It will be my pleasure, though I might not do it well. I have faith in you, Naruto said, slapping his hand down on Gamaken's head in a pat, then looked to Sasuke. Let's go. HN. The two jumped off, while Gameken leapt toward Orochimaru's snake. Kabuto, who had just landed in front of Tsunade, ready to attack, went wide-eyed when he suddenly had to jump back to avoid a slash from Sasuke's sword. The genin had just appeared in front of him with amazing speed. He immediately charged Kabuto, undeterred by his miss, slashing over and over again, but getting blocked by a peculiar kunai that Kabuto wielded, the tip of which curved into a hook. Kabuto was gritting his teeth in frustration, looking like he was barely reacting in time. Don't take me lightly, genin, Kabuto yelled, dodging a strike and swiping at Sasuke even faster, the hook kunai tearing open Sasuke's throat, only for Sasuke to disappear in a poof of smoke. Cage Bunshin? A whistling sound was the only warning he got, before he had to dodge 3 shuriken that came flying through the smoke. Using the smoke from the Cage Bunshin to launch another attack. Not bad, Kabuto thought. You'll have to try harder than. Kabuto's eyes widened when a shadow was suddenly cast over him. He looked up in time to see a fist, courtesy of Naruto, heading straight for his face. Naruto roared as his fist smashed into Kabuto's face, slamming him into the ground and kicking up a massive amount of dust. Did you get him? Sasuke asked, standing in front of Tsunade, as Naruto landed next to him. Yeah, but not properly. The bastard softened the ground and headed under as soon as my punch connected. It hurt him, but it sure as hell didn't crush him. Been thinking about that, Sasuke said as a crash was heard, signaling that Gameken had just crushed Orochimaru's snake. What? Naruto asked curiously. Well, did he seem overly injured to you? Sasuke muttered, rubbing his chin. You got a solid hit in on him when we first arrived, and he just shook it off like it was nothing. And now, even though he softened the earth, that hit was twice as strong. It should have at least knocked him out. Now that you mention it, you're right. Naruto mumbled. You think he can somehow heal himself? Wouldn't surprise me. We'll just have to ask him ourselves. Right, but first we need to get him out of the dirt, Naruto said, flashing through hand seals. Mokuton. Chika Ryushi no Jutsu, wood element. Underground hunter's technique. The ground started to rumble, and within moments, the ground several feet in front of them burst, Kabuto shooting out of it, followed by several thick, thorny roots. He can't dodge in the air. Naruto, let's do it. Sasuke said, flashing through hand seals. Right, Naruto said with a grin, doing the same. Naruto Sasuke Kanbi Jutsu. They both announced as a wooden pole shot out of the ground, heading straight for Kabuto, taking the shape of a hand, its fingers extended and pressed together as if to deliver a spear hand strike. Sasuke finished his seal chain and reached down, grabbing the pole. Lightning ran along the entire pole up to the hand, which got covered in it, still heading straight for Kabuto. Raijin no Te, Naruto Sasuke combo technique. Hand of the Lightning God. Kabuto screamed in fear as the hand rushed toward him, slicing right through his abdomen and cutting him in half. Well, at least the combo worked. Naruto muttered with a sigh as the hand sank back into the ground, and Kabuto poofed into smoke, revealing 2 pieces of a log in his place. Naruto's sensitive ears picked up on a sound, and he looked over toward where Gameken had killed the snake, To see that Gamekin had already gone back to wherever he came from, and Jiraiya had just been sent flying through the air, courtesy of a kick from Orochimaru. Hey, he's not doing so well over there. Can you take care of Kabuto on your own? He's a slippery bastard, and although I'm confident in my own skills, I'd rather have backup when I'm fighting him, Sasuke said, and when Naruto opened his mouth, the Uchiha cut him off before he could even say a word. And I hardly even know Shizune. I doubt we could manage a proper teamwork, especially against Kabuto. Hey, you old hag. Naruto barked to the still shivering Tsunade. Naruto-kun, don't, Shizune started, but was interrupted by Naruto, who glared at Tsunade. You put the pervert in this situation, and now you have the audacity to sit there trembling at the sight of a bit of blood as he's risking his life for you? Your grandfather would be ashamed of you. Were you entrusted with the will of fire or not? That last sentence made Tsunade go wide-eyed. She looked up at Naruto in shock, but he didn't have time to say anything else. Kabuto's hands burst from the ground, trying to grab Naruto and Sasuke's ankles, but the two genin jumped to avoid them. Sasuke raised his sword and stabbed it down into the ground, getting a cry of pain from Kabuto, whose hands slipped back into the dirt again. Some distance away, he shot out of the ground and landed in a kneeling position, panting slightly. As expected, he muttered, turning his head to look at Naruto and Sasuke. It's a pain dealing with both of you at once. Kabuto stopped speaking at that, his eyes widening to the size of saucers as he looked at something over the two genin's shoulders. Both of them looked, to see that Tsunade had risen to her feet. The shaking had completely stopped. With a surprisingly calm expression, Tsunade wiped a bit of blood from her mouth and ran it down the back of her hand. Oh, crap, Kabuto muttered, his head snapping toward his master. Orochimaru-sama, the Manda. Orochimaru looked toward them, his eyes widening as well when he saw what Tsunade was doing. He blurred out of view to reappear next to Kabuto, who swiped some blood on Orochimaru's tattoo again. Over where he was, Jiraiya was also going through the process of summoning. There were 3 yells of Kachiyose no Jutsu, resulting in 3 massive explosions of smoke. As the smoke cleared, it revealed that 3 bosses had been summoned. It was Gamabunta, who Naruto easily recognized, upon whose head stood Jiraiya. Orochimaru and Kabuto stood on a massive purple snake who had 4 horn-like protrusions on his head, pointing backward. It was easily the biggest of them, maybe not when it came to the thickness of its body, but surely its length. Naruto, Sasuke, and Tsunade were standing on a massive, white and blue slug, who was just about the same size as Gamabunta. Manda and Orochimaru, Katsuyu and Tsunade. Long time no see, Gamabunta said, puffing on his pipe. Jiraiya, are you planning some sort of? Gamabunta stopped when his eyes landed on Naruto. Hey, brat, don't you have any pride as a summoner? What are you doing on Katsuyu's head? Ah, sorry. Naruto barked immediately, blurring away to reappear on Bunta's head. Well, the pervert was the one who summoned you. I was over there. That doesn't matter. Katsuyu and I may be friends, but you're still a member of the Myobokuzen family. Bunta said. As such, when I appear, you should be standing on my head. Bunta. Jiraiya muttered, scratching his head. You've never said that to me. Well, you're not blonde, Bunta defended simply. Anyway, Naruto, looks like this is gonna be a bit of a grudge match. Why don't you hop off, before you get yourself hurt? Alright, I'll make sure Gamakichi doesn't end up in the middle of it. What, Gamakichi? Bunta muttered, turning his head to look down on the ground, where the small toad was sitting on the ground, waving up. What are you doing here, Gamakichi? Who summoned you? Ah, it was the pervert, Pops. Gamakichi yelled. By the way, we got a cool new summoner. He saved my hide and knows how to kick ass. Gamabunta grumbled and looked back at Naruto. Naruto, I'm leaving him to you, then, he said, to which Naruto nodded and blurred away, reappearing next to Gamakichi, picking him up. Now that Gamakichi was safe, Bunta looked at the perverted sage on his head. Jiraiya, prepare to be punished when we meet next. Jiraiya flinched at that. Meanwhile, Tsunade glanced at Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, right? You heard the toad. It's best if you join the brat on the ground. Sasuke didn't respond. Instead, he just twirled his sword, before sheathing it and blurring away. Suddenly you accept? Naruto barked the next day, sitting in the bar where they had first found Tsunade. How in the— Well, I guess you could say it was on a whim, Tsunade said simply, a pleasant smile on her face. I suppose it's for the best that I take the position, so that someone who's inherited sensei's will can take the position. Couldn't you have made that decision a week ago? We would have already been back in Konoha. But then, Naruto, we never would have found out if Combo 38 truly worked in real combat, Sasuke remarked, which made Naruto blink. Oh, that's true, I suppose. But still, I haven't really had any new jutsu to work on, so it's mostly been boring as hell. You're a whiny brat, aren't you? Tsunade muttered. Can't believe you're my grandson. Give me a break. Most of my days for years now have been spent either training or going on missions. Taking a break like this is just annoying, Naruto said, then stood up. Well then, since it's decided, let's head back immediately. Wait, Naruto, Tsunade said, standing up as well as Naruto started marching for the exit. Take off your happori. Eh? Give it, Tsunade said as she walked up to Naruto, holding out her hand. Naruto stared suspiciously at her, but finally untied his happori and handed it over. Tsunade took it and extended her finger, which started glowing. She carved something into the inside of the happori, then handed it back. Naruto took it and looked at what she had carved. The word, dream, was carved into the happori, which made Naruto grin slightly. Then, he felt Tsunade's fingers cup his chin, and she pressed her lips against his forehead. While Naruto was still reeling from the shock of this event, Tsunade took off her necklace and tied it around Naruto's neck, before putting a hand on his head. Well, I'm entrusting their dreams to you, she said with a bright smile, which made Naruto blink. Their dreams? Who's them? Who indeed? Hey, Granny, don't say something so cryptic and then just walk away. Chapter 10. Naruto ni-chan. Naruto froze as he walked through Konoha, and turned around to find none other than Konohamaru rushing up to him. Now that Naruto thought about it, Konohamaru had changed a lot since they first met. Originally wearing a pair of shorts, a t-shirt, and a helmet-looking thing, along with a long scarf, Konohamaru had been a bit of a spoiled brat, but now, he had mellowed out a lot, and had taken to training with Naruto whenever the blonde invited him. He had even dispensed his old clothes, now wearing clothes that looked much like the clothing Naruto had seen the Sandame wear in pictures from his Junin days, black ninja pants and a black kimono shirt over mesh. He still wore a long scarf, but it was black now. Konohamaru had originally thought about dispensing the scarf as well, but when Naruto commented on how it reminded him of the long tails on the Sandame's forehead protector, he decided to keep it. He also wore a black headband, which kept his hair out of his eyes. To get used to the feel, for when he became a ninja, he'd say if asked. Oh, it's been a while, hasn't it, Saru? Naruto said, grinning at his somewhat student. Ni-chan, Konohamaru yelled, looking upset about something. I heard that you brought back some old hag to be the Godem Hokage. Ah, yeah, the Sandame's old student, my grandmother, Tsunade, Naruto said with a nod. What's wrong, Saru? How could it have been decided so early? Huh? Konohamaru glared at Naruto. The geezer's corpse is barely even cold, and they just go ahead and pick a new one? They're just gonna forget that he ever existed and just move on with— Konohamaru would have continued with his rant, had he not been interrupted by a finger flicking him on the forehead, making him flinch. I never expected you to be an idiot, Saru. What? I'm not an idiot, Konohamaru protested. You're the idiot. Naruto put a hand on Konohamaru's head and spun him around to look at the Hokage monument in the distance. See those faces, Saru? And that great tree? Naruto asked, pointing up at the monument, and his own homage to the Sandame Hokage. Konohamaru huffed. What about them? They're there to show that even if they're dead, even if their bones turn to dust, the previous Hokage will never be forgotten, Naruto said, moving his hand down to pat him on the shoulder. They're always watching over us, and their dreams, live on inside us. The old geezer will never just be forgotten. He will live on forever, as long as his will of fire exists in a Sarutobi. You, and Asuma-sensei. Huh? Konohamaru muttered again, looking up at Naruto now, which made the blonde grin. Just like how the spirit and the memories of the Senju live on in me, Sarutobi Hiruzen lives on in you, and in everyone he considered family. Do you remember who those were? Konohamaru scratched his head. He told us once during class that it was everyone in the village. Exactly. How can a loving old geezer like that be forgotten? Naruto leaned in to whisper conspiratorically. And between you and me, how can he be forgotten in favor of a drunken, gambling old lady like my grandmother? Konohamaru snorted, and Naruto straightened up again, patting Konohamaru on the head once more. Alright, how about some training? Yeah, I've got a jutsu for you, one that the old man taught me. I guess he wanted me to teach it to you once you got a bit older, but it's always good to get an early start, right? Sweet. Naruto Ni-chan, you're the best. Oka. Naruto was interrupted when his senses picked up on something, and a second later, an Anbu wearing a white coat appeared before him. Yo, Yura Taicho, Naruto said, raising his hand in greeting. Looks like it's you who always draws the short straw, eh? Naruto-san, your presence is once more requested at the Hokage Tower. Don't tell me those old fossils want to chew me out or something. It was Godem-sama who requested it. Naruto grinned at that. Alright, thanks, Yura Taicho. The Anbu nodded once and then blurred away. Ah, sorry, Saru, Naruto said, looking down at Konohamaru. Looks like we can't train right now. Ah, man, Konohamaru whined, pouting. I wanted to learn the geezer's jutsu. Relax, I'll come find you when my business with Granny is done, yeah? Alright, . I'm coming in, Naruto said as he knocked on the door of the Hokage's office and stepped inside without waiting for a response, to find Tsunade sitting behind her desk, Shizune standing behind it, and Sasuke standing in front of it. You're late, Naruto, Sasuke said, giving Naruto a disapproving look. You're not picking up on Kakashi's bad habits, are you? Ah, sorry, Naruto said, waving him off. I ran into Saru and had to comfort him. Huh? Tsunade uttered. Saru? Sarutobi Konohamaru, Sasuke informed her. The Sandame's grandson. He's sort of Naruto's student. Tsunade blinked, staring at Naruto in surprise for a while, then smiled brightly, leaning back and letting out a very girly sound. Ah, how nostalgic, eh? When the Shodai and Naidame took Sarutobi-sensei under their wing, the Naidame had the habit of calling sensei, Saru. Tsunade explained with a bright smile. It really goes to show that their spirits live on in their descendants. Naruto grinned slightly at that, but then focused on the matter at hand. Anyway, you wanted to see us, Granny? Tsunade twitched at the name, but nonetheless nodded, since she couldn't actually claim not to be a granny. She coughed into her fist and said, right, to business. Senju Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. Both shinobi somewhat snapped to attention. They did straighten up somewhat and focused on her completely, but they looked far from being straight and stiff as boards. I have reviewed your performances during the Chunin exam, and I have seen your skills in real battle. I have therefore decided to promote the both of you to the rank of Chunin. Naruto muttered, frowning. Hey, Granny, can't you hold off on promoting Sasuke for about 5 minutes? Don't get too caught up on who got promoted first, you moron, Sasuke scolded, shaking his head. Just be happy it was the both of us. Though, if it makes you feel any better, she did say your name first. Naruto snapped his fingers in triumph. That she did, he said happily, flashing Tsunade a thumbs up. Thanks, Granny. Really? Tsunade muttered as Shizune handed both shinobi a flak vest. Can't you call me Hokage-sama like everybody else? In your dreams, maybe. Naruto said with a grin as he put on his new vest, zipping it up. He noticed, however, that the collar of the vest got in the way of his fur collar, so he took the vest off again, taking out a kunai and slicing off the collar, before putting it on again. Alright, that's better. Maybe I should do that as well. Sasuke muttered, tugging at the trademark Uchiha collar of his shirt. Or you could wear standard shinobi clothing, Tsunade suggested, but she was ignored as Sasuke took his vest off again. I'll decide when I get home, he said, then looked to Tsunade. Will that be all, Hokage-sama? That will be all. Though now that you are Chunin and the village is low on manpower, you should prepare to receive many missions in the near future. Yeah, Naruto said, waving her off. Alright, time to go show this to Saru. With that, he blurred away, the only sign of him having actually moved out of the office being a breeze, and the window suddenly being open. Naruto blurred into view on Team 7's training ground, where he knew Konohamaru would be, and he was not surprised to find the boy there, doing push-ups, probably in preparation for learning the new jutsu. Yo, Saru. Naruto greeted with a proud grin on his face. I see you're working hard. Good job. Ni-chan, Konohamaru said, shooting to his feet immediately, only to blink at what he saw. You're a chunin now? That's right, your Ni-san is moving up in the world. Naruto said, grinning even wider. Then, he clapped his hands together. Alright, time for me to teach you a jutsu. Yeah, teach me grandpa's jutsu. Watch closely, Saru, Naruto said, fishing a shuriken out of its holster and holding it up. He turned toward the 3 poles by the memorial stone and threw the shuriken, flashing through seals. Shuriken Kage Bunshin. The one kunai turned into 20, all of which embedded themselves into the pole. Wow, Konohamaru yelled excitedly. Then, the smile on his face faded a bit. But, Ni-chan, compared to your other jutsu, this feels kinda weak, doesn't it? Does it? Naruto asked, glancing back at Konohamaru, raising an eyebrow. It's not like 20 is the maximum number, nor are these shuriken the only ones you can duplicate. Huh? Shuriken of all sizes, and even kunai, smoke bombs, anything, really, can be cloned using Shuriken Kage Bunshin. Konohamaru blinked. So? This made Naruto sigh and pinch the bridge of his nose. He took a deep breath, then flicked Konohamaru on the forehead again. Just think for a moment, Saru. As long as the enemy isn't a wind user, don't you think it would be amazingly difficult for them to avoid 50, 100, or even 1,000 shuriken coming straight at them? Konohamaru's eyes widened in excitement. Whoa, I can make thousands? I doubt you're quite there yet when it comes to chakra capacity, Naruto said, patting Konohamaru on the head. But yeah, when you're older, you'll be able to make thousands, Saru. Ram, rat, bird, boar, tiger. Get to work. Hey, Ni-chan, Konohamaru called as Naruto started walking away. Can't you stay for a while and supervise? I was just promoted, you know. I had to go get my info updated at the ninja registry, Naruto said, looking over his shoulder at Konohamaru, who pouted. This made him sigh. Well, it's not like it can't wait until tomorrow. Alright, . Tsunade sat behind her desk, filling out paperwork when she suddenly perked up. If you're hoping to sneak a peek at some skin, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Hey, you discovered me, came Jiraiya's voice as the man rose from under the window, leaning in with a grin. I never was able to hide from you. Are you just here to enjoy some nostalgia, Jiraiya? Tsunade asked, looking over her shoulder at him. No, just heard that you promoted Naruto and Sasuke. Yeah, so? So, that made me think about something, Jiraiya said, his grin turning sly. What was the real reason for accepting the Hokage position? Tsunade smirked. Saw right through me, eh? You got over your hemophobia, you accepted the position, and you gave the brat your necklace, Jiraiya said, climbing inside. As much as I'd love it if you did so because of what I said, I know that's not true. So, why did you do it? It wasn't on a whim, that's for damn sure. It's obvious, isn't it? Tsunade muttered as she leaned back in her chair and crossed her arms under her impressive bust. It was the brat, of course. As if his damn dream wasn't enough, he made sure to remind me of the will of fire, and of all the things I had tried so hard to forget, about this village, about my grandfather, about Sarutobi-sensei, and their dreams. And the dreams of Nawaki and Dan? Tsunade grunted at that. It's not just that, though. Eh? When Naruto shouted at me on that battlefield, it was like my grandfather was shouting. As he said, the Senju blood boils in his veins, Jiraiya said with a grin. Quite the kid, right? That brat is annoying. I really don't mind being the Hokage, but gambling and drinking was a damn sight better than sitting in an office all day doing paperwork. Well, at least this means the Hokage monument's gonna be a lot more beautiful, right? Tsunade gave Jiraiya a look that clearly told him that his flattery wasn't going to give him a peek. Then, she smiled softly. That big wooden sandame, Naruto's work? Who else could it be? Jiraiya said as he gave another grin, crossing his arms. He's named it the Shintai tree. Absolute truth. The geezer's favorite phrase, huh? Tsunade said. She got up and walked over to the window, looking out to stare at the Shintai tree. Is going overboard a recurring trait with Naruto? Most of the time. Get ready for him coming back from missions with reports of massive amounts of property damage. Crap, by the way, there's something I need to talk to you about. Jiraiya said, suddenly turning serious. It's about Akatsuki. Akatsuki? Hyuga Hinata stepped into the Yamanaka flower shop, smiling softly to herself. While she was a bit saddened to know that she wasn't going to be promoted, She was still pleased to hear that Naruto and Sasuke had both been promoted. "Welcome," came a familiar voice from behind the counter, and Hinata saw her former classmate Ino there, smiling brightly at her. "Oh, Hinata. It's been a while, eh?" "Good afternoon, Ino-san," Hinata said, giving Ino a small bow in greeting. "Ah, no need to be so formal, Hinata, we're friends, after all," the blonde girl said, waving her off. "Let me guess, here to buy some flowers for Sasuke-kun and Naruto?" Hinata blinked in surprise. "Why yes, how did you know?" "It's no secret that those two have been promoted to Chunin," Ino said with a small grin. "Well, if there was anyone I knew would become Chunin, it was those two. Especially after how well they did in the academy. Yes, they are special, those two," Hinata said as she approached the counter, looking a bit somber. "It actually makes me a bit envious." "Don't compare yourself to those two, Hinata," Ino scolded immediately. "They're in a whole other league than the rest of us." "That's not what I meant, Ino," Hinata said, sighing as she looked up at the blonde girl. "It's their friendship." "What?" Hinata smiled softly. "Actually, though we're a team, and we have great chemistry. I don't have the same kind of bond with those two as they do with each other." "They're that close?" Ino asked in surprise. "I mean, I knew from our academy days that they were good friends, but they're more than just good friends. They're almost like brothers. They know each other so well that they hardly ever have to talk anymore during training. Just by looking at each other's movements, they can tell what the other is going to do." "Speaking of training," Ino said, a somewhat perverted grin appearing on her face as she leaned closer. "That should give you plenty of opportunities to get up close to Naruto, right? How's that going?" Hinata gave another soft smile. I have given up on my crush," she said quietly, which made Ino go wide-eyed. "At first, I wanted nothing more than for Naruto-kun to take me out on a date and tell me he loved me, but I don't think that can ever happen between us. Even if it did, it would feel a bit weird." "Weird? Those two. I've come to look at Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun like brothers. They are the older brothers who protect me and help me out when I need it," Hinata explained. "I don't think I can ever go back to crushing on Naruto-kun and watching him from a distance." That's surprising to hear," Ino said, her eyebrows shooting up. "I never thought I would hear you say something like that." Hinata just smiled at her. "Oh, by the way," Ino said, grinning again. "How is Sasuke-kun? Is he still available?" Hinata stiffened at hearing that, wondering what she was going to say. After all, Sasuke had never said that his sexual preferences were secret, but neither had he told Hinata that she could go blabbing about it whenever anyone asked. And Ino loved gossip, so I don't know about that, Hinata muttered weakly, glancing away. Ino caught her hesitation immediately, and she lashed out, grabbing Hinata's collar and pulling her closer. "What? Why did it take you so long to answer? Do you know something but can't tell me? Do you suspect something? Have you seen him with a suspicious-looking girl?" I. Hinata stuttered, her eyes darting left and right in search of an escape. Actually, Ino noticed what she was doing and immediately let go of Hinata, clearing her throat and then taking a deep breath. "Sorry about that," she muttered. "Anyway, if you know something, you have to tell me, alright?" "Well, the thing is," Hinata mumbled, before leaning closer. "If I tell you, you have to swear not to tell anyone else, okay?" "Not even forehead?" Ino asked, to which Hinata shook her head. "Ooh, it's juicy, then? Tell me. Actually, Sasuke-kun is," Hinata whispered. Outside the flower shop, Naruto walked down the street with Konohamaru, his hands in his pockets, when a voice loudly shrieked, "Whaat?" Naruto uttered, looking at the flower shop. Did Ino discover that blonde isn't her natural hair color, or something? "I guess we'll have to find out, Ni-chan." Naruto nodded, and the two made their way into the flower shop, to see Hinata standing by the counter, staring worriedly at Ino, who was clutching at her head in pure shock, looking left, right, up, and down in some kind of attempt to figure out if this was all an elaborate genjutsu or something. "How can that be?" Ino yelled. "It couldn't. But shouldn't there have been a newsletter or something to let us know not to bother? Shouldn't he be on some kind of list of unavailable bachelors?" "Afternoon, you too," Naruto greeted, raising his hand in greeting. Ino completely ignored him, and Hinata's head snapped in his direction in surprise, looking like a child who had just been caught stealing cookies. "You told her about Sasuke?" "Why yes. Sorry. It's cool, Hinata. If Sasuke wanted it to be a secret, he never would have told me, Naruto said with a grin. Immediately, two hands grabbed Naruto's collar, and he immediately found Ino's face less than 2 inches away from his own, glaring heatedly into his eyes. Was it you, you bastard? Did you turn him, or something? Don't be silly. Naruto muttered, furrowing his brow. As always, I am still an avid fan of breasts, and I'm not really a fan of penis or being invaded by a guy. Ino froze, as did Hinata. Naruto could see their faces steadily reddening. No doubt, both of them were envisioning that which Naruto absolutely refused to envision. Ni-chan. Konohamaru muttered as Naruto pried himself out of the frozen Ino's grip. Girls are weird, aren't they? Kinda weird, yeah, he said, waving his hand in front of Ino's face. Hey, Ino, you alright? Invasion. Ino uttered in complete shock. Then, she gave off a noise that sounded like, puff, before passing out, her face burning. Hinata followed quickly. TCH, women. Naruto barked, staring down at the two girls. Why do they always go all faint when thinking about two guys? Two guys? Konohamaru asked. Ni-chan, what does that mean? Naruto flinched when he realized that no one had even given Konohamaru the talk yet. Well, the thing is, Saru. Stop beating around the bush and tell me already. Naruto's eyes darted toward the exit. Then, he went wide-eyed and pointed behind Konohamaru. Why does Ino have a pinup on the wall? Konohamaru, surprisingly perverted for his age, despite being completely clueless when it came to sex and the like, snapped around to look, and Naruto took that opportunity to run out of the flower shop. Hey, Ni-chan, come back here. Maybe next time, Saru. Or better yet, ask Asuma-sensei. TCH. Sasuke stood outside the door to his parents' house in the Uchiha district, sheathing his sword. In front of him lay 5 ninja from Otogakure no Sato. 4 of them were dead, and 1 was severely wounded. The hell is this? Sasuke asked as he walked up to the only still living ninja. Was your mission to kill or kidnap me? You better spill it now, before I hand you over to the torture and interrogation department. The ninja's mouth moved, but Sasuke was faster. As the ninja's jaws snapped shut, they were prevented from closing fully by Sasuke's sandal. Suicide pill, huh? He asked, kneeling and forcing the ninja's mouth open to pull out a fake tooth. That's pretty hardcore. Guess you won't talk willingly, so I'll have to leave you to Ibiki-san. I promise you'll regret not talking to me. So, 2 hours later found Sasuke standing in Tsunade's office, in front of her desk with his arms crossed. The Auto Ninja's condition has been stabilized, and he's being taken to the torture and interrogation department right now, Tsunade informed him. They didn't tell you anything about their purpose? No, they were in hiding, and though I'm no Naruto, I sensed them. When I informed them that they had been discovered, they just attacked. They were at least trying to kill me, but judging by how those guards Orochimaru brought during the invasion had curse seals on them, there's also a chance that they were here to kidnap me. Given how Orochimaru has created a reincarnation jutsu that allows him to move to other bodies, and how his goal in life is to learn all the jutsu in the world, I think it's safe to say that kidnapping was their objective, Tsunade said thoughtfully. No doubt, he wants your Sharingan. He has expressed an interest in you, after all. It's true that it would help him achieve his goal, but how can you be sure? Sasuke asked. Because Orochimaru was once a member of the group known as Akatsuki, Tsunade said, which made Sasuke go wide-eyed. Akatsuki? Isn't that the group Jiraiya-sama claimed are after Naruto? The very same. As you know, Uchiha Itachi is a member of that group. For some reason, Orochimaru left them. My guess is that Orochimaru attempted to take over Itachi's body. Evidently, he failed. Of course, this is all purely speculation, Tsunade said, leaning back. We cannot be sure of what they wanted with you, but Orochimaru has never been one to give up. I will assign a couple of Anbu to guard you for a while. Do you have to? Sasuke muttered. I'm not complaining, but Naruto always keeps his senses up during training, and their presence might unnerve him. I don't think you have to worry about that for a while. Sasuke opened his mouth to ask what she meant, but just then the door to her office opened, accompanied by a voice saying, I'm coming in. Oh, good timing, Naruto, Tsunade said, smiling. I was actually going to send for you. Why? Naruto muttered. I just came because Sasuke was here. I have things to do, you know. Things more important than orders from the Hokage? Tsunade barked, a vein in her forehead pulsing. Some, Naruto confirmed. Anyway, since you were going to call for me, what do you need? Naruto, Jiraiya has requested to take you on as his official apprentice, Tsunade said, calming down, which made both Naruto and Sasuke blink. And he has also requested to take you on a training trip. Training trip? Naruto muttered. Why? I can answer that, came Jiraiya's voice from the window as it slid open, to reveal the old pervert standing outside. It's because of Akatsuki. When I was investigating Orochimaru's reincarnation jutsu, information concerning them came to light. What kind of information? Sasuke wanted to know. When they came to Konoha, they did so to kidnap you before you were properly trained. They underestimated your skills, and it's safe to say that they won't be trying it again until their plans are ready to be executed, Jiraiya said, grinning at Naruto. That's at least 3 years from now. And you want to train me during that time? Naruto asked, narrowing his eyes. A 3-year trip? That's right, Jiraiya said with a nod. We will also be doing missions for Konoha during the trip, so it won't be all training. You need plenty of experience as well, after all. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, who shrugged, and then looked at Tsunade. Why does it feel like I don't really have a choice in this? You do have a choice, though, Tsunade said, crossing her arms. You can either go on this trip, or resign yourself to having Anbu guards following you around all day and all night. That wouldn't bother a normal shinobi, but given your sensor skills. Naruto grunted and pinched the bridge of his nose. Yeah, that'd be a real headache. I think this trip will be good for you, Sasuke said. He gave a smirk and crossed his arms, looking extremely arrogant. You need to learn how to fight without me there to save your ass. What was that just now? Naruto snapped, slamming his forehead against Sasuke's and glaring at him. Want me to show you who'd save whose ass, you bastard? I love it when you talk about asses, Sasuke said, and pecked Naruto on the mouth, which caused the blonde to freeze, then fling himself back, wiping his mouth. Damn you. You can't use that weapon whenever you feel like it. The blonde barked. It's cheating. Naruto, is there something you'd like to tell me? Jiraiya muttered, looking a bit grossed out. Shut up. There's nothing I have to say. I like boobs. Naruto barked, pointing at Sasuke. He just likes to creep me out. Anyway, Tsunade said, her eyes closed with a vein pulsing on her forehead. What's your answer, Naruto? All traces of righteous anger and embarrassment disappeared, and Naruto straightened up. Like I said, it doesn't sound like I have a choice. So, naturally, I'll go on the trip with the pervert. Good, Jiraiya said happily. We leave tomorrow at noon. Make sure to pack well and meet me at the western gate. With that, the old pervert jumped off. I suppose all that's left is to tell Hinata, Naruto said, stuffing his hands into his pockets and walking off. Sasuke, you coming? I still have things to discuss with the Godem, Sasuke said. I'll catch up later. Naruto gave a wave, then left the office. It was starting to become late evening, but Naruto hadn't had dinner yet, so he figured he'd swing by the Hyuga compound and pick up Hinata. He wasn't at all surprised to find her sparring with her father. Yo, Hinata, Naruto said with a wave as he walked over to her and Hiashi, who turned to him in surprise. You, how do you keep getting in here? He demanded, and Naruto shrugged. Actually, this time I was let in by the guards, the blonde said, jutting his thumb over his shoulder. Got a bit of an announcement, so I figured I'd buy Hinata some dinner and tell her. Hinata nodded and looked at Hiashi. Father, may I be excused? Hiashi looked contemplative, like he really didn't want to allow it, if only to show Naruto that his presence was unwanted, but at the same time, he kinda looked like he felt that Hinata was good enough that she could skip out on training for an evening. Go, he told her finally, turning and heading back to their house. We will continue tomorrow. Hinata gave her father a bow, then jogged over to Naruto. Let's go, Naruto-kun. Would you mind if we went out for ramen? Naruto asked with an apologetic smile on his face. I don't mind. So, 10 minutes later found Naruto and Hinata sitting at Ichiraku Ramen, eating their noodles at a nice, somewhat slow pace. Even Naruto was doing so, as he wanted to savor the taste, considering that he wouldn't be able to eat Ichiraku Ramen for 3 years. Naruto-kun, Hinata mumbled, glancing at Naruto. You said you had an announcement. Yeah, Naruto said, before downing the broth in his bowl. He set it down on the counter and stared at it for a while, then raised his hand. Hey, old man Tucci. Another bowl. Plenty of pork. Yes, coming right up. Naruto grinned in response, then turned to look at Hinata. You won't be seeing me for a while. The old pervert is taking me on a 3-year training trip. 3 years? Hinata repeated in surprise. Why would he? I think it's in preparation for the next time the Akatsuki comes knocking, Naruto said as Tucci set down another bowl of ramen in front of him. I guess I'm not strong enough to face them yet. Naruto was quiet for a while. Then, he clapped his hands together. So, how were the last 2 weeks for you? Anything dangerous happen? Not really. Hinata mumbled. The only thing that happened was that I saw a spider in my room, but I killed it. Naruto opened his mouth to speak, but Sasuke's voice was heard saying, "Yo," as he stepped inside, taking a seat next to Naruto. What a night, Sasuke muttered. I got a visit from 5 Auto Ninja, trying to. Yeah, Naruto interrupted, waving him off. But listen to this. Hinata faced down a spider, and killed it. Sasuke's eyebrows rose at that. Oh, wow. That took guts. Nice one, Hinata. Awesome, Naruto said, grinning and flashing Hinata 2 thumbs up. Hinata, knowing that her 2 teammates were just joking around, had no problem joining in on the laughter. Once the laughter died down, Naruto smiled softly. I'm gonna miss you guys, that's for damn sure. I'll miss you too, Hinata said, smiling as well. There was silence. After a moment, Naruto turned to look at Sasuke, who was calmly slurping his ramen. He stared for another few moments, his eyebrow beginning to twitch, as Sasuke sipped the glass of water he'd been served alongside his ramen. A vein began pulsing on his forehead as Sasuke stretched. Hey, say something, Naruto barked finally. Fine, Sasuke said, turning to Naruto and putting a hand on his shoulder. Naruto, I'm really going to enjoy the peace and ki. A fist smashed into Sasuke's face, knocking him off his seat. Damn it, Sasuke, why do you have to ruin a nice, heartwarming moment like that? Sasuke didn't respond, rubbing his cheek and standing up again. He was quiet for a moment, and then smirked at Naruto. Make sure to get stronger, yeah? That made Naruto grin. Of course, you too, he ordered before turning to Hinata. You too, Hinata, I expect you to be able to kick ass, heal them, and then kick him again when I get back. I'll try my best. And that concludes part 2 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Konoha's Dream Team, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to ZenoNoKyuubi, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.